I stared at the email notification that had just popped up on my laptop screen. It was from a publishing company, one of the most prestigious in the literary world. My heart quickened as I read the subject line, "An opportunity for azurite." The words danced before my sapphire eyes, and for a moment I dared to hope. Caleb Publishing. The name sent shivers down my spine. Caleb, the owner of the company, was not just a formidable figure in the world of literature. He was also my favorite author. His words had been my solace during the countless solitary nights of my secluded existence. With trembling fingers, I clicked on the email. The words unfolded before me, revealing an invitation to meet Caleb himself at his own home. My breath caught in my throat. This was an opportunity beyond my wildest dreams, a chance to step out of the shadows and into the light. But my heart, though hopeful, was also heavy with the weight of my past. I had been found abandoned in a cave as a baby, my only possession a necklace with my name etched onto an azurite stone. It was this stone that had inspired my pen name, Azurite, and it was a constant reminder of the mysteries that shrouded my origins. I had lived in seclusion for so long, hiding the truth of my agelessness. I had stopped aging at 21, frozen in eternal youth while the world around me continued to change. It had been a blessing and a curse, a secret I had guarded fiercely. And now fate had offered me a chance to reveal myself to the world, to meet the man whose words had been my refuge. But fate, it seemed, had other plans for me. I decided to get ready immediately. The anticipation hung heavy in the air as I stood before the mirror, my reflection framed by cascading, midnight black hair. My sapphire eyes shimmered with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The email from Caleb Publishing had thrown my carefully curated world into disarray. I glanced at the elegant dress hanging on the closet door, the deep azure fabric echoing the color of the stone that had defined my identity for so long. As I carefully donned the dress, its silky texture seemed to whisper secrets only it knew, secrets about my past, my purpose, and my connection to the elusive dragon stone. It had been a symbol of my existence, but tonight it felt like a mantle I was preparing to cast off. My car, an aging relic of mechanical engineering, awaited me in the driveway, its headlights dim in the fading twilight. I grasped the handle and slid into the driver's seat, my fingers caressing the steering wheel, a faithful companion on countless solitary journeys. It purred to life with a reassuring rumble as I turned the key, but the engine's purr quickly soured into a disgruntled growl. The dashboard lit up like a celestial tapestry of warning signs, and I cursed under my breath. My car had chosen this moment to betray me, its engine sputtering and wheezing as if it were challenging my resolve. Panic surged, threatening to claw its way to the surface, but I took a deep breath, summoning the determination that had carried me through years of seclusion. With trembling hands, I tried the ignition again, praying to the gods of mechanical misfortune for a miracle. But the gods remained silent, and my car steadfastly refused to cooperate. Frustration surged, but I couldn't let it consume me. Not tonight. I killed the engine, my resolve hardening like the azurite stone around my neck. I would not let this setback keep me from seizing this opportunity. With a sigh, I locked the car and set off on foot, the echoes of my footsteps mingling with the racing beat. As I walked briskly along the dimly lit street, the evening air turned cool against my skin, and my mind raced with thoughts of the impending meeting with Caleb. The city's bustling nightlife cast a kaleidoscope of neon lights and distant chatter, a stark contrast to my secluded world. A neon-lit taxi appeared on the horizon, its yellow exterior a beacon of hope. I raised my hand, and the cab pulled over. As I settled into the back seat, I gave the driver the address of Caleb's house, a location I had only seen on a digital map until now. The journey was a whirlwind of city lights and passing shadows. I watched as the familiar cityscape transformed into an exclusive neighborhood. The taxi rolled to a stop before a pair of grand wrought iron gates adorned with intricate designs. The driver announced my arrival, and I paid him before stepping out. Standing before Caleb's impressive villa, I marveled at its sheer opulence. The moonlight bathed the facade in a silver glow, and the house seemed to rise like a majestic castle from a storybook. The architecture spoke of a time gone by, a time of elegance and grandeur that resonated with my own love for timeless tales. Taking a deep breath, I approached the heavy wooden door, each step echoing in the silence of the night. My heart fluttered with excitement and trepidation. When I reached the door, I raised my hand and pressed the doorbell. The sound chimed through the house, a melodic note that seemed to hang in the air. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing an impeccably dressed butler. His expression remained stoic as he greeted me, and I could sense a hint of curiosity in his eyes. With a steady voice, I announced myself. "I'm Millie Chasm, here to meet Mr. Caleb." The butler nodded, his demeanor unchanged, and he ushered me inside with a courteous gesture. As I stepped across the threshold, I couldn't help but be struck by the grandeur of Caleb's home. The marble floors gleamed under crystal chandeliers, and the walls were adorned with priceless works of art. As the butler led me deeper into Caleb's opulent villa, my heart continued its erratic dance of anticipation. It was a moment I had longed for, a chance to meet the enigmatic author who had held my imagination captive for so many years. Little did I know that this encounter would defy all expectations. We entered a lavishly adorned study, where a figure stood silhouetted against the warm glow of a fireplace. Caleb, the man himself, turned to face me, and time seemed to slow. His eyes, pools of dark wisdom, met mine, and in that instant I felt an inexplicable connection, an ancient bond that stretched beyond the boundaries of mere coincidence. Recognition flickered in his gaze, and a knowing smile curved his lips, as though he held the key to secrets long buried within my soul. I hadn't shared my real name, yet here was Caleb, acknowledging me as Millie Chasm. How could he know? But before I could voice my astonishment, a strange sensation coursed through me as his hand reached out, his fingers lightly grazing my cheek. It was an innocent touch, but it ignited something electric, a spark that surged through my body like lightning. In that fleeting moment, a vivid image flashed through my mind. A cave, darkness, and a warm, comforting presence cradling me as a baby. It was a memory I had never known I possessed, a fragment of my past, now brought to life. Confusion and intrigue swirled within me as Caleb withdrew his hand, his smile deepening, as though he too had glimpsed something profound. The room seemed to hold its breath, a suspended moment in time before reality rushed back in. What was happening? The opulent surroundings of Caleb's study seemed to close in around me as I stood before this enigmatic man. His presence was both captivating and disconcerting, like a riddle I couldn't solve. His gaze bore into mine with a searching intensity that sent shivers down my spine. Caleb's voice, smooth and commanding, broke the silence. "Millie Chasm, it's been a long time." I blinked in confusion, my mind racing to catch up with his words. "I'm sorry, but I don't believe we've met before," I replied cautiously, my voice quivering slightly. A flicker of hurt crossed his face, a shadow of vulnerability beneath the surface of his cool exterior. "You don't remember, do you?" I tried to search my memory, but it was as if a thick fog had descended over my past. Nothing about this man felt familiar, and yet there was something about him that tugged at the edges of my consciousness. I really can't say," I stammered, feeling a knot of unease tightening in my chest. Caleb's attractive appearance added to the enigma. His dark hair framed a face that seemed both ageless and timeless, and his eyes held the wisdom of ages. There was a magnetic quality about him that drew me in, a sense of mystery that beckoned me closer, even as it sent warning signals to the depths of my instincts. His next words were a low whisper that seemed to reverberate in the room. "We have a connection, Millie, one that goes beyond the ordinary. You can't deny it." I took an involuntary step back, my heart pounding in my chest. "I don't know what you're talking about." Caleb's movements were sudden and unpredictable. He closed the distance between us in an instant, his hand coming to rest on my arm with a grip that was both firm and strangely gentle. "Remember," he urged, his voice laced with urgency. His intense gaze bore into mine, and for a moment, I felt as though he was peering into the very depths of my soul. Images flickered at the edges of my consciousness, fragments of a memory just out of reach. It was as if a door had cracked open, but I couldn't quite step through it. Fear mingled with fascination as I met his gaze, and I couldn't deny the pull he had on me. There was something about Caleb, something ancient and powerful, that I couldn't resist. But it also frightened me, this inexplicable connection that defied reason. As Caleb's grip on my arm tightened, I was torn between the desire to know more and the instinct to pull away from the unknown. The enigma of our encounter deepened, leaving me standing on the precipice of a mystery that held the key to secrets I couldn't yet fathom. Panic gripped my chest, a wild and primal instinct that sent adrenaline coursing through my veins. Caleb's words had grown increasingly bizarre, and his grip on my arm had become too much to bear. I had to escape this bewildering situation. With a swift, desperate motion, I attempted to wrench myself free from his grasp, but Caleb was faster and stronger than I could have ever imagined. His hand tightened, and his voice turned desperate. "Please, Millie, listen to me. I am a dragon." My heart pounded in my chest as I pulled away, disbelief etched across my face. "Excuse me?" My astonishment surged, and I stared at him in disbelief. It was a claim so outrageous, so utterly beyond the realm of reason, that I began to wonder if Caleb had lost his sanity. The room seemed to close in on me, and I took a step back, my eyes wide with disbelief. "A dragon?" I stammered, unable to conceal the incredulity in my voice. "That's impossible." But Caleb's gaze remained unwavering, his eyes burning with a fervent intensity that sent shivers down my spine. His grip on my arm tightened as if to anchor his unbelievable claim in reality. "Believe me, Millie," he implored, his voice tinged with desperation. "It's the truth." My mind raced, grappling with the impossible notion that the man before me could be anything other than human. I just couldn't accept it. I ran out of his office without warning and didn't stop even as he yelled my name. Who would have thought that I'd ever run away from the only man I've ever admired? The butler tried to stop me at the door, but thankfully I was more agile than him, and I managed to dash out of the door and out of the big iron gates. But before I could make my escape, a sudden commotion erupted around me. A group of men, seemingly materializing out of thin air, surrounded me. They were dressed in dark, nondescript clothing, their faces hidden behind masks that concealed their identities. One of them stepped forward, his voice low and menacing. "We want the precious stone." Caleb was only a few steps behind me as he hadn't given up and was still chasing me. I glanced at him, bewildered and alarmed, but he moved with a speed and grace that seemed otherworldly. With a swift and fluid motion, he positioned himself between me and the menacing strangers, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. "You won't have it," he declared, his voice echoing with authority. As Caleb and the men exchanged tense words, I seized the opportunity to make my escape again. My heart pounded in my chest as I dashed toward the exit, determined to climb into a taxi and put this surreal nightmare behind me. But just as I was almost within reach of the main road, a strong hand closed around my wrist, yanking me back with brutal force. I cried out in shock, my vision spinning as I collided with a solid presence. Pain flared at the back of my head, and darkness closed in around me. The world slipped away as I succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving me with unanswered questions and a sense of impending danger that clung to my fading awareness. My head throbbed as consciousness clawed its way back to me, like a dim light struggling to pierce the shadows of a nightmare. The air was heavy with the metallic scent of blood, and my vision swam in and out of focus. Panic surged when I realized I was strapped to a cold, unforgiving table. My hands and feet were bound, and every movement sent sharp waves of pain coursing through my body. Disoriented and disheveled, I tried to take in my surroundings. The room was dimly lit, its walls draped in a cold, sterile atmosphere that seemed to amplify the sense of dread knotting in my stomach. Two men loomed over me, their faces masked by malevolence. The first, a mechanic with grimy hands and a twisted grin, held a set of sharp, gleaming instruments that gleamed ominously in the dim light. The other, an unknown man with cold, calculating eyes, seemed to revel in my helplessness. "Welcome back to the land of the living," the mechanic sneered, his voice dripping with malice. I fought against the restraints, my voice trembling as I cried out, "Who are you? What do you want?" The unknown man leaned closer, his expression devoid of compassion. "We need something from you, sweetheart, and we're going to get it one way or another." Dread coiled within me as I realized the gravity of my situation. These men intended to cut something from me, something I couldn't fathom. Panic surged, and I pleaded with them, my voice quivering. "Please, you don't have to do this. I'll cooperate. Just tell me what you want." But my words fell on deaf ears. The mechanic began to prepare his instruments with a chilling calmness, his grin widening with every moment of my distress. The unknown man watched, his eyes gleaming with a cruel anticipation that sent shivers down my spine. As the minutes stretched into eternity, a fleeting thought of Caleb crossed my mind. The man I had met so recently, with his enigmatic claims and mysterious demeanor. But I quickly dismissed the idea that he would come to my rescue. It seemed absurd, an unlikely fantasy in the face of the nightmare that had become my reality. Plus, I wasn't sure if it was safer to be with him or these people. They all seemed just as insane. Desperation surged as the men in the room readied themselves for their gruesome task. I was trapped, alone, and facing an unimaginable fate. In that moment, I couldn't help but wonder if this is how I was going to die, alone and strapped to a cold operating table. The room seemed to close in around me, the air heavy with the threat of impending agony. The mechanic's twisted grin widened as he approached, his gleaming instruments poised to cut into me. Panic gnawed at the edges of my sanity, and I was on the brink of despair when the world outside the room erupted into chaos. Shouts and the sounds of a violent struggle reached my ears, and my tormentors froze in alarm. The stranger next to me, scalpel poised dangerously close to my throat, growled, "If anyone enters this room, she dies!" My heart hammered in my chest as I watched the doorway with a sense of desperate hope. It was then that the world shifted on its axis and the impossible unfolded before my eyes. The door burst open and a figure entered the room, a force of nature that seemed to defy reason. My breath caught as I recognized him. It was Caleb. But he was no longer the enigmatic man I had met before. He had transformed into something both terrifying and mesmerizing. In that heart-stopping moment, Caleb's true identity was revealed. He stood before me as a humanoid dragon, his powerful form exuding an otherworldly presence. His skin shimmered with iridescent scales that seemed to catch fire in the dim light, and his eyes blazed with a fiery intensity that seared into my soul. The mechanic and the unknown man faltered in the face of this otherworldly being, their bravado crumbling in the face of a dragon. Caleb's voice, a low, commanding rumble, filled the room as he declared, "Release her, now." The unknown man hesitated for a moment, the scalpel trembling in his grasp, but he ultimately made the wise choice, releasing me from my restraints and backing away, his gaze never leaving the formidable figure that was Caleb. With a grace and power that seemed surreal, Caleb swept me into his arms, shielding me from the horrors that had threatened to consume me. He held me close, his presence both protective and intimidating. As the room descended into a tense silence, I couldn't help but marvel at the incredible truth that had been unveiled. Caleb, the man who had claimed to be a dragon, was indeed something beyond human, a majestic and fearsome being who had come to my rescue. My heart raced with a mix of awe and terror, and I knew that my life had been forever altered by this extraordinary encounter. "Are you okay?" His voice came to me, and though I understood them, I found myself unable to answer. His supernatural appearance was still too captivating for me, and before I could even realize what was going on, his lips were on mine. Caleb's kiss was as unexpected as it was electrifying. As his lips met mine, a surge of warmth spread through my body, like a soothing balm for the pain and fear that had consumed me moments ago. I gasped against his mouth, my wounds seemingly healing before my very eyes. When our lips finally parted, Caleb's voice, a gentle rumble, filled the room. "You are my mate, Millie." The words hung in the air, a declaration that sent shockwaves through my mind. "Mate?" I whispered, my voice trembling with disbelief. "I don't even know you." My denial was met with a faint, sad smile from Caleb, as though he had expected my resistance. He lifted me into his arms, my protests falling on deaf ears, and carried me out of the room. Outside, another man waited, a syringe in his hand. Panic surged anew as I realized what was about to happen. I pleaded with Caleb to let me go, but my words were met with silence as the needle pierced my skin. Darkness closed in around me once more, and my consciousness faded into a swirling abyss. When I woke, I found myself in a lavish room, the soft glow of golden lamps casting a warm aura. The clothes I wore were different, and a sense of violation surged within me. I tried to sit up, my heart pounding with anxiety, but Caleb was there, his eyes meeting mine with an unsettling calmness. "Where am I?" I demanded, my voice quivering with anger and fear. Caleb's voice was soft, almost tender, as he replied, "You won't be able to leave, Millie." Dread settled in the pit of my stomach as I realized the depth of my predicament. I was trapped in a web of intrigue and danger, with Caleb at the center of it all. Desperation gnawed at my every thought as I made my way through the opulent labyrinth of Caleb's mansion. The lavish surroundings had transformed into a gilded prison, and I was determined to find an escape from this surreal nightmare. With each step, I sought out any possible exit, pushing through doors and searching for a way out. But as I turned corners and passed through hallways, the realization slowly began to sink in. Every path I took seemed to lead me deeper into the labyrinthine maze of Caleb's home. It was as if the very walls conspired against me, shifting and closing in around me, blocking any hope of freedom. Panic coursed through me, and I couldn't help but glance back, expecting to see Caleb hot on my heels. But he was nowhere to be found. His absence struck me as odd, given the urgency of our previous encounters. He had shown himself to be a formidable being, a dragon, and had claimed that I was his mate. Yet now, as I struggled to break free, he seemed strangely indifferent to my attempts. With a glimmer of hope, I found what appeared to be an exit, a grand, ornate door that beckoned me with the promise of escape. My heart raced as I approached it, my fingers trembling as they grasped the handle. But as I pushed the door open, I was met with a familiar sight. Caleb, standing before me like a sentinel, his expression unreadable. It was as though he had materialized out of thin air, blocking my path once again. My voice quivered with frustration and fear. "Why won't you let me leave?" Caleb's eyes, a tumultuous blend of emotions, met mine. "You cannot leave, Millie." His words sent a chill down my spine, and I was left to wonder if I would ever find a way out of this mesmerizing yet sinister web he had woven around me. The walls closed in, and the feeling of entrapment grew ever more suffocating as I realized that every escape route had led me straight back into the clutches of the enigmatic dragon who claimed to be my mate. My world had turned into a whirlwind of confusion and disbelief. I stood in a room bathed in soft candlelight, my eyes adjusting to the warm glow as I tried to make sense of the surreal situation I found myself in. Caleb wasn't alone. With him were two more enigmatic figures, a man and a woman around our age. The guy, blessed with a tall and imposing presence, stepped forward with an air of authority. His voice was rich and commanding as he spoke. "Millie, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tony, and I serve as the advisor to Caleb, the Dragon King." Dragon King? The words echoed in my mind like a thunderclap, and I could hardly comprehend their meaning. I looked to Caleb, his eyes meeting mine with an unreadable intensity, as if he had been holding back the full truth. Tony continued, "You are the keeper of the dragon's stone, Millie. It is your destiny to be Caleb's mate." The revelation struck me like a lightning bolt, leaving me stunned and speechless. It was a truth beyond anything I had ever imagined, a reality that defied reason and logic. Caleb, the man I had met so recently, was not just any man. He was a dragon king. And what was this dragonstone about? The striking woman next to Tony had an aura of ancient wisdom. She stepped forward, her eyes gentle yet penetrating. She addressed me with a softness that belied the gravity of her words. "Millie, my name is Celine. You must understand that all of us, as dragons, have lived for thousands of years. You, however, were reborn after being killed 40 years ago." The room seemed to spin around me as I struggled to absorb the enormity of what I was hearing. My mind grappled with the idea that I had died and been reborn, and that my very existence was crucial for the survival of these beings who claimed to be dragons. Celine's voice held a profound weight as she continued, "Your life is bound to ours, Millie. Without you, we are doomed. The dragon stone which you carry is the key to our survival." I clutched the azurite stone pendant around my neck, a symbol of my identity that had now become a symbol of something far greater. This was the dragon stone they were talking about. The implications of it all left me reeling, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and fear at the destiny that had been thrust upon me. Caleb's moved closer to me. His eyes bore into mine with a stern determination that left no room for argument. The weight of his words hung heavily in the air, a palpable force pressing down on me. I stood before him, the room bathed in an eerie silence, as he declared, "Millie, you have no choice but to accept your fate as my mate and the keeper of the Dragonstone." The words struck me like a bitter truth I couldn't swallow. I had been thrust into a world I didn't understand, a destiny that felt like an iron shackle around my wrist. The implications of it all were overwhelming, and I couldn't help but protest. "I can't be the person you think I am. I'm just ordinary. Sorry, but this is not for me." Caleb's patience seemed to wear thin, and his voice grew sharp with frustration. "There are others who will seek to take the Dragonstone from you, Millie. You know that. Only I can protect you from them. You have a responsibility, whether you like it or not." Tears welled up in my eyes as I refused to accept this fate that had been thrust upon me. "I don't want any of this. I never asked for it." In a sudden burst of anger, Caleb reached for the azurite stone pendant that hung around my neck, ripping it off with a force that left me gasping. The gold chain fell to the ground, and he clutched the stone in his fist. I watched in disbelief as he spat out, "You don't deserve this." With those bitter words, Caleb stormed out of the room, leaving me standing there, bewildered and upset. The room seemed to close in around me as I clutched the empty space where the pendant had once hung, a symbol of my identity, and now a stark reminder of the destiny I couldn't escape. Tears spilled down my cheeks as I struggled to make sense of it all. My world had been turned upside down, and I was left feeling lost and alone, without answers or understanding. As the echoes of Caleb's departure faded away, I found myself in the company of Tony and Celine, still grappling with the shock of the revelations that had been thrust upon me. The room, once filled with tension, had now settled into an uneasy calm. Tony, his expression thoughtful, began to explain, "Millie, I can't read the minds of other dragons. That's why we haven't been able to find out who killed you in your past life. The secrets of one dragon are hidden from another." I absorbed this information with a heavy heart, a sense of frustration gnawing at the edges of my consciousness. The truth of my past and the circumstances of my death remained a mystery I couldn't unravel. Desperation drove me to speak, my voice trembling with emotion. "Well, if this is all true, then I need to know more. I need to understand what happened to me." Tony exchanged a knowing glance with Celine, and then he nodded in agreement. "We can take you to the place where you were found. It's not far from here." My heart leaped at the prospect of getting closer to the truth, but my hope was quickly dampened. Celine's voice held a somber note as she added, "I know what you're thinking, but I'm afraid the cave you were found in as a baby, Millie, is not the same as the one where you died. The cave where you met your end was destroyed in an earthquake." The realization hit me like a heavy blow. The connection between the two caves, between the beginning and end of my life, was now severed. It seemed that the answers I sought remained just out of reach, like elusive shadows dancing at the edges of my consciousness. I couldn't help but wonder if the destruction of the cave that had claimed my life was a cruel twist of fate or a deliberate act. The mysteries surrounding my existence deepened, and I felt like a puzzle with missing pieces, unable to form a complete picture of who I was and why I had been brought back into this world as the keeper of the Dragonstone. The room seemed to hold its breath as I hesitated, then finally decided to share my own piece of the puzzle. "So you already know, I was found in a cave as a baby," I admitted, my voice trembling with vulnerability. "But maybe you're not aware that I was then taken to an orphanage and raised there." The revelation struck Tony and Celine like a bolt of lightning. Their expressions shifted from surprise to something akin to awe. It was Tony who finally broke the silence, his voice tinged with a note of realization. "We also have another revelation, Millie. Caleb's last name is Chasm. The necklace you wear was given to you when you became his mate, many centuries ago." The pieces of the puzzle began to fit together, and doubt gnawed at the edges of my skepticism. Caleb's interest in my necklace, the undeniable connection I had felt, and his reaction when I had refused my destiny as his mate. It all seemed to point toward a truth I had been reluctant to accept. A sense of unease settled over me as I considered the possibility that Tony and Celine might be telling the truth. The implications of it all were staggering, and I couldn't help but wonder if my life had been a web of deceit, secrets, and inexplicable destiny. I felt a growing sense of vulnerability and uncertainty. The mysteries surrounding my existence had deepened, and I was left with a sense of longing for answers that seemed both elusive and tantalizingly close. Later, a sense of unease gnawed at me as I explored the cavernous house, the grandeur of its opulent rooms a stark contrast to the turmoil within me. Every corner seemed to hold secrets, and I couldn't resist the urge to search for answers. It was in that moment of exploration that I stumbled upon a picture, a photograph that took my breath away. It depicted Caleb, standing beside a woman who looked exactly like me, wearing the azurite necklace that usually hung around my own neck. My fingers trembled as I reached out to touch the image, a sense of disorientation washing over me. I hesitated, torn between the need for answers and the fear of what I might uncover. It was then that I overheard Caleb's voice, his tone laced with doubt as he spoke to Tony and Celine. "I don't believe she's my mate," he confessed. "There's something about her that's different." My heart sank at his words, the ground beneath me feeling unsteady. The revelation was like a knife to my chest, a confirmation of my deepest fears. I continued to listen, unable to tear myself away, as Caleb's anger flared. "Mind your own business, Millie," he snapped, his words a bitter rebuke that cut through me like a blade. Hurt and confused, I retreated to the couch, my emotions in turmoil. It felt as though I was unraveling, like a thread being pulled in too many directions. It was then that Celine, her presence a source of solace, approached me and offered comforting words. "Rest, Millie," she advised gently. "You've had a long day." I nodded in response and made my way to my room, locking the door behind me as if to shield myself from the uncertainty that had taken root in my life. Alone, in the dimly lit room, I found my phone, a lifeline to the outside world that now seemed distant and unreachable. Tears welled up in my eyes as I considered reaching out for help, but the realization washed over me. There was no one to call. I had neither friends nor family. With a heavy heart, I placed my phone aside and curled up in the unfamiliar bed, hoping against hope that when I woke, this would all prove to be nothing more than a terrible dream. A soft knock on my bedroom door roused me from a restless slumber. I stirred, expecting it to be Celine with her comforting presence, but when I opened my eyes and saw Caleb standing there, my heart skipped a beat. A feeling of unease washed over me, and I hesitated, reluctant to let him in. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice tinged with a mixture of wariness and defiance. Caleb's gaze bore into mine, a warning glinting in his eyes. "I suggest you let me in, Millie, before I lose my patience." The threat hung in the air, and I reluctantly stepped aside, allowing him entry into my room. He carried a tray of food, and as he placed it on the table, his eyes caught mine, his expression inscrutable. "There's something I want to show you," he said cryptically, his tone brooking no argument. I followed him as he led me to a hidden balcony, concealed from view. As I stepped out onto it, I was struck by the breathtaking beauty that unfolded before me. The balcony overlooked a lush garden bathed in moonlight, with stars twinkling in the night sky. The view was nothing short of mesmerizing, a stark contrast to the turmoil that had engulfed my life. I turned to Caleb, unable to conceal my surprise. I had no idea this was here. He met my gaze, his eyes softening for a fleeting moment. "There's much you don't know, Millie." With a sense of reluctance, I followed Caleb back inside, my curiosity piqued. He gestured to the tray of food, insisting, "We need to talk. Eat." I sighed, recognizing the futility of resistance. I couldn't change my circumstances, and perhaps it was time to try and get along with everyone here, including him. As I sat across from Caleb, my mind was a whirlwind of confusion and conflicting emotions. The undeniable truth was that I found him undeniably attractive, even though I couldn't fully accept the extraordinary claims he had made about his true nature as a dragon shifter and our past life together. His words had upended my world, leaving me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Caleb than met the eye, and that there might be some truth to the enigmatic connection I felt. My contemplation was abruptly interrupted when Caleb proved his dragon identity in a way that left me utterly speechless. With a breathtaking transformation, he became a massive, awe-inspiring dragon, his scales shimmering with an otherworldly luster. In an instant, I found myself swept off my feet as he carried me into the night sky. The terror that coursed through me was indescribable as I clung to his scaly back, the wind roaring in my ears. I could hardly believe what was happening, and my heart raced with a mixture of awe and fear. But then, as we soared higher and higher, I lost my grip, and I tumbled through the air. Panic consumed me as I plummeted toward the earth, certain that this would be the end of my tumultuous journey. In that terrifying moment, I contemplated the implications of my existence as a dragon's mate and the keeper of the dragon stone. The idea that my mere presence could have such profound consequences weighed heavily on me. It was as if the weight of the world rested on my shoulders, and I couldn't help but wonder if ending my life might be the only way to prevent any potential chaos caused by the dragons. As I prepared to let go and surrender to the abyss below, Caleb's furious roar pierced the night. With astonishing speed, he swooped down and caught me in his massive claws, his anger and confusion evident in his draconic eyes. He landed with a thunderous thud, his scaly form shrinking and shifting back into his human guise. Caleb's voice was a volatile mixture of emotions as he demanded, "What were you thinking, Millie?" Tears streamed down my face as I struggled to find the words to explain my actions. My world had become a maze of contradictions, and I couldn't help but wonder if there was any way to untangle the mess that surrounded me. The overwhelming urge to escape from Caleb's presence still consumed me, but it seemed that no matter how hard I struggled, he had an uncanny ability to thwart my efforts. His strength held me in place, and I was left with no choice but to confront whatever was unfolding before me. I try to escape again, but he stops me by pulling on my arm. I yelp in pain and try to get away from his hold, but to no avail. With a swift and deliberate motion, Caleb cut and drew blood from both our palms, the crimson droplets forming a macabre connection between us. As our wounded hands met, an inexplicable and vivid purple essence swirled around our entwined fingers, like an arcane dance of unseen forces. Caleb's voice, now filled with a deep resonance, began to chant in an unknown language. His words reverberated through the air, resonating in the very core of my being. It was as if each syllable he uttered tugged at my soul, drawing it inexorably toward him. The sensation was both mesmerizing and disconcerting, as though I was being pulled into a vortex of unknown depths. The world around me blurred as the threads of reality seemed to fray, leaving me teetering on the precipice of something profound and inexplicable. Then, with a suddenness that left me breathless, Caleb's lips descended upon mine. The kiss was a fusion of heat and electricity, sending a strange tingling sensation coursing through my body. It was as though our connection had intensified, a mingling of our essences that defied reason and explanation. A burning sensation on my lower back intensified, and I couldn't help but gasp against his lips. It was a sensation that bordered on discomfort, yet it held a strange allure that I couldn't resist. I was caught in a whirlwind of emotions, confusion and curiosity warring within me as I struggled to make sense of the enigma that was this man, and the profound connection that bound us together. Felt something inside of me click. It felt as if for the first time in my life, the thing that I had been missing, the hole in my chest, had been filled. Right after that, a scorching sensation spread across the center of my lower back. My consciousness gradually emerged from the depths of darkness, but as I became aware of my surroundings, I realized I couldn't see a thing. I lay on what felt like a soft bed, and an inexplicable sense of presence surrounded me. With my eyes closed, I relied on my other senses. I sensed Celine, Tony, and Caleb in the room with me. Their distinct energies, their very essence, was like a symphony of familiar voices in my mind. It was as though I could feel their proximity, their concern, even without the need to open my eyes. But there was something else, a heartbeat that didn't belong, an unfamiliar rhythm that pulsed steadily in the background. It was a disconcerting sensation, and I couldn't quite place it. Then Caleb's voice broke through the silence, his words sending a ripple of unease through me. "Millie, do you remember what happened?" My mind was a jumbled labyrinth, memories elusive and fragmented. But as he spoke, a surge of recollection washed over me, like pieces of a puzzle falling into place. I remembered the sensation of riding on a dragon's back, the wind rushing past, and the sheer terror of falling from the sky. I remember, I admitted, my voice trembling with the clarity of the memory. It was a vivid image, the feeling of Caleb's arms wrapping around me as he caught me mid-fall, the sharp sting of a blade on both our palms, and that inexplicable kiss that seemed to bind us together in ways I couldn't comprehend. Celine and Tony, their presence still tangible in the room, confronted Caleb with a mix of anger and concern. They accused him of forcing a mating bond upon me without my consent, of taking away my choice in a matter that held immense consequences. Their words hung in the air, heavy with implications, and I couldn't help but wonder about the bond that now connected me to Caleb and what it might mean for my future. Too tired to stay awake, I realized my body hadn't yet healed from all the traumas of the past few hours. I fell again into deep slumber without being able to control it. I awoke later in the now dimly lit room, my body feeling heavy and sluggish. The remnants of sleep clung to me, but I forced my eyes open, pretending not to have heard the conversation that had transpired earlier. Weakness coursed through me, leaving me disoriented and vulnerable. Caleb, sensing my struggle, moved closer and helped me sit up. His touch was gentle, but I couldn't help but feel a surge of discomfort as I looked into his eyes. I needed answers, and I needed them now. "What happened?" I asked, my voice a mere whisper. Caleb sighed, his expression burdened with a weight I couldn't fully comprehend. "Millie, I bonded us. We're mates now." His words hung in the air like a heavy fog, and I struggled to grasp their full significance. A bond, a mating bond. It was a concept I couldn't quite wrap my mind around. He continued, explaining that the bond meant I couldn't take my own life again because our lives were now inexplicably linked. If I died, he would die too, and the finality of that revelation hit me like a sledgehammer. "I wish you'd let me die instead." The words tumbled from my lips before I could think, driven by the overwhelming weight of despair that had settled over me. Tears brimmed my eyes. "I never wanted this. I never wanted to share this bond with you." "What gave you the right to do it? Huh?" Caleb's reaction was swift and intense, his anger flaring like a wildfire. Without a word, he turned and left the room, leaving me alone with the stark reality of our newfound connection and the consequences of a choice that had irrevocably altered the course of my life. Guilt immediately gripped my heart because I saw the pain in his gaze, but what else could I have done? He was ruining my life. Celine remained by my side as Caleb left the room, her presence a source of comfort in the midst of my turmoil. She began to explain more about what it meant to be a dragon's mate, her voice gentle and patient. "As Caleb's mate, you're connected to him in ways that go beyond what you can imagine," Celine began. "It's a bond that transcends time and space, and it means that your destinies are intertwined. Your actions affect him and his affect you. It's a profound connection, one that can be both a blessing and a burden." I absorbed her words, still grappling with the enormity of what had transpired. The idea of being bound to Caleb in such a profound way was both fascinating and daunting. Celine continued, "Tony and I have been packing up your belongings. We're bringing them to your new home." The mention of my things reminded me of the world I had left behind, and I hesitated before making a request. "Can you bring me my laptop and books, please?" Celine nodded with a reassuring smile. "Of course, Millie. I'll make sure you have everything you need." Her tone then turned more serious, and she added, "You don't have to make this difficult, Millie. We understand that this is overwhelming, but we're here to help you. Try to understand our situation as well." As Celine left the room to retrieve my belongings, I was left alone with my thoughts. The events that had unfolded, the revelations about my past life, the newfound bond with Caleb, it was all a whirlwind of complexity that left me reeling. I contemplated everything that had happened and made a silent decision. I no longer wanted to end my life, but I was determined to find a way to escape this situation, to regain control over my own destiny. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, but I was resolved to navigate it with a newfound determination to uncover the truth and reclaim my freedom. Caleb's POV. The feeling of anger and frustration welled up within me like a tempestuous storm, threatening to engulf my every thought. Millie, the woman who had entered my life like a whirlwind, was both a blessing and a curse, a paradox I couldn't unravel. She bore the lovely face of my long-lost love, yet her behavior was an enigma, a puzzle I couldn't solve. She was her, but also her at the same time. I needed an outlet for the tumultuous emotions that churned within me, and I found solace in the cool embrace of the pool. The water was a soothing balm against my heated skin as I submerged myself beneath its surface, seeking refuge from the maelstrom of conflicting feelings that threatened to consume me. As I swam, the memories of my past love resurfaced, like ghostly apparitions in the recesses of my mind. Her smile, her laughter, the warmth of her touch. It was as though I could still feel her presence, even after all these years. And yet, Millie was not her. She looked the same, but her essence was different, her memories erased by some cruel twist of fate. Tony, ever the voice of reason, approached me by the poolside. He had been my confidant for centuries, a steadfast presence in my life. "Caleb," he began, his tone measured, "you should be grateful for Millie's return. Even if she doesn't remember our past, this is a second chance for both of you." I turned to him, my frustration boiling over. "But she's not her. Tony, she looks like her, but she's a stranger to me. She doesn't remember our love, our history. It's as if she's a different person entirely." Tony's gaze was filled with understanding, but he persisted. "Perhaps her memories will return with time. You must be patient, my friend. Fate has brought her back into your life for a reason." I shook my head, my anger unrelenting. I can't simply erase the past and replace it with this imposter. It's not fair to her, and it's certainly not fair to me. As Tony left me alone with my thoughts, I continued to swim, the water's embrace doing little to quell the storm of emotions raging within me. Millie's presence in my life was a conundrum I couldn't solve, a mystery I couldn't unravel, and it left me torn between the past and the uncertain future that now lay ahead. The pain of losing Millie had been an unrelenting ache in my heart, a wound that refused to heal over the centuries. I had searched for her relentlessly, across continents and through time, driven by an insatiable yearning to find her, to reclaim the love we had shared. Every night had been haunted by dreams of her, dreams that both comforted and tormented me. I could still see her face, her smile, her laughter, but they were ephemeral, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. And every morning I would wake to the harsh reality of her absence, the emptiness of a life without her. When she finally returned to me, it was a moment I had longed for, a miracle I had never dared to hope for. But the shock of discovering that she had lost her memory was a bitter pill to swallow. The woman who stood before me bore the same face, the same name, but she was a stranger, a vessel devoid of the memories we had created together. I needed an escape, a respite from the whirlwind of emotions that threatened to consume me. The cold water of the shower was a shock to my senses, a reminder of the harsh reality I now faced. As the water cascaded over me, I couldn't help but reflect on the harsh truth that my beloved Millie was gone forever. The nightmares came to me each night, relentless in their torment. I would see her fall, her eyes filled with fear and desperation, and I would reach out to save her, but my efforts were in vain. Her life would slip away from me, like water through my fingers, and I would wake in a cold sweat, haunted by the memories of her death and my inability to save her. Each day was a battle, a struggle to come to terms with the fact that the woman I had loved so deeply was no more, and that I was left with an empty void that nothing could fill. The pain of losing her, of watching her slip away, was a wound that cut to the core of my soul, and I knew that I would carry it with me for all eternity. The torrent of emotions that swirled within me was a maelstrom of contradictions, a turbulent sea of love, anger, guilt, and sadness. Each feeling tugged at my heart like a relentless tide, leaving me torn and conflicted. In the depths of my soul, I still carried the profound love I had felt for the Millie of the past, the woman whose memory had haunted my dreams and fueled my relentless search for her. She was the embodiment of a love that had transcended time itself, a love that had once been my reason for living. But before me now stood an Millie, who bore the same name and the same face, yet was a stranger in every sense of the word. Her presence in my life was a harsh reminder of the past that could never be reclaimed, a past that had been stolen from us both. The guilt I felt was a heavy burden, a weight that pressed down on me with unrelenting force. I couldn't help but blame myself for the circumstances that had led to her memory loss, for the choices I had made, and for the chasm that now separated us. And amid the anger and frustration that threatened to consume me, there was also a deep well of sadness. Sadness for the love we had once shared, for the memories that were now lost to us, and for the woman who stood before me, trapped in a reality she could not remember. I was torn between the love I had once known and the resentment that now simmered beneath the surface. It was a conflict that raged within me, a battle of emotions that left me adrift in a sea of uncertainty. The past and the present were irreconcilable forces, and I was left to navigate the treacherous waters that lay between them, my heart heavy with the weight of a love that could never be fully realized. The thought that I hadn't eaten a single morsel all day struck me with a pang of self-neglect. My emotional turmoil had consumed me, leaving little room for the mundane necessities of life, like sustenance. With a heavy sigh, I made my way to the kitchen, my steps slow and weary. The aroma of food greeted me as I entered, a reminder of the simple comforts I had neglected. I needed to nourish myself, if only to gather the strength to confront the complexities of my situation. The aroma of freshly cooked food filled the air as I stood in the kitchen, mechanically preparing a meal. It had been a while since I had taken the time to nourish myself, my emotional turmoil leaving little room for such mundane concerns. But the arrival of Tony had brought with it a reminder that I couldn't afford to neglect my own well-being. Tony's voice reached me from the doorway, his tone filled with concern. "Caleb, you should bring Millie down to eat as well. She needs sustenance." I hesitated, my initial instinct being to resist, but then a heavy realization washed over me. I had marked Millie as my mate, and I was keeping her against her will. It was my responsibility to ensure her well-being, even if it was a situation neither of us had chosen. With a resigned sigh, I nodded to Tony. "You're right, I'll go and bring her down." As I made my way to Millie's room, I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of emotions. The mutual attraction between us was undeniable, a magnetic pull that seemed to transcend the complexities of our situation. But I pushed those feelings aside, focusing on the task at hand. I knocked softly on her door and waited for her response. When she opened the door, her presence was a mesmerizing sight, her eyes meeting mine with a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. There was a palpable tension between us, a connection that defied explanation. "Millie," I began, my voice gentle, "it's time to come downstairs and eat. You need sustenance." She hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. As she stepped out of her room, I couldn't help but notice the way her eyes lingered on me, a subtle but undeniable attraction that mirrored my own. I offered her a small smile, the complexities of our situation weighing heavily on both of us. But for now, the simple act of sharing a meal was a step toward bridging the chasm that separated us. We sat across from each other at the dining table, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension as we shared our meal. The clinking of utensils against plates echoed in the silence, a stark reminder of the complexities that had brought us together. I decided to break the ice, hoping to find some common ground. "Millie," I began, my voice soft, "have you had a chance to start reading the books I recommended to you?" Her gaze shifted momentarily, a flicker of discomfort in her eyes, before she nodded. "Yes, I've started reading them." But something in her tone, the slight hesitation in her response, made me suspect otherwise. I had a feeling that she hadn't actually read a single page of those books. "You're not being entirely truthful, Millie," I said, my voice gentle but unwavering. She tensed, her eyes narrowing as she met my gaze. "What do you mean?" I leaned in slightly, my gaze locking onto hers. "I can tell when someone hasn't really read a book they claim to have. The way you responded, it was clear that you're not familiar with the content." Her cheeks flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and frustration. "Geez, you caught me," she admitted, her tone defensive. "I haven't had the chance to read them yet." I sighed, understanding that her reaction was likely fueled by her frustration at being kept here against her will. "Millie, it's okay. You don't have to lie about something like that. But I encourage you to start reading them soon if you want to know more about our kind. This is very important, and I don't think you're taking this matter seriously." "Believe me, I am. After all, it's messing with my entire existence. I'm just saying. But she seemed unwilling to let go of her defensiveness, and with a swift motion, she pushed her plate away, gathering her uneaten food. I'm not hungry anymore. Excuse me. As she left the table, her abrupt departure left me with a sense of unease. The fragile thread of connection that had briefly emerged between us seemed to have snapped, and I couldn't help but wonder if our bond was destined to remain fraught with misunderstandings and discord. I needed a break from the suffocating atmosphere of the house, the constant reminder of our complicated situation weighing on me. I knew that Tony would be watching over Millie, and I trusted him to keep her safe, even if it meant taking necessary precautions. So, I left the house behind, my footsteps leading me to Millie's former residence. The memories that lingered within its walls were bittersweet, a testament to a past that felt simultaneously distant and achingly close. Inside, I wandered through the rooms, each one holding a piece of her that I had come to know. Her favorite chair by the window, the artwork that adorned the walls, the scent of her perfume that still clung to the air, it all served as a poignant reminder of the woman I had loved. I made a mental note of the things she liked, her favorite snacks, the brand of tea she preferred, and the scented candles that filled her home. It was a list that I intended to give to my maid, a small gesture to make her more comfortable during her stay at the house. As I stood in the quiet solitude of Millie's apartment, I couldn't help but wonder if there was a way to bridge the gap that separated us. Our situation was fraught with challenges, but I was determined to find a way to make her feel more at ease, to show her that my intentions were not solely driven by duty, but also by a desire to protect and care for her. As I stood in Millie's apartment, my heart heavy with the memories it held, my eyes caught something unusual. A small hole in the wall, as if someone had been spying on her from the neighboring apartment. Suspicion and anger coursed through me like a tidal wave. Who could have been invading her privacy in such a manner? Without a second thought, I stormed out of her apartment and barged into the empty unit next door. What I discovered within left me seething with rage. The room was adorned with countless pictures of Millie, photographs taken without her knowledge or consent, capturing moments of her life in intimate detail. It was a violation of her privacy that I could not ignore. My anger flared, and without hesitation, I decided to take action. In a fit of fury, I set the room on fire, the flames dancing in a chaotic frenzy. I took a picture of the blaze with my phone and sent it to Tony, instructing him to put out the fire before it could cause any harm to the neighboring apartments. With my task completed, I left the scene behind, my heart still heavy with anger and frustration. Whoever had been spying on Millie, invading her life in such a despicable manner, would face the consequences of their actions. It was a stark reminder of the dangers that surrounded us, the threats that lurked in the shadows, and my unwavering determination to protect Millie at all costs. Millie's POV. The hours passed quietly as I immersed myself in the pages of Caleb's books. The knowledge they held was a gateway into a world I had never known existed, the realm of the Dragon Kings and the intricate tapestry of their history. With each word I devoured, the mysteries surrounding my own existence began to unravel. The Dragon King's origins were shrouded in legend and myth, dating back to a time long before recorded history. They were beings of immense power, guardians of ancient secrets and keepers of the Dragonstone, a relic that held the fate of all dragons. It was a responsibility that had been passed down through generations, a burden that only the keeper of the Dragonstone could bear. As I read, the weight of that responsibility settled upon my shoulders. I came to understand that I was not merely an innocent bystander in this world of dragons and legends. I was the keeper of the Dragonstone, destined to safeguard the very essence of their existence. It was a revelation that filled me with a sense of purpose, a realization that my life held a greater significance than I had ever imagined. The book spoke of dire consequences should the keeper of the Dragonstone meet an untimely end. If I were to die, it would trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, causing the death of all dragons and unleashing mass destruction upon the earth. The very balance of the world depended on my survival. With this newfound understanding, I made a silent vow to myself. I would do everything in my power to stay alive, to protect not only myself, but the delicate equilibrium of the world. My life had taken a sudden and unexpected turn, thrusting me into a world of magic and legend, and I was determined to rise to the challenge. As I closed the final book, my mind was filled with the weight of my newfound knowledge. The path ahead was uncertain and fraught with danger, but I was no longer a passive observer in my own life. I was the keeper of the Dragonstone, and my destiny was intertwined with that of the dragons. With a newfound determination, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, for the fate of the world now rested in my hands. The revelation that Caleb, the enigmatic Dragon King, had a responsibility to protect me as the keeper of the Dragonstone, his fated mate, was a weighty one. It added a layer of complexity to our already intricate connection, and I couldn't help but wonder how this newfound knowledge would shape our interactions in the days to come. As I stepped out of my room, I noticed a collection of new clothes and personal items neatly arranged outside the door. It was a thoughtful gesture, one that I could only assume had been provided by Caleb himself. The clothes were unlike anything I had ever worn, an intriguing blend of modern fashion and timeless elegance. The personal items, from toiletries to a set of jewelry, were equally luxurious. With a sense of curiosity and gratitude, I picked out a set of clothing and made my way to the bathroom. The warm water of the bath was a welcome indulgence, washing away the weariness that had clung to me since my arrival. As I soaked in the soothing embrace of the water, I couldn't help but reflect on the strange turn my life had taken. Dressed in the new clothes, I felt a renewed sense of confidence and purpose. The soft fabric against my skin and the subtle scent of the toiletries added a touch of luxury to my day. It was a simple gesture, but it filled me with a sense of gratitude and goodwill. Leaving the bathroom, I found myself in a surprisingly good mood, a feeling of optimism for the first time since my world had been turned upside down. The challenges that lay ahead were still daunting, but in that moment, I was determined to face them with grace and resilience. As I moved through the unfamiliar surroundings of Caleb's home, I couldn't help but wonder what the future held for me as the keeper of the Dragonstone. It was a path fraught with uncertainty, but I was ready to embrace it, one step at a time, with the newfound strength and purpose that the day had brought me. The kitchen was bathed in soft morning light as I entered, a sense of quietude filling the space. At the kitchen island stood a woman, her presence serene and unmoving. I greeted her with a friendly smile, but there was no response, just an eerie silence that hung in the air. Confusion crept over me, and I turned to Caleb, who had followed me into the kitchen. "Who is she?" I asked, my voice tinged with uncertainty. Caleb's gaze settled on the woman, his expression impassive. "She's one of my dragons," he explained tersely, "and she's been ordered not to interact with you." The revelation left me feeling unsettled, a knot of frustration and helplessness forming in my chest. The woman's presence seemed more like a phantom than a living being, and the idea that she was under Caleb's control was deeply unsettling. I turned to Caleb, my voice trembling with indignation. "Caleb, this is not right. You can't just control people like this, especially someone who appears to be a person with feelings." His response was measured, his tone unyielding. "I have my reasons, Millie." But I wasn't willing to back down. The desire for freedom, for agency over my own life, had grown too strong within me to be ignored any longer. I made up my mind then and there. It was time to confront Caleb, to challenge the control he held over me and those around me. As I left the kitchen, determination burned within me, and I began to formulate a plan. I would find a way to get Tony and Celine on my side, to make them see that my desire for freedom was not a threat to their world. Together, we would find a way to escape this gilded cage and forge a path toward a future of our choosing. The house that had once felt like a prison would soon become the battleground for my fight for autonomy, a fight that I was determined to win, no matter the cost. The breakfast table was set with an array of dishes, but the atmosphere in the room was far from inviting. Caleb's moodiness hung in the air like a dark cloud, casting a pall over what should have been a simple meal. I couldn't help but feel a surge of defiance rising within me as I sat across from him. The unease and frustration that had been building within me in recent days reached a boiling point, and I was no longer willing to tolerate Caleb's control and secrecy. I decided to break the tense silence that enveloped us. "Caleb," I began, my voice steady but firm, "we need to talk." He looked up from his plate, his expression guarded. "About what, Millie?" "About everything," I replied, my gaze unwavering. "About why I'm here, about the dragons, about the woman in the kitchen. I deserve answers." Caleb's jaw tensed, and he seemed to consider his response carefully. Before he could reply, the sound of footsteps approaching the dining room drew our attention. Celine and Tony entered the room, their presence offering a brief respite from the tension. Celine's eyes met mine, and there was a silent understanding that passed between us. With a warm smile, Celine extended an invitation. "Millie, would you like to leave the house with me today? It might do you good to get some fresh air." I turned my gaze to Caleb, who hesitated for a moment, his reluctance evident. But then, Celine added a persuasive promise. "Tony will accompany us. You have my word, Caleb." Caleb's features softened slightly, and he gave a reluctant nod. "Very well, but be careful." As I rose from the table, a sense of relief washed over me. I had taken a small step toward asserting my independence, toward gaining the freedom to explore the world beyond the confines of the house. Yet as I stepped out of the imposing villa with Celine and Tony by my side, a sense of uncertainty and suspicion gnawed at the edges of my thoughts. The invitation to leave the house had been extended with an air of congeniality, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this outing than met the eye. The car ride was marked by a sense of tension, my confusion and suspicion growing with each passing mile. I couldn't shake the feeling that this outing held more significance than a simple change of scenery. Celine and Tony's cheerful conversation did little to ease my unease, and I cast furtive glances out of the window, watching as the familiar landscape of my past rushed by. As we pulled up to my former home, I couldn't help but feel a mix of nostalgia and apprehension. The house had once been a haven of normalcy, a place where my life had unfolded without the weight of secrets and enigmatic prophecies. Now, it stood as a relic of a past that felt distant and disconnected from the strange new world I had been thrust into. Why are we here? I finally voiced the question that had been gnawing at me, my tone betraying my suspicion. Celine exchanged a significant look with Tony before offering a calm and measured response. "We thought it might be a good idea for you to revisit your old life, Millie, to reconnect with your past." The explanation seemed reasonable on the surface, but I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that there was more to their intentions than met the eye. The unease that had simmered within me since my arrival in Caleb's world intensified, and I couldn't help but wonder if there were hidden agendas at play. Stepping into my former home, I felt a rush of memories flood over me. Familiar rooms, familiar scents, everything felt simultaneously comforting and foreign. But as I walked through the house, my unease grew, a sense that I was being watched, that every corner held secrets I had yet to uncover. Our journey took an unexpected turn when we arrived at my neighbor's house. I watched in confusion as Celine and Tony led me inside, their expressions grave. The room we entered was unlike any other, a chilling tableau of photographs, an eerie shrine to my life. My heart skipped a beat as I saw the walls adorned with countless pictures of me, moments from my life captured without my knowledge or consent. It was a violation of my privacy on a scale I could barely comprehend. I turned to Celine and Tony, my voice trembling with disbelief. "What is all this? Who did this?" Celine's expression was somber as she responded, "Millie, your neighbor has been spying on you for years. Caleb discovered this room and burned it down." The revelation sent shivers down my spine, a sense of violation and anger coursing through me. I couldn't fathom how someone could invade my life in such a grotesque manner. As I gazed at the pictures, a chilling realization washed over me. My life had never truly been my own, and the web of secrets and deception that surrounded me was far more intricate than I had ever imagined. My shock and distress grew as I stood amidst the room filled with pictures of my life, a sickening invasion of my privacy. It was a violation on a scale I could scarcely comprehend. The realization that I had been watched, catalogued, and spied upon for years left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. Celine's voice broke through the stunned silence. "Millie, Caleb discovered this room and destroyed all the evidence of the spying." I turned to her, my emotions a tumultuous whirlwind. But why? Why would someone do this to me? Celine's expression was sympathetic as she reached out to place a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Millie, you have to understand that Caleb cares about you. He's trying to protect you." Her words were intended to soothe, but I couldn't bring myself to accept them. The idea that Caleb had known about this invasion of my privacy and had kept it from me only fueled my anger and mistrust. I pulled away from Celine's touch, my determination hardening. "I don't care why he did it. I need to get out of here." Celine and Tony exchanged a knowing glance, and I could see the worry in their eyes. They knew that my desire to escape was growing stronger by the day, and they seemed to understand that it was a matter of time before I made my move. With a sense of grim determination, I finally agreed to help them pack up my house. It was an opportunity to gather my belongings and prepare for the day when I would make my escape. The world outside held unknown dangers, but the thought of freedom was a beacon of hope that I couldn't ignore. As I helped Celine and Tony pack up my house, my mind was consumed with thoughts of escape. Every item I placed into a box, every piece of my past that I carefully wrapped was a step closer to freedom. I had to find a way out of this web of secrets, away from Caleb's control. The opportunity presented itself when I suddenly felt an urgent need to use the bathroom. It was a small window of opportunity, and I seized it. "Excuse me, I need to use the bathroom," I said, my voice shaking only slightly with feigned urgency. Celine and Tony exchanged a glance, and Tony nodded. "Of course, Millie. We'll continue packing." As I entered the bathroom, I closed the door behind me and took a moment to catch my breath. My heart raced with anticipation, and I knew I had to act quickly. My eyes scanned the room, and they fell upon a small window positioned above the bathtub. It was a slim chance, but it was my only chance. I stepped into the tub, my hands reaching for the window frame. With a deep breath, I pushed against it, and to my surprise, it budged. The window squeaked open, revealing a narrow gap to the outside world. Carefully, I squeezed myself through the opening, praying that my escape wouldn't be detected. The cool breeze greeted me as I landed outside, on the ground below. I had managed to slip away without making a sound. As I stood in the darkness, a sense of exhilaration and fear surged through me. I was free, but I had no idea what awaited me beyond the confines of Caleb's house. Without wasting another moment, I began to run, my footsteps echoing through the quiet streets. After a few blocks, I slowed my pace, my mind racing with thoughts of where to go next. I needed a plan, a place to hide, and then it hit me. A mechanic shop I had passed by several times during my time in this neighborhood. The shop's owner always left the car keys inside, a fact that had stuck in my memory. With newfound determination, I changed my direction and headed towards the mechanic shop. It was a risky move, but I had no other choice. The keys to the car were my ticket to freedom, and I was willing to take any chance to break free from the shadows that had consumed my life. The engine roared to life as I turned the key, the car responding with a smooth purr. I was on the road again, a sense of freedom coursing through me as I left Caleb's house and the oppressive atmosphere that had hung over it behind. As I drove, I glanced over at the passenger seat and noticed a wallet lying there, filled with $100 bills neatly stacked in rows. It was an unexpected find, and I couldn't help but wonder if it was meant to assist in my escape. Without hesitation, I grabbed the wallet, realizing that I now had access to a considerable amount of money. Hours passed as I drove, the road stretching out endlessly before me. With the wallet's contents, I had the means to start anew, to forge a life away from the shadows of the past. It was a bittersweet realization, one that carried both hope and uncertainty. Eventually, I decided to stop at a Walmart to purchase some essentials. I needed a new laptop, a prepaid phone, and a change of clothes. As I perused the store's aisles, I found myself fortunate once again. More stacks of cash were hidden in the car, providing me with additional resources to fund my escape. Leaving the store with my purchases in tow, I returned to the car and continued driving. With each passing mile, I began to formulate a plan for my next steps. First and foremost, I needed to replace my identification cards. The life I had left behind was gone, and I needed a new identity to survive. Then I would need to acquire a different car, one that wouldn't be easily traced back to me. And with the substantial amount of cash I now possessed, it was essential to establish a secure bank account where I could safely deposit my newfound wealth. As the road stretched out before me, I knew that my journey was just beginning. The path to freedom was fraught with challenges and uncertainties, but I was determined to navigate it. I had escaped Caleb's grasp, and I was ready to reclaim my life on my terms, whatever it took. The city I had reached was vast and bustling, a stark contrast to the quiet streets I had left behind. It was a place where anonymity could be found, where I could disappear into the crowds and leave behind the life that had bound me for so long. I needed to be cautious, to leave no trace of my true identity. After some searching, I found a hotel that didn't require identification. It was a modest place, but it offered a safe haven from prying eyes. As I settled into my room, I knew I had to take the next crucial step in my escape plan. I needed new identification. I had reached out to someone online who claimed to be able to provide me with the necessary documents. With a mixture of anxiety and determination, I arranged to meet this stranger in a dimly lit alley, the weight of my decisions pressing heavily upon me. The meeting was tense, a dance of mistrust as I handed most of my economies in exchange for a new life on paper. The man provided me with a new driver's license, passport, social security card, birth certificate, and even a high school diploma. It was an illicit transaction, one that would allow me to start anew, free from the constraints of my past. As I held those forged documents in my hands, a sense of exhilaration coursed through me. I was no longer Millie Chasm, the keeper of the Dragonstone, bound by prophecies and secrets. I was a blank slate, ready to write my own story. Sitting in the hotel room, I began to plan my travels. The world was vast, and I had the means to explore it like never before. Rome, or Roma as it's known locally, was the first destination that came to mind. I had seen pictures of the Colosseum, and I wondered if its grandeur was as impressive in real life as it appeared in photographs. With my new identity and a sense of newfound freedom, I allowed myself a moment of excitement. The world was my oyster, and I was determined to savor every moment of the adventure that lay ahead. Caleb's POV. Fury coursed through me like a wildfire as the words left Tony's lips. Millie, the one I was meant to protect, had slipped through my grasp. Her absence stung like a raw wound, and I could feel the weight of my failure bearing down on me. "What do you mean, she's gone?" I growled, my voice laced with anger and disbelief. I couldn't fathom how this could have happened. Tony, ever the calm and composed one, met my gaze evenly. "I went to check on her, Caleb, and her room was empty. There was a note saying she needed to find her own path." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. Millie had made a choice to run from her destiny. It was a choice I couldn't accept. I had failed in my duty to keep her safe, and the guilt and anger surged within me. My temper flared and I turned on Tony, unable to contain my frustration. "This is your responsibility as well. You should have been more vigilant." Tony's jaw tightened, but he held my gaze firmly. "I take full responsibility for this, Caleb. But right now, our priority should be to find her before she gets too far." He was right, of course. Millie was out there alone, vulnerable, and I couldn't let her wander the world without protection. My anger still simmered beneath the surface, but I couldn't let it cloud my judgment. With a reluctant nod, I took a deep breath, trying to calm the raging storm inside me. "You're right, Tony. We need to find her, and we need to do it quickly. She's the keeper of the Dragonstone, and her safety is paramount." Tony's expression softened slightly, and he nodded in agreement. "I can help you track her. We'll use her email and credit card usage to narrow down her location." We moved to the room where Celine was already at work on her laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she sifted through Millie's digital footprint. Having their assistance in this dire situation was a small comfort. Hours turned into a relentless search through Millie's emails and credit card transactions, but our efforts yielded nothing. Millie had left without her wallet, phone, and laptop, making it nearly impossible to trace her. I couldn't contain my frustration any longer, slamming a hand against the table. This is maddening. She's covered her tracks well. Tony, ever the voice of reason, placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. We won't give up. We'll find her. With renewed determination, I made a decision. We need to split up. You head west, and I'll go east. We'll cover as much ground as possible. Tony nodded in agreement, and we set off on our separate paths, determined to track down Millie and bring her back safely. My search for Millie took me to various locations where false identifications were known to be made. Each stop was a glimmer of hope, a potential clue that could lead me to her. My heart raced with anticipation, my determination unyielding. The forgers and document manipulators I encountered were uncooperative, wary of a stranger prying into their illegal activities. I showed them the forged documents Millie had used to escape, hoping to elicit some recognition, but it proved futile. Millie had covered her tracks well, and no one seemed to have seen her. After visiting several such locations without success, my frustration grew, and I was on the verge of losing hope. It was then that my phone buzzed, and a text message from Celine appeared on the screen. My spirits lifted as I read her message, a potential lead. I wasted no time in tracking down the teenager mentioned in Celine's message. He was a jittery young man with shifty eyes, clearly uncomfortable with my presence. But I pressed him, my tone firm but not threatening, and eventually he spilled what he knew. She was here, man, the teenager said, his voice shaking. She needed some documents, like a passport and stuff. I made 'em for her. My heart leaped at the revelation. Millie had been here, and this teenager held the key to finding her. I needed more information, and I leaned in, urging him to share everything he knew. He hesitated, but eventually provided an address where Millie had stayed temporarily. It led me to a rundown hotel on the outskirts of the city, a place that had seen better days. My heart raced as I approached the front desk, a bead of sweat forming on my brow. I inquired about Millie Chasm, describing her as a woman with a distinctive presence. The receptionist, a bored-looking individual, consulted the logbook before confirming my suspicions. She left about an hour ago, she informed me in a disinterested tone, as if my concern meant nothing to her. My frustration surged, but I couldn't afford to lose my composure now. I asked if there was anything left behind in her room, anything that could provide a clue to her whereabouts. The receptionist pointed me toward Millie's room, a nondescript door down a dimly lit corridor. I entered cautiously, my senses on high alert. The room was modest, with little to suggest its previous occupant's identity. My eyes scanned the room, searching for any sign of Millie or a hint of her intentions. And then I found it. A list of countries and cities, scribbled hastily on a notepad. It was a potential roadmap of her journey, a breadcrumb trail she had left behind. I snapped a photo of the list, sending it to Tony and Celine with a terse message. Another lead. She's still on the move. As I left the hotel, my mind raced with possibilities. Millie was out there, and I was determined to find her. She had covered her tracks well, but I wouldn't give up. Having gathered the crucial information about Millie's recent whereabouts, I contacted Tony and Celine to update them on my findings. The list of countries and cities scrawled in Millie's room was our best lead yet, and we couldn't afford to let it slip through our fingers. Found a potential trail, I typed into the message. Heading back to regroup and plan our next move. Their responses came quickly, both expressing their relief and anticipation. We were a united front, determined to bring Millie back where she belonged. As I drove back to our temporary headquarters, my mind churned with thoughts of Millie. She was resourceful, that much was clear. Despite her initial reluctance to accept her role as the keeper of the Dragonstone, she had adapted to the situation and managed to escape my watchful eye. Upon returning to our base, I approached the teenager who had given me the crucial information. He was jittery, his nerves palpable, but he had proven his worth. I needed one more favor from him, a copy of the false identification he had created for Millie. After some tense negotiations, he handed me a small envelope containing the forged documents. It was a small victory, a tangible piece of Millie's escape plan. With these documents in hand, we would have an edge in tracking her movements. With the false identification secured, I continued my relentless search for Millie. I was impressed by her ability to disappear into the vast world, creating a new identity and evading my pursuit. It was a testament to her determination and strength of character. As days turned into weeks, I found myself contemplating our eventual reunion. When I finally found her, what would I say? How would she react to my presence? The uncertainty gnawed at me, but one thing was certain: Millie was my mate, and I would do whatever it took to protect her, even from herself. With every step of my search, I grew more resolute. Millie may have slipped through my fingers once, but I wouldn't let it happen again. The Dragonstone had returned to her, a beacon of hope that would guide me to her side once more. My escape from Canada marked the beginning of a whirlwind journey around the world. I traveled through France, with its romantic ambience and centuries of history. Germany greeted me with its blend of modernity and tradition, while Italy's ancient ruins and artistry captured my imagination. The United Kingdom's rich culture and diverse landscapes were a testament to its storied past, and China's vibrant cities and ancient wonders left me in awe. With each new destination, I felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if I had been there before. It was as though echoes of a forgotten past whispered in my ear, hinting at memories long buried. The feeling tugged at my soul, leaving me both exhilarated and unsettled. Yet, amid the breathtaking sights and diverse cultures, I couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that I was being followed. Paranoia gnawed at the edges of my consciousness, making me glance over my shoulder more often than I cared to admit. I couldn't pinpoint who or what might be tracking me, but the sensation was undeniable. Despite the uncertainty and the shadowy presence I felt, my determination to stay hidden remained steadfast. I had embarked on this journey to evade Caleb and his dragons, to break free from the destiny they had thrust upon me. As I traversed the globe, I clung to my newfound freedom, cherishing every moment of anonymity and independence. My travels were a blend of wonder and trepidation, a quest for self-discovery and escape. I yearned to unlock the secrets of my past and find answers to the questions that had plagued me for so long. But with every new step, I also knew that the world held its own mysteries, and I was just beginning to uncover them. The bustling streets of New York City became my refuge, a place where I could blend into the crowd, a nameless face in the urban sea. Yet even in this vast metropolis, paranoia gripped me. I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being watched, that familiar eyes followed my every move. It was that particular car, an expensive, sleek machine that seemed to materialize wherever I went. Whether I wandered through Central Park or strolled down Fifth Avenue, it was there, a silent sentinel in the shadows. The mere sight of it sent shivers down my spine, and I couldn't shake the suspicion that it harbored something sinister. One night, after indulging in a late-night slice at a local pizza parlor, I emerged onto the dimly lit street, the scent of cheese and tomato sauce still clinging to my senses. That's when they cornered me. A group of burly men who moved with a calculated precision that sent alarm bells ringing in my head. Their leader stepped forward, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he addressed me. "You've caught the boss's eye, sweetheart. He's been watching you, and he's taken quite an interest." I took a step back, my heart racing, the adrenaline surging through my veins. "I don't know what you're talking about," I stammered, my voice trembling. The man's eyes narrowed, and his cronies closed in, their imposing figures blocking any avenue of escape. "Let me make things clear," he continued, his tone turning menacing. "Our boss wants you to be his wife. He's willing to provide for you, give you everything you could ever dream of." Panic welled up within me, and I couldn't think straight. I had to escape, to run, to find a way out of this terrifying situation. But as I made a move to flee, one of the men lunged at me, his strong arms encircling my waist. I gasped as I was thrown to the ground, the impact knocking the breath from my lungs. I struggled against their grasp, my mind racing, trying to come up with a plan, any plan, that would save me from these menacing figures. My thoughts darted back to Caleb and Tony, my past life, and the danger they represented. Were they behind this? Had they finally caught up to me? As I fought against my captors, I knew that I couldn't let myself become a pawn in their game. I had to find a way out of this predicament. As the menacing figures closed in, their intentions dark and their grip unyielding, despair began to wash over me. I was trapped, helpless, with no way out. But just when I thought all hope was lost, a sudden commotion shattered the tension of the moment. From above, two shadowy figures descended like avenging angels, their forms illuminated briefly by the city's dim glow. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized one of them. It was Caleb. He had been tracking me all along, and now, in my darkest hour, he had come to my rescue. With a swift and graceful motion, Caleb intercepted the men who sought to harm me. His presence alone was enough to send a shiver of fear through their ranks, but it was his strength and determination that truly turned the tide. In the blink of an eye, the odds had shifted in my favor. Caleb fought with a fierce and controlled intensity, effortlessly disarming my would-be attackers. His movements were a blur of power and precision, and I couldn't help but marvel at his skill. Even as I lay on the ground, my breath ragged and my heart pounding. When the confrontation had ended, Caleb turned his attention to me, his gaze filled with a mixture of concern and frustration. Without a word, he helped me to my feet, and with an arm around my shoulders, guided me away from the scene of danger. We made our way back to my apartment in silence, the city's nocturnal sounds serving as the backdrop to our unspoken thoughts. My emotions were a turbulent storm, torn between relief at being saved and anger at Caleb for once again intruding into my life. As we reached the relative safety of my apartment, I knew that the questions and confrontations were inevitable. Caleb had rescued me, but at what cost? Caleb's presence in my apartment was a stark reminder of the past I had been desperately trying to escape. As he confronted me about my travels, his voice held a mix of frustration and concern. "Where have you been, Millie?" he demanded, his eyes searching mine for answers. I hesitated for a moment, my mind racing with conflicting emotions. I had been on the run, trying to distance myself from the world I had known, a world that revolved around dragons, prophecies, and an inexplicable bond that tied me to Caleb. I needed to get away, I finally admitted, my voice wavering. I needed to be free. Caleb's expression softened, and he took a step closer to me, his eyes never leaving mine. "I understand that, Millie, but you can't run forever. You belong with me, with your true family." His words stirred something within me, a sense of longing, of belonging that I had tried so hard to deny. Despite the turmoil and confusion of my past, there was a part of me that had missed Caleb, missed the connection that bound us together. I took a deep breath, my resolve faltering. "I don't know if I can go back to that life, Caleb," I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. He reached out and gently cupped my face, his touch sending a shiver down my spine. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be." I looked into his eyes and noticed his jaw clenching in seductive and yet so scary manner. In that moment, I realized that despite the chaos and uncertainty of our past, there was a bond between us that I couldn't ignore, a bond that had been forged long before I could even remember. "He's my mate." The tension in the room hung thick as Caleb's words sliced through the air, demanding my attention and submission. He had found me, cornered me, and now he was insisting that my self-imposed vacation was over. "Millie," he began, his voice firm, "it's time to come home." I met his stern gaze with a defiant one of my own. I had spent months on the road, trying to outrun the destiny that had been thrust upon me. I had tasted a semblance of freedom, and I wasn't ready to relinquish it so easily. "No," I said firmly, my voice unwavering. "I won't go back." Caleb's eyes narrowed, and for a moment it felt like the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for one of us to yield. The silent standoff continued, neither of us willing to back down. I could see the frustration in his eyes, the longing for things to go back to the way they once were. But I couldn't ignore the fear that came with that desire, the fear of losing myself in a world of dragons and prophecies. Time seemed to stretch on, the tension between us escalating with each passing moment. I knew I couldn't keep running forever, but I wasn't ready to give in just yet. It was so hard to say no to him, and I didn't understand why. Finally, with a heavy sigh, I broke the silence. "Fine, whatever, I'll go back." Relief washed over his features, and he reached out to touch my arm gently, as if fearing I might disappear if he pressed too hard. I couldn't help but feel a pang of regret at the defeat I had just accepted, but I knew that for now, I had no other choice. As we prepared to leave, I couldn't help but wonder what awaited me at the house that had become a prison of secrets, prophecies, and dragons. I was returning to a world I had tried to escape, but perhaps in facing it, I would find the answers I so desperately sought, and a way to shape my own destiny. The atmosphere in the room was heavy as I packed my belongings under the watchful eyes of Caleb and Tony. I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, regretting the accumulation of stuff that had become a burden over time. It was a stark reminder of how my life had become entangled with theirs. As I folded clothes and sorted through personal items, I couldn't shake the feeling of being suffocated by their presence. Caleb had insisted on accompanying me, his eyes never leaving my every move. It was as if he didn't trust me for a second to pack on my own. That night, as we settled in for sleep, Caleb dropped a bombshell. "I'll be sleeping in this room, Millie." I turned to him in disbelief. "What? No, Caleb, that's not necessary. I'm perfectly capable of sleeping on my own." He raised an eyebrow, his tone unwavering. "It's for your safety, Millie. We can't take any chances. You did saw those men who tried to hurt you earlier, right? Nothing guarantees they won't come back." I sighed, feeling my annoyance rise. "But I'm not a child, Caleb. I can take care of myself." He didn't budge, and I realized arguing further would be futile. With a resigned nod, I conceded, "Fine, we'll share the room." As we settled into the bed, I couldn't help but feel a sense of discomfort. The idea of sharing a bed with Caleb, despite our shared past, was unsettling. Plus, he was shirtless, and my eyes were begging to stare at his chiseled abs, which I tried my best not to do. We lay there in silence, our bodies inches apart, and it was as if the weight of our history hung heavily in the air. I stared up at the ceiling, struggling to fall asleep. The presence of another person in such close proximity was foreign to me, and I couldn't help but doubt if Caleb and I could ever have a successful relationship. The tangled web of our past and the secrets that surrounded us made me question if there was any room for a future together. As sleep eluded me, I couldn't help but wonder what lay ahead for us. The journey ahead was uncertain, and I had no idea how to navigate the complexities of my relationship with Caleb. But one thing was clear: I couldn't escape my destiny, and it seemed that Caleb was determined to be a part of it, whether I liked it or not. The next morning, I awoke to find myself curled up next to Caleb. Panic surged through me as I quickly pulled away, my face flushed with embarrassment. How had that happened? I couldn't recall ever being so physically close to him before. Caleb, however, seemed entirely unfazed by the situation. He stretched languidly and then rose from the bed, his movements fluid. "Good morning, Millie. Sleep well?" I mumbled something incoherent, still feeling flustered by our unintentional intimacy. I couldn't meet his gaze as I hastily got out of bed and began preparing for the day ahead. We gathered our belongings, with Caleb and Tony carrying my bags. The silence between us was deafening, and I struggled to find words to break it. Caleb, usually so talkative, was reserved, and it only added to the tension in the room. As we made our way to the airport, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The unknown future loomed ahead of us, and I had no control over the path I was being led down. Caleb left me and Tony alone for a brief moment, which only heightened my anxiety. What were his intentions? When he returned, Caleb led us to a private plane waiting on the tarmac. The sight of it was unexpected, and I turned to him in confusion. "Why are we taking a private plane?" He smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "It's the safest way for us to travel, Millie. Trust me, we have a long journey ahead." I had little choice but to follow him onto the plane, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on me. As we boarded, I couldn't help but wonder what lay ahead on this unexpected journey, and what role I was truly meant to play in Caleb's world, Caleb's POV. I descended the basement stairs, my steps purposeful, my expression stern. Millie's escape had been a breach of trust, and I couldn't let it go without consequence. She needed to understand the gravity of her actions. As I entered the dimly lit basement, I saw Millie standing there, her expression a mixture of defiance and resignation. Her eyes met mine, and for a moment I saw a flicker of fear before she quickly masked it with determination. "Millie," I began, my voice firm, "what you did was reckless and dangerous. Running away like that put both of us in danger. You need to learn that your actions have consequences." With that, I turned the key in the heavy door, locking it securely behind me. She was left with only a cot and a wool blanket, her surroundings stark and unforgiving. I knew it was a harsh punishment, but it was necessary to make her realize the severity of her actions. As I made my way back upstairs, I couldn't help but reflect on our relationship. The differences between her and my previous lover, also named Millie, were stark. This Millie had a boundless joy for life and an insatiable curiosity about the world around her. She reacted to new experiences with an enthusiasm that I found both endearing and frustrating. I couldn't deny that I had grown fond of her, despite my initial reluctance to accept her as the keeper of the Dragonstone and my reservations about our forced mating bond. She was a puzzle I was eager to unravel, a mystery that had the potential to change everything I knew about myself and my kind. But there was no denying the challenges ahead. Millie was headstrong, independent, and determined to maintain her freedom. It was a clash of wills that I couldn't afford to lose, not if I wanted to protect her and the Dragonstone. Tony's voice was a persistent echo in my mind, his words a nagging reminder of the choices I had made. We were in my study, a room that had witnessed countless discussions, but this one was different. It was about Millie. "Caleb, you can't keep her locked in the basement like that," Tony implored, his concern etched across his face. "She's terrified of the dark, and you know it. Remember what happened in China? She panicked during that power outage." I leaned back in my chair, my jaw set in stubborn determination. "She needs to learn her lesson, Tony. Running away was reckless, and I can't simply let it slide. We have a duty to protect her and the Dragonstone." Tony's frustration was palpable as he ran a hand through his hair. "I understand your point, but this is too harsh. We can find other ways to make her understand without resorting to this." I couldn't deny the logic in Tony's words, but my resolve remained unshaken. Millie needed to grasp the gravity of her actions, to understand that there were consequences for her choices. It was for her own safety, as well as the safety of our kind. "Tony, I appreciate your concern," I said, my tone unyielding, "but I can't afford to be lenient. There's too much at stake, and I won't let her put herself or the Dragonstone in danger." With a heavy sigh, Tony rose from his chair, clearly frustrated by my stubbornness. "I hope you know what you're doing, Caleb, but remember, she's not just the keeper of the Dragonstone. She's a person with her own fears and vulnerabilities." As Tony left the room, I was left alone with my thoughts, torn between my duty and my growing concern for Millie. It was a precarious balance, and I couldn't help but wonder if there was a better way to handle this delicate situation. The dim glow of the moon seeped through the curtains, casting faint silhouettes in the room. Restlessness had kept me tossing and turning in my bed, unable to find solace in the embrace of sleep. It was then that a disquieting intuition crept into my mind, a premonition that something was amiss. My senses heightened as I listened to the night's symphony, the soft rustling of leaves outside, the distant hoot of an owl, and the ever-present hum of the world beyond. Yet, it was the absence of one sound that alarmed me the most, the faint, rhythmic beat of a heart. With a racing heart of my own, I leaped out of bed and made my way to the basement, my steps swift and purposeful. The stairs seemed to stretch endlessly, each one leading me closer to the source of my apprehension. When I reached the bottom, the sight before me froze the very breath in my lungs. Millie lay there, unconscious, her fragile form sprawled on the cold, unforgiving floor. Panic surged through me, but I couldn't afford to lose my composure. I rushed to her side, my trembling hands gently cradling her as I scooped her into my arms. Her skin was pale, her breathing shallow and labored. Desperation fueled my actions as I carried her to her room, gently placing her on the bed. I watched her intently, the seconds ticking away like an eternity. My heart sank as her heart rate continued to slow, the life force within her slipping away. Without hesitation, I leaned down, my lips meeting hers in a fervent kiss. It was an act of desperation, an attempt to breathe life back into her. As our lips touched, a spark of energy surged between us, a connection that transcended the physical. I could feel the warmth returning to her, her heart responding to the urgency of the moment. It was as though our souls had briefly intertwined, and in that moment, I knew that I couldn't bear to lose her. I had become inexplicably entangled in her fate. I spent the remainder of the night by her side, my hand gently resting on her chest, feeling the steady, reassuring rhythm of her heartbeat. It was in those quiet hours that I grappled with the complex emotions that Millie had awakened within me. She bore the face of my lost love, a haunting reminder of a past I could never forget. But she was also undeniably herself, vibrant, spirited, and full of life. It was a contradiction that left me both tormented and entranced. The morning sun painted the room with a warm, golden hue as I stood in the kitchen, diligently preparing breakfast. The scent of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, mingling with the aroma of sizzling bacon and scrambled eggs. It was a routine I had followed countless times, but today it held a significance that weighed heavily on my conscience. As I placed a plate of food on the dining table, I heard the faint sound of hesitant footsteps descending the staircase. Turning my gaze toward the source of the sound, I found Millie slowly making her way down, her eyes cast downward as if she were bracing herself for something dreadful. Her apprehension was palpable, and it tugged at my heartstrings. It was a stark reminder of the pain I had caused her, and a weighty guilt settled in the pit of my stomach. Millie's voice trembled as she spoke, her words carrying the weight of her anxiety. Are you going to lock me in the basement again?" She looked up at me, her eyes filled with trepidation. I couldn't blame her for her fear, given my previous actions. I had made a grave mistake, one that I needed to rectify. I took a step toward her, my expression softening as I realized the depths of her vulnerability. "No, Millie," I said gently, my voice filled with remorse. "I won't lock you in the basement again. I promise." I meant every word of that promise, determined to mend the trust I had broken. Slowly, Millie's tense posture seemed to ease, and she took a hesitant step closer to the table. Her gaze lingered on the plate of food before her, and she glanced up at me with a mixture of relief and gratitude. I pulled out a chair for her, gesturing for her to sit. "Please, have a seat. Breakfast is ready." My words were laced with a sincerity that I hoped would convey my remorse. Millie hesitated for a moment before she took a seat. Her movements were cautious, as if she still expected some form of retribution. I watched her closely, my guilt intensifying with each passing moment. As she began to eat, I couldn't help but observe her closely. The fragility of her demeanor struck a chord within me, and it dawned on me just how much harm I had caused with my previous actions. I had underestimated her resilience, and I had been too harsh. Silence settled over the table as we both ate, the weight of our unspoken words hanging in the air. My desire to make amends battled with my pride, and it was clear that I needed to find a way to rebuild the trust that had been shattered. In that moment, as I watched Millie slowly savor her breakfast, I resolved to do better. I had been given a second chance, a chance to treat her with the kindness and understanding she deserved. It was a chance I couldn't afford to squander, and I would do everything in my power to make amends for my mistakes. The tension between Caleb and me still hung in the air like an unspoken truth. After the incident in the basement, things had changed, and I was left feeling awkward and unsure of how to navigate our newfound circumstances. It was as if we were two strangers trying to coexist under the same roof, and I desperately sought a way to bridge the gap. One morning, as I wandered aimlessly through the luxurious house, I decided that I needed something to occupy my time and mind. The silence that surrounded me was suffocating, and I yearned for some semblance of normalcy. Approaching Caleb, who was seated in the living room, I hesitated before finally speaking. "Caleb, I'd like to help out around the house. Keep myself busy, you know." Caleb regarded me for a moment, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise at my offer. It was a small step, a way to contribute to this strange arrangement we had found ourselves in. After a moment of contemplation, Caleb nodded. "That's a good idea, Millie. There are some groceries we need. I'll arrange for them to be delivered, and you can take care of the rest." His willingness to accept my help was a relief, and I couldn't help but feel a small sense of accomplishment. It was a subtle shift, but it marked the beginning of a fragile understanding between us. As Caleb made arrangements for the groceries, I set about my newfound tasks with determination. It was a way to keep myself occupied, to fill the empty hours that stretched ahead. Though the house was already immaculate, I busied myself with cleaning and organizing, finding solace in the simplicity of the chores. As the groceries arrived, I couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. It was a small victory, a step toward normalcy in a life that had taken a bewildering turn. And as I continued to tend to the housework, I couldn't help but hope that with time, the awkwardness between Caleb and me would gradually fade, replaced by something more familiar and comfortable. As I went about my tasks in the opulent mansion, a new presence entered the house, one that stirred a strange sense of déjà vu within me. It was Ian, a man whose face felt oddly familiar, though I couldn't quite place where I had encountered him before. His arrival was met with a subtle surprise, both from him and the others in the room. Ian's gaze fell upon me, and there was a flicker of recognition in his eyes, as though he had already known of my presence. I found myself wondering if my existence here was something that had been discussed behind closed doors, hidden from my knowledge. With a polite smile, Ian spoke up, his voice carrying a soothing tone. "Millie, I believe we might be able to help you retrieve your lost memories through hypnosis therapy. It could provide some clarity and answers." The suggestion hung in the air, met with varying degrees of interest from those present. Caleb in particular seemed keen on the idea, his gaze focused on me with a hint of expectation. But despite their enthusiasm, I couldn't shake the unease that gnawed at me. Caleb, ever the attentive host, offered his assurance. "We can make the basement comfortable for you, Millie. It will be a safe space." After a moment of hesitation, I found myself nodding in agreement. It was a chance, however slim, to uncover the mysteries of my past, to make sense of the fragments that lingered just beyond my grasp. Yet deep down, I harbored doubts, wondering if these memories, once unearthed, would truly transform me into the person Caleb seemed to long for. As the decision was made to proceed with the therapy, a heavy sense of uncertainty settled over me. In the midst of this elaborate house, with its secrets and enigmas, I could only hope that this endeavor would lead me closer to understanding who I really was and what role I played in the intricate web of dragon lore that surrounded me. Seeking some form of distraction from my racing thoughts, Ian inquired about the apparent absence of people in the town, a query that seemed to strike a somber chord with Caleb. His voice was tinged with an unsettling gravity as he revealed a chilling truth. "I had to eliminate them." Caleb admitted somberly. "They posed a threat to Millie, attempting to take the stone from her." The revelation sent shivers down my spine, and my unease deepened. The weight of the responsibility that rested upon my shoulders, the power of the dragon's stone, and the lengths to which Caleb was willing to go to protect me left me feeling vulnerable and trapped in this enigmatic world. Caleb, ever the pragmatic one, suggested that Celine help me unpack while he and Tony readied the basement for the impending therapy. With a nod, Celine led me away from the conversation, guiding me toward the tasks at hand. As I began to unpack my belongings, I couldn't help but sense that something was amiss, though I couldn't pinpoint the source of my discomfort. The feeling of being watched, of secrets that loomed just out of reach, weighed heavily on me, leaving me more uncertain than ever about the path that lay ahead. As Ian departed, leaving us to our preparations for the upcoming hypnosis therapy, he promised to return in 2 days. His departure left me with a lingering sense of curiosity about his connection to this place and to me. The anticipation of the upcoming treatment weighed heavily on me as I prepared for the session that promised to unearth my lost memories. It was Ian, the enigmatic figure from my past, who would conduct the procedure, and my unease about him lingered like a shadow. Celine, perceptive as ever, sensed my apprehension and approached me with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Millie," she began, her voice warm and soothing. "Ian is trustworthy, and he was quite close to you in your past life. You'll be in good hands." I wanted to believe her, to trust in the words she spoke, but the uncertainty still gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. The pieces of my past, like shards of a broken mirror, were scattered, and I hoped that this therapy would help me assemble them into a coherent picture. With a hesitant nod, I acknowledged Celine's reassurance, grateful for her support in this unfamiliar world where even my own memories remained elusive. As the moments passed and I absorbed Celine's comforting words, a sense of ease gradually settled over me. Celine spoke reassuringly. You know, Millie, Ian is a trustworthy person. He was always there for you in your past life, just like he'll be there for you now. I nodded, a hint of a smile tugging at my lips. It's just, I can't shake this feeling of unease. Maybe it's because I don't remember everything. Celine placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. It's natural to feel that way, but remember, you and Ian had an incredible bond. He cared for you deeply. And well, there were moments of tension too, especially with his twin brother Ian. I furrowed my brow. Ian, what happened between us? Celine sighed, choosing her words carefully. It wasn't always smooth sailing. There were disagreements, misunderstandings, but Ian was always there to mediate and support you. I let out a small sigh, trying to process the information. I see. I guess it's just the unknown that's unsettling. Celine smiled gently. You're not alone in this, Millie. We're here for you, every step of the way. Her words offered some solace, and I began to feel more comfortable with the idea of Ian conducting the treatment. 2 days later, the momentous day of the treatment arrived. The basement had been meticulously transformed into a professional therapist's office, complete with soft lighting and comfortable furnishings. It was a far cry from the cold and unwelcoming place it had been when I was locked away. As I stepped into the basement, the ambience immediately put me at ease. The soft hum of a white noise machine filled the room, and a pleasant aroma from a scented diffuser wafted through the air. Ian, wearing a reassuring smile, was seated in a plush armchair, a notepad and pen in hand. I took a seat on the opposite side of the room, feeling more relaxed than I had expected. The transformation of this space had indeed made it feel comforting and safe. Ian initiated the treatment by gently inquiring, Millie, since you've been with us, have you experienced any moments of familiarity or recognition? I nodded, my thoughts drifting back to my recent travels. Yes, I have. It's strange, but I've felt a sense of familiarity in some of the places I've visited and even in the languages I've spoken, even though I've never learned them in my current life. Ian jotted down my response, his eyes kind and understanding. That's intriguing, Millie. These feelings of familiarity might hold the key to unlocking your past memories. Now, I want you to relax as much as possible and just let your mind wander. I'll guide you through the process. I took a deep breath, trying to let go of any lingering tension. Okay, I'm ready. As Ian began the treatment, I closed my eyes and my mind opened up to the possibility of regaining my lost memories. He delved deeper into the treatment, his soothing voice guiding me through the recesses of my mind. He aimed to lead me to a crucial memory, the memory of my own death. I closed my eyes, willing myself to be receptive to whatever would surface. The room's comforting atmosphere provided some solace, but the weight of anticipation still rested heavily on my shoulders. Ian's voice was gentle as he said, Millie, try to remember the events leading up to your death. Let your memories flow. I concentrated, delving into the depths of my consciousness, hoping to find some glimmer of the past. But as I reached back in time, a sudden sharp pain pierced the back of my head. It was as if a searing dagger of agony had been thrust into my skull. I gasped and clutched my head, tears pricking at the corners of my eyes. The pain was intense, overwhelming and blinding. It felt like an invisible barrier had been erected, preventing me from accessing that particular memory. Ian's voice was filled with concern as he said, Millie, are you all right? We can stop if it's too much. I blinked back tears, my voice strained. No, I have to know. I have to remember. The searing pain in the back of my head gradually subsided, allowing Ian to continue the hypnosis session. He must have sensed my determination to uncover the past, for he proceeded cautiously, guiding me with utmost care. Let's try a different approach, Millie, Ian said soothingly. I want you to focus on the small tabletop waterfall in this room. Imagine the water flowing gently, its sound calming your mind. I followed his instructions, allowing the soothing sound of the water to wash over me. My tense muscles began to relax, and I felt a sense of tranquility enveloping me. Now, Ian continued, I want you to visualize a scene from your past life, a moment with Caleb. Can you see it? As I concentrated on his words, my surroundings transformed. The basement faded away, and in its place, I found myself standing before a stone house. The image was vivid and lifelike, as if I had stepped into a long-forgotten memory. Before me stood Caleb, his familiar, enigmatic presence commanding my attention. My heart quickened as I gazed upon him, and the sense of déjà vu washed over me once more. It was as though I had been transported to a distant time, a place where my past life had unfolded. I stood there, a silent observer in the vivid tableau of the past. Before me, Caleb appeared as he did in ages long past, adorned in clothing that spoke of a different era. The realization washed over me. This was a scene from my past life. As my gaze shifted, I saw her, a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to me. But there was a profound difference. Her essence carried a weight of sadness, an air of longing that transcended the ages. It was unmistakable. She was my past self. The sight sent a shiver down my spine. I watched, transfixed, as my past self and Caleb exchanged words. Their voices were like a distant echo, their conversation a dance of emotions, veiled in layers of time. It was a moment of connection, of shared history that stretched far beyond my current understanding. Questions swirled in my mind, each one begging to be answered. Who was this woman from my past life, and what had transpired between her and Caleb? The enigma of my existence deepened, and I yearned to unravel the threads of time that bound us together. I stood there, still a silent observer in the echo of time, as Caleb approached the past version of myself with a tenderness that took me by surprise. He looked at her with eyes filled with understanding and a depth of emotion that transcended the ages. It was our first meeting in this past life, and I could sense the profound connection that existed between them. Caleb spoke to the past Millie, his voice laced with a gentle comfort. "I can see the pain in your eyes. You don't have to carry it alone." Her eyes, mirroring my own, glistened with unshed tears as she revealed her torment. "I'm infertile, Caleb. A brutal attack left me barren." His response was immediate and heartfelt. "I don't need an heir, Millie. I don't need anything more than you." The weight of his words hung in the air, filling the space with a poignant understanding. In that moment, I realized the depth of their connection, forged not only through love, but also through shared pain and a willingness to embrace each other's flaws and imperfections. As the scene unfolded before me, I couldn't help but be moved by the unconditional love they shared, even in the face of adversity. It was a love that transcended the boundaries of time and left an indelible mark on my soul, bridging the gap between my past and present selves. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted, and I found myself transported to another vision, one filled with chaos and violence. The world around me was consumed by the horrors of battle, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the haunting sounds of clashing swords and the screams of the wounded. Yet amidst the carnage, my past self and Caleb stood together, sharing a moment of laughter that defied the grim reality surrounding them. My past self wore armor that glistened in the dim light, and Caleb, standing beside her, looked every bit the valiant warrior. Their laughter, though incongruous in the midst of such devastation, was genuine and filled with a deep connection that transcended the chaos of war. It was a fleeting but profound glimpse into a time when they had fought side by side, their bond unbreakable, even in the face of danger. As I watched this vision unfold, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the resilience of their love, which had endured through countless trials and tribulations. The visions continued to unfold before me, each one revealing a different facet of my past life with Caleb. In the next scene, I found myself in a beautifully adorned Victorian-style house. The ambiance was one of elegance and opulence, with ornate furniture and rich tapestries adorning the walls. As I gazed around the room, Caleb entered, carrying my past self in his arms with a tenderness that was both touching and heartfelt. Their love was palpable, and the way he looked at her was filled with adoration and devotion. It was a scene of profound intimacy, one that spoke volumes about the depth of their connection. As they shared this tender moment, I couldn't help but feel a softening of my own emotions towards Caleb. Despite the tumultuous journey we had been on since my arrival in this world, witnessing these glimpses of our past together reminded me of the love that had once bound us. It was a love that transcended time and adversity, and it began to thaw the icy barrier of anger that had built up within me. I slowly began to regain consciousness, my head feeling heavy and my thoughts still swirling in a haze of memories and emotions. As my senses gradually returned, I realized I was lying down, and the soft murmurs of voices reached my ears. I blinked my eyes open, my vision slowly coming into focus. Ian, the therapist who had guided me through those intense visions of my past life with Caleb, was sitting nearby, his expression filled with concern. His words were soothing as he spoke to me, reassuring me that the discomfort I was feeling was a normal part of the hypnosis process and that it would subside with time. I groaned softly, my head throbbing with a dull ache, but I managed a weak nod of acknowledgement. It was as if I had just journeyed through time and emotions, and my physical body was struggling to catch up with the experiences my mind had gone through. Ian continued to offer words of comfort and support, and I began to take in my surroundings, a room that felt strangely both familiar and foreign. My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions, but I couldn't deny that the hypnosis had brought me closer to understanding my past life and the complex relationship I had shared with Caleb. I stood there, a silent observer in the vivid tableau of the past. Before me, Caleb appeared as he did in ages long past, adorned in clothing that spoke of a different era. The realization washed over me. This was a scene from my past life. As my gaze shifted, I saw her, a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to me. But there was a profound difference. Her essence carried a weight of sadness, an air of longing that transcended the ages. It was unmistakable. She was my past self. The sight sent a shiver down my spine. I watched, transfixed, as my past self and Caleb exchanged words. Their voices were like a distant echo, their conversation a dance of emotions, veiled in layers of time. It was a moment of connection, of shared history that stretched far beyond my current understanding. Questions swirled in my mind, each one begging to be answered. Who was this woman from my past life, and what had transpired between her and Caleb? The enigma of my existence deepened, and I yearned to unravel the threads of time that bound us together. I stood there, still a silent observer in the echo of time, as Caleb approached the past version of myself with a tenderness that took me by surprise. He looked at her with eyes filled with understanding and a depth of emotion that transcended the ages. It was our first meeting in this past life, and I could sense the profound connection that existed between them. Caleb spoke to the past Millie, his voice laced with a gentle comfort. I can see the pain in your eyes. You don't have to carry it alone. Her eyes, mirroring my own, glistened with unshed tears as she revealed her torment. I'm infertile, Caleb. A brutal attack left me barren. His response was immediate and heartfelt. I don't need an heir, Millie. I don't need anything more than you. The weight of his words hung in the air, filling the space with a poignant understanding. In that moment, I realized the depth of their connection, forged not only through love, but also through shared pain and a willingness to embrace each other's flaws and imperfections. As the scene unfolded before me, I couldn't help but be moved by the unconditional love they shared, even in the face of adversity. It was a love that transcended the boundaries of time and left an indelible mark on my soul, bridging the gap between my past and present selves. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted, and I found myself transported to another vision, one filled with chaos and violence. The world around me was consumed by the horrors of battle, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the haunting sounds of clashing swords and the screams of the wounded. Yet amidst the carnage, my past self and Caleb stood together, sharing a moment of laughter that defied the grim reality surrounding them. My past self wore armor that glistened in the dim light, and Caleb, standing beside her, looked every bit the valiant warrior. Their laughter, though incongruous in the midst of such devastation, was genuine and filled with a deep connection that transcended the chaos of war. It was a fleeting but profound glimpse into a time when they had fought side by side, their bond unbreakable, even in the face of danger. As I watched this vision unfold, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the resilience of their love, which had endured through countless trials and tribulations. The visions continued to unfold before me, each one revealing a different facet of my past life with Caleb. In the next scene, I found myself in a beautifully adorned Victorian-style house. The ambiance was one of elegance and opulence, with ornate furniture and rich tapestries adorning the walls. As I gazed around the room, Caleb entered, carrying my past self in his arms with a tenderness that was both touching and heartfelt. Their love was palpable, and the way he looked at her was filled with adoration and devotion. It was a scene of profound intimacy, one that spoke volumes about the depth of their connection. As they shared this tender moment, I couldn't help but feel a softening of my own emotions towards Caleb. Despite the tumultuous journey we had been on since my arrival in this world, witnessing these glimpses of our past together reminded me of the love that had once bound us. It was a love that transcended time and adversity, and it began to thaw the icy barrier of anger that had built up within me. I slowly began to regain consciousness, my head feeling heavy and my thoughts still swirling in a haze of memories and emotions. As my senses gradually returned, I realized I was lying down, and the soft murmurs of voices reached my ears. I blinked my eyes open, my vision slowly coming into focus. Ian, the therapist who had guided me through those intense visions of my past life with Caleb, was sitting nearby, his expression filled with concern. His words were soothing as he spoke to me, reassuring me that the discomfort I was feeling was a normal part of the hypnosis process and that it would subside with time. I groaned softly, my head throbbing with a dull ache, but I managed a weak nod of acknowledgement. It was as if I had just journeyed through time and emotions, and my physical body was struggling to catch up with the experiences my mind had gone through. Ian continued to offer words of comfort and support, and I began to take in my surroundings, a room that felt strangely both familiar and foreign. My mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions, but I couldn't deny that the hypnosis had brought me closer to understanding my past life and the complex relationship I had shared with Caleb. The soft morning light streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow across the room as I sat with Caleb, the questions swirling in my mind. We were in a small, cozy sitting area of the house, away from the prying eyes of the others, engaged in a quiet conversation that held layers of intrigue and curiosity. I gazed at Caleb, my eyes searching his for answers to the mysteries of my past life. "Caleb," I began cautiously, "what about your brother Ian? He seems distant, as if he doesn't quite like me." Caleb sighed, his eyes taking on a faraway look before returning to meet mine. "Ian is a complex person," he admitted, "but I assure you, he's trustworthy. In our past life, we were close friends, and he cared deeply for both of us." His words brought a faint sense of relief, though I still couldn't shake the unease that had settled within me. "I see," I replied, my voice soft. "I just have this vague memory of playing with a group of kids. Ian was there, wasn't he?" Caleb's eyes brightened with recognition. "Yes, he was. You and Ian used to have a lot of fun together. It was a simpler time filled with laughter and innocence." My heart warmed at the thought, a glimmer of my past life breaking through the fog of uncertainty. "I wish I could remember more," I confessed, a hint of frustration in my tone. Caleb reached out and gently touched my hand, his thumb caressing my skin in a soothing manner. "It will come back to you, Millie. Patience is key. And don't worry about Ian. Our relationship with him wasn't as close as it was with Ian. He seemed to keep his distance." As I absorbed Caleb's words, a myriad of emotions swirled within me. The fragments of memories and the complexities of my past life with these two brothers continued to elude me, like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle waiting to be assembled. The tranquility of our conversation was shattered when Tony burst into the room with a sense of urgency. "Caleb, Millie, you need to come outside," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with both awe and concern. Caleb and I exchanged quick glances, curiosity and trepidation mingling in our eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, we followed Tony outside, emerging into the bright daylight. What we saw above us was nothing short of astonishing. Dragons, magnificent and majestic, filled the sky. They soared with a grace that defied belief, their scales shimmering like jewels under the sun. Their sizes and shapes varied from sleek and elegant to colossal and imposing. It was a breathtaking sight that left me in awe, my heart pounding with both fear and wonder. But it wasn't just the dragons that captured our attention. The streets below were crowded with people, their heads bowed in reverence as they knelt before the awe-inspiring creatures. Their faces were filled with a mix of fear and reverence, and it was clear that this was an extraordinary event. Caleb and Tony exchanged serious glances, their expressions mirroring the weight of the situation. "This is unexpected," Caleb mused, his voice low. "The dragons, they must be here for the stone." Tony nodded in agreement, his eyes never leaving the dragons above. "Yes, but we also have to consider the possibility that one of them might have been responsible for Millie's death in her past life." The implications of Tony's words hung in the air, casting a shadow over our thoughts. As we stood there, gazing at the dragons that had descended upon our world, it was clear that the mysteries of our past lives were intertwined with these magnificent creatures. As the dragons filled the skies above, Caleb's voice held a note of caution as he instructed me to remain indoors until we could discern the intentions of these magnificent and awe-inspiring creatures. Nodding in agreement, I retreated back inside, leaving the scene of wonder and reverence behind. With the uncertainty of the moment hanging in the air, I decided to immerse myself in a book I had found earlier, one that offered glimpses into the enigmatic tapestry of my past life. The pages were filled with tales and names that struck a chord within me, reminding me of a world I had once known. My fingers traced the words, and my eyes drank in the stories of dragons, of love and loss, and of a connection that spanned time itself. As I read, my emotions swirled like a tempest within me. It was as if these words were unlocking doors to memories I had long forgotten or perhaps never knew I possessed. The room around me faded into obscurity as I was transported to another time and place, the lines between reality and dream blurring. In this dream, I walked through a vivid memory of my past life, and there, standing before me, was Ian. His presence was both familiar and disconcerting, a paradox of emotions stirring within me. We shared a connection, a bond that transcended the boundaries of time, and yet there was an air of mystery shrouding our relationship. In the dream, I witnessed a moment of shared laughter and camaraderie, a fleeting but profound connection between us. It was a glimpse into a world I had once inhabited, and it left me with a profound sense of longing and curiosity. As the dream slowly faded, I awoke with a jolt, my heart racing and my mind ablaze with questions. The dragons in the sky still loomed, their intentions unknown, but one thing was clear. I was on the precipice of discovering a truth that had been hidden from me for far too long. As the dragons soared majestically in the sky above, I found myself sitting with Caleb in the dimly lit living room. The awe-inspiring sight outside was juxtaposed with my lingering unease regarding Joshua, Caleb's brother. There was a gnawing suspicion that he might harbor ill feelings towards me, and I couldn't help but voice my concerns. "Caleb," I began cautiously, my gaze locked onto the dragons outside. "What about your brother Joshua? Do you think he has any reason to dislike me?" Caleb, his eyes thoughtful, turned to me with a reassuring smile. "Millie, you needn't worry about Joshua. He's a trustworthy and loyal friend, both in this life and your past one." I regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. "In my past life? What do you mean?" With a gentle sigh, Caleb began to reveal the intricate threads of our past. "You and Joshua were childhood friends in your previous life. You shared countless adventures, laughter, and unforgettable moments together." His words struck a chord deep within me, resonating with a hidden part of my soul. I tried to grasp the idea of these shared memories from a life I couldn't remember, but there was an undeniable sense of longing and familiarity. But if that's the case, I pondered, why do I feel as though there might be unresolved issues between us? Something that lingers beneath the surface? Caleb's gaze softened as he considered my question. "The intricacies of past lives can be complex, Millie. Sometimes the bonds we share transcend time, and they are not without their challenges. But trust me when I say that Joshua cares deeply for you, just as he did in the life we once knew." As I sat in the cozy living room, surrounded by the enigmatic presence of dragons soaring above, a fleeting memory from my past life began to flicker within my consciousness. It was like grasping at the edges of a half-remembered dream. I spoke to Caleb, my voice carrying a tremor of uncertainty. "Caleb, I remember something. It's faint, but I was playing with a group of kids. Among them, there was a boy who felt important, someone I cared about deeply." Caleb's eyes brightened with understanding. That's a memory from your past life, Millie. It sounds like you're recalling moments with Joshua and the other children. Your bond with Joshua was special, and those childhood memories are a testament to it. I couldn't help but feel a rush of emotions as fragments of the past began to reassemble in my mind. It was as if I was piecing together a puzzle with missing parts, each revelation drawing me closer to an intricate tapestry of experiences and connections. Curiosity gnawed at me, and I couldn't help but ask, what happened to Joshua after those carefree days? Did he stay with me? Caleb's expression became somber, and he took a moment before answering. Joshua, like many others of his generation, was drafted into service when he turned 18. He was conscripted to join the war against the dragons and had been away for a few years. The weight of his words settled upon me, and I contemplated the profound changes that time could bring. My memories were like fragments of a distant echo, and each revelation seemed to stir the waters of a deeper connection, one that spanned lifetimes. I had just settled into my thoughts about my past life when the sudden urgency in Tony's voice jolted me from my reverie. Without hesitation, I followed Caleb and Tony outside to witness a scene that defied all rational explanation. Dragons of all shapes and sizes filled the sky, their majestic wings casting shadows on the earth below. Some of these mythical creatures touched down near the house, their presence felt in the quaking ground beneath my feet. My heart raced as I took in the breathtaking spectacle, marveling at the diversity of these otherworldly beings. My curiosity and awe drove me to my room's balcony, where I could gain a better vantage point. From there, I could see the people in the street, men, women, and children, all kneeling with their heads bowed in reverence. It was as though they were paying homage to these enigmatic creatures. Caleb and Tony were engaged in conversation with the dragons. My eyes darted between them, trying to piece together the puzzle of this surreal encounter. Dragons, who I had once believed were mere legends, were now a living presence, and their intentions remained shrouded in mystery. As the conversation between Caleb, Tony, and the dragons continued, I could sense the skepticism that hung in the air, like an unspoken tension. There was something unsettling about the timing of the dragon's arrival, especially so soon after Joshua's appearance. Questions buzzed in my mind, demanding answers. The world around me had taken on a surreal quality, and I couldn't help but wonder if these dragons held the key to the secrets of my past life. But for now, all I could do was watch and wait, as the dragons and the men I had come to know engaged in an intricate dance of diplomacy and distrust. "It's better that you go inside." I nodded to Caleb's words of caution and retreated indoors, closing the heavy wooden door behind me. The dragons, a majestic but mysterious presence, had brought with them an air of uncertainty. While Caleb and Tony had chosen to engage in dialogue with these mythical beings, I was tasked with the safety of remaining inside, away from their watchful gaze. Inside the house, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that something monumental was occurring just beyond those walls. A storm of emotions swirled within me, and my curiosity warred with my apprehension. In an attempt to distract myself, I turned to the books that lined the shelves of Caleb's study. One particular volume caught my eye. It spoke of the Dragon King's history and the individuals who had played significant roles in his life. It was there, among the pages, that I stumbled upon the name Joshua. As I read about Joshua's past and his connection to Caleb, a strange mixture of emotions washed over me. It was as if the words on the pages held a key to memories long buried in the recesses of my mind. Vague recollections danced at the edge of my consciousness, like fragments of a long-forgotten dream. Exhausted by the mental tug-of-war, I settled into a plush armchair, the book resting on my lap. My eyelids grew heavy, and the lines between reality and memory blurred. I found myself transported into a dreamlike state, where fragments of a memory involving Joshua began to take shape. The dreams of Joshua had become a soothing balm to my restless mind, a respite from the constant uncertainty and unease that seemed to permeate every corner of my life. Night after night, I found myself drawn into a world of memories where Joshua played a prominent role. In these dreams, he appeared as a familiar figure, someone I had known intimately in a different time and place. I couldn't help but acknowledge the guilt that gnawed at me for having been on edge around Joshua, suspecting that he harbored some resentment or changed significantly over the years. It was as though the current Joshua and the one from my past life were two distinct entities, and I couldn't quite reconcile the differences. While my dreams provided some semblance of comfort, my waking hours were dominated by a persistent feeling of disconnect. My memories remained selectively focused on Joshua, to the exclusion of many others, including Caleb. I could only recollect fragments of my time with Caleb when I was hypnotized, and even then, those memories felt distant and detached, as if I were observing them from a third-person perspective. It was a peculiar sensation, one that left me with a lingering sense of disconnection and frustration. I longed to remember the moments I had shared with Caleb, to understand the depth of our relationship in my past life. But those memories remained elusive, slipping through my grasp like water through clenched fingers. Caleb's presence was a constant reminder of this enigmatic past. His intense gaze held a mixture of longing and frustration, as though he too yearned for the connection we once had. I couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt each time I met his eyes, knowing that I couldn't offer him the memories he sought. And so, my days were filled with a strange duality, the comfort of my dreams with Joshua contrasting with the unease of my waking hours spent with Caleb. It was as though I were caught between two worlds, unable to fully embrace either one. Despite my best efforts to bridge the gaps in my memories, they remained stubbornly elusive, like pieces of a puzzle that refused to fit together. I was left with a profound sense of longing, a desire to uncover the hidden truths of my past, and to make sense of the complex relationships that seemed to define my existence. The presence of the dragons, their sudden arrival, and the enigmatic motives behind their actions only added to the uncertainty that plagued me. Caleb's cautious instructions to stay indoors for a few days until their intentions became clear echoed in my mind, serving as a constant reminder of the precariousness of our situation. The days had grown colder as winter approached, and with it, an unspoken chill had settled between Caleb and me. It was a disheartening feeling, one that left me questioning the complexities of our past life and the emotions that seemed to linger in the present. Caleb had become increasingly distant, his gaze often lingering on something just beyond my reach. I couldn't help but wonder if it was my own fault, if my inability to remember our shared history had cast a shadow over our interactions. There was a longing in his eyes, a yearning for something I couldn't quite grasp. As the days went by, I found myself drawn to Caleb, despite the divide that seemed to separate us. The visions of our past life had begun to infiltrate my dreams, offering glimpses of a deep connection that I yearned to understand. It was as though our souls were entwined in a way that transcended the boundaries of time and memory. But just as our connection appeared to be strengthening, Caleb's actions left me feeling disheartened. One morning, without a word or a note of explanation, he departed on a mission alongside Joshua. The abruptness of his departure was like a bitter gust of wind, leaving me feeling adrift and abandoned. I couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment, as though the budding connection between us had been abruptly severed. The absence of his presence in the house echoed in every corner, a reminder of the chasm that had formed between us. Desperation led me to seek answers from Celine and Tony, who explained that Caleb's mission would likely keep him away for the entire winter. Their words only deepened my sense of longing and left me grappling with the growing affection I felt for him. As I watched the snow begin to fall outside, I couldn't help but wonder if Caleb's departure was a reflection of his own inner turmoil. It was a bitter irony, the stark contrast between the warmth of my feelings for him and the cold distance that had settled between us. And so, I was left to navigate the intricate web of emotions that seemed to entangle us, hoping that the winter would eventually give way to a thaw, both in the world outside and in the complexities of our shared history. The migraine hit me like a storm, an onslaught of pain that seemed to emanate from the very core of my being. I clutched my head in agony, trying to ward off the searing sensation that threatened to consume me. It had started as a seemingly innocent conversation among the others in the house, a discussion about a potential stonekeeper found dead in a manner eerily similar to the way I had met my end in that cave. The words had triggered something deep within me, stirring up memories I had tried so hard to forget. Flashes of that dark, foreboding cave assaulted my mind, each image like a jagged shard of glass cutting through my consciousness. The suffocating feeling of desperation and the overwhelming sense of doom washed over me in relentless waves. I struggled to maintain my composure, my hands trembling as I clutched at my temples. The others in the room noticed my distress, their voices becoming distant echoes as I tried to fight through the pain. Caleb's concerned voice reached me through the haze of agony. "Millie, are you all right?" I couldn't find the words to respond, couldn't articulate the torment that was coursing through my mind. All I could do was endure the onslaught of memories and pain, hoping it would pass as swiftly as it had come. The room blurred as I closed my eyes, seeking refuge from the torment within the darkness behind my eyelids. I knew that these flashes of the past were trying to tell me something, trying to unveil the mysteries that shrouded my history. But at that moment, all I wanted was relief from the migraine, from the relentless memories that threatened to consume me. The cave, the darkness, and the sense of impending doom, it was all too much to bear. As the days rolled on, and Caleb remained absent on his mission with Joshua, the atmosphere in the house grew heavy with concern. Celine and Tony had moved in with me, their presence meant to offer support and companionship in Caleb's absence. But the worry for him was palpable, a shadow that hung over us all. One evening, as we gathered in the cozy living room, the concern finally bubbled to the surface. Celine's voice held a hint of worry as she said, "I can't help but be concerned about Caleb. This situation, it's bringing back such difficult memories for him." Tony nodded in agreement, his expression mirroring Celine's concern. "Yeah, he's been distant ever since we started looking into this stonekeeper's death. I can tell it's affecting him deeply." I had noticed it too, the distant look in Caleb's eyes, the way he withdrew into himself, as if grappling with some inner demons. It was clear that the recent events had unearthed painful memories for him, ones I could only begin to imagine. In an attempt to distract myself from the growing worry, I took to cooking, filling the house with the comforting sense of homemade meals. I also lost myself in books, delving into their pages as a means of escape. But even in my moments of solace, my mind wandered to thoughts of Caleb. I dreamt of a life that felt normal, one where Caleb and I could be together without the weight of ancient histories and supernatural burdens. I longed for a sense of normalcy, where we could be like any other couple, enjoying the simple pleasures of life. One evening, as I stirred a pot of simmering soup, I couldn't resist the urge any longer. I took out my phone and sent Caleb a text message, my fingers tapping out a simple yet heartfelt message: "Please be safe." I knew that he was in the midst of something complex and potentially dangerous, but I couldn't help but worry. My feelings for him had grown stronger with each passing day, and the thought of something happening to him was almost unbearable. The days continued to pass, and I found myself growing increasingly anxious for Caleb's return. The worry for his safety gnawed at the edges of my thoughts, and each day without him felt longer and heavier than the last. During his absence, I had taken refuge in the vivid dreams that had been visiting me, revealing glimpses of my past life. These dreams were like windows into a world I could barely remember, and they left me with a sense of longing and confusion. They were fragmented and disjointed, like pieces of a puzzle waiting to be assembled. In an effort to understand more about the world we inhabited and the enigmatic bond between Caleb and me, I had delved into the books that Caleb had written. His words provided insights into the intricacies of our realm, the history of the dragons, and the importance of the Dragonstone. It was as if he had left me a trail of breadcrumbs to follow, and I eagerly absorbed every morsel of knowledge. As I read his writings, I couldn't help but marvel at the depth of his wisdom and the passion that seeped through his words. It was clear that he cared deeply for our world, for the dragons, and for the legacy we carried. And as my understanding of this world grew, so did my feelings for him. In the quiet moments of his absence, I found myself yearning for his return. My heart ached with a longing that was both familiar and foreign, as if I had known him for a lifetime and yet had only just begun to discover the depths of our connection. Life had settled into a surprisingly comfortable and natural routine with Tony and Celine. Our days were filled with shared chores, laughter, and moments of genuine companionship. It was as if we had formed our own little family unit, and I couldn't help but appreciate the warmth and acceptance they had offered me. Yet, even as I felt more at ease and part of this new life, there was an emptiness that persisted. Caleb's absence weighed on me like an unspoken longing. I missed his presence, his unique blend of strength and vulnerability, and the mysterious connection we shared. While I had developed a deep affection for Tony and Celine, my heart still belonged to Caleb. I couldn't shake the hope that when he returned from his mission, we could rebuild whatever had been strained or lost between us. The dreams of our past life had brought me closer to understanding him, and I longed for the chance to bridge the gap that had grown between us. As I delved deeper into my past and the mysterious circumstances surrounding my death, a theory began to take shape in my mind. I couldn't help but wonder if the night of my death had been somehow linked to an eclipse. Eclipses, I had read in Caleb's books, were significant celestial events, often associated with magical properties and symbolizing rebirth of energy. One evening, as Tony and Celine sat with me in the cozy living room, I decided to share my theory with them. "You know," I began hesitantly, "I've been thinking about the night I died. There was something extraordinary about it. It was the night of a lunar eclipse, and I can't help but wonder if that played a role in what happened." Celine raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. "An eclipse? How do you figure?" I continued, trying to articulate my thoughts. Eclipses are often considered to be times of intense energy, a sort of cosmic transformation. They can be significant in the world of magic and mysticism. Perhaps, on that night, something extraordinary occurred due to the eclipse's influence. Tony scratched his head, clearly intrigued but not entirely convinced. "That's an interesting theory, Millie, but how does it tie into your death?" I nodded, acknowledging the gaps in my theory. "I don't have all the answers yet, but I have a feeling that there's more to my death than meets the eye. Maybe the eclipse somehow triggered a chain of events that led to what happened." Celine leaned back in her chair, deep in thought. "It's a unique perspective, Millie. We should research more about the magical properties of eclipses and see if we can find any connections." I smiled, grateful for their open-mindedness. "Thank you both. I just have this gut feeling that understanding the role of the eclipse could be a key to unraveling the mysteries of my past." The front door creaked open, and I looked up from my book, my heart racing as Caleb stepped inside. His weary and disheveled appearance struck me like a bolt of lightning. His usually vibrant green eyes were dull, and the lines on his face spoke of exhaustion. "Caleb," I exclaimed, rushing to his side. "You're back early. Are you all right?" He nodded, but his expression remained somber. "I'm fine, Millie," he replied curtly, brushing past me and heading toward the living room. I followed him, feeling a growing sense of unease. "Caleb, I've been thinking about what I said regarding the eclipse," and he interrupted me, his tone cold and distant. "Your theory was correct. I confirmed it." My eyes widened in surprise. "You did? How?" Caleb sighed heavily. "I found someone in Europe who had knowledge about that night. It seems that the eclipse did play a role, just as you suspected." Despite the confirmation of my theory, his cold demeanor left me feeling hurt and confused. "Caleb, I'm glad you found out, but why are you being so distant?" He avoided my gaze, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Millie, while I was away, I received news about 3 potential stonekeepers who were found dead in a cave. They looked exactly like you." My heart sank as the gravity of his words settled in. "Dead? But how?" Caleb's jaw clenched, and he finally met my eyes. "I don't know, Millie, but it's clear that someone is targeting them, and I fear for your safety." I reached out to him, wanting to offer comfort, but he pulled away. "I need rest," he muttered, his voice almost a whisper. I watched as he walked away, heading straight for his bedroom without a word or a glance in my direction. The rejection stung, leaving me feeling helpless and disconnected from the man I had hoped to rebuild my life with. Tony and Celine, who had been present during our tense exchange, exchanged worried glances, Tony placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Millie, give him some time. He's been through a lot. Celine nodded in agreement. Caleb needs to process everything. We'll be leaving now, but we'll be back to check on you both. As they left, I couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty that had settled over our home. I knew that something dark and dangerous loomed on the horizon, and I was determined to stand by Caleb's side, even if he pushed me away. Days turned into weeks, and the tension in our home only seemed to grow. I desperately needed an escape from the heavy atmosphere that had settled over us. Writing had always been my refuge, a way to make sense of my thoughts and emotions, but now, even that seemed elusive. I stared at a blank page on my laptop, my mind a whirlwind of conflicting feelings. Writer's block had taken hold of me, and I sighed in frustration. I closed my laptop, pushing it away, and decided to channel my energy into something else. Cooking seemed like a good distraction, a way to fill the empty hours that stretched ahead. I prepared a meal, one of Caleb's favorites, hoping that it might help bridge the growing distance between us. As the scent of the food wafted through the kitchen, my stomach churned with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. I knocked gently on Caleb's bedroom door, my heart pounding in my chest. "Caleb, I made dinner," I called out, my voice barely louder than a whisper. Silence greeted me, and a sinking feeling settled in my stomach. He was still avoiding me, deliberately ignoring my attempts at reconciliation. I placed the tray of food on the floor outside his door, feeling a lump form in my throat. Just as I was about to turn away, my phone chimed with a message. It was Tony. I eagerly opened the message, hoping for some explanation, some insight into Caleb's behavior. "Leave the food outside his door, Millie," the message read. "He's not ready to talk." My heart sank further, and tears welled up in my eyes. I replied with a simple, "Okay," and retreated to my room, feeling hurt and confused. The once warm and loving connection between us had been replaced by an impenetrable wall, and I couldn't fathom why Caleb was shutting me out. As I lay on my bed, my thoughts spiraled, and I wondered if there was more to the story, more to his distance than he was willing to admit. The days dragged on, and I couldn't shake the heavy cloud of tension that hung over our home. Caleb's distance weighed on me, and I longed for the warmth and connection we had once shared. It was as if a chasm had formed between us, and no matter how hard I tried to bridge it, it seemed to widen with each passing day. I knew that something was bothering Caleb, but he remained closed off, avoiding any interaction with me. Even simple gestures of comfort, like a reassuring touch or a kind word, were met with resistance. It was a painful and frustrating situation, one that left me feeling helpless. I turned to Tony for answers, hoping he might shed some light on Caleb's state of mind. I approached him one evening, my voice laced with concern. "Tony, please, you have to tell me what's going on with Caleb," I implored. Tony hesitated, his expression conflicted. "Millie, I wish I could, but he's not ready to talk about it. He's dealing with something from his past, something he's trying to come to terms with." I nodded, my heart heavy with worry. I wished I could be the one to comfort him, to help him confront whatever demons haunted him, but it seemed that he needed space, and I had to respect that. Determined to do something, anything, to break through the wall Caleb had erected between us, I decided to cook dinner for him. It was a small gesture, a way to show that I cared, even if he wasn't ready to accept it. I prepared his favorite meal, every dish made with love and care. With the tray of food in hand, I approached his bedroom door, my heart pounding. I knocked gently, my voice soft as I called out, "Caleb, I made dinner for you." Silence answered me, and I sighed, my hope dwindling. I placed the tray of food on the floor outside his door, a mix of sadness and frustration washing over me. "Dinner for one," I thought as I made my way to the basement. I couldn't bear the thought of disturbing him any further, so I settled down to eat alone, my thoughts filled with worry for the man I loved, but who seemed so distant now. The night draped our surroundings in an eerie stillness, and it was in this quietude that I heard a faint, peculiar noise. The room I was drawn to had always been securely locked, and the fact that Caleb was now inside was baffling. Yet, my concern for him overrode any hesitation. Approaching the door cautiously, my heart raced, anticipating the unknown. I grasped the handle, and it yielded to my touch. Stepping into the dimly lit chamber, I was greeted by an unexpected sight. There, in the soft glow of ambient light, sat Caleb, his once mighty shoulders slumped in defeat. Rivulets of tears coursed down his cheeks, and he clutched a photograph, a relic from our shared past. The revelation washed over me like a tidal wave. He was grieving for the Millie he had lost, the Millie whose life had ended in tragedy. I couldn't remain a silent observer. Sympathy surged within me, and I moved closer, determined to share in his sorrow. "Caleb," I whispered tenderly, "you don't have to bear this pain alone." Startled, he looked up, his eyes heavy with sorrow and guilt. "Millie," he croaked, his voice breaking like fragile glass, "I'm so sorry, I couldn't protect you." Kneeling beside him, I extended a consoling hand to his trembling shoulder. "Caleb," I murmured, my voice filled with compassion, "it was not your fault. You did everything in your power." He leaned into my touch, tears flowing freely. "Millie," he confessed, voice trembling, "I loved her. I loved you." My throat tightened with emotion as I enfolded him in a comforting embrace. "I know," I reassured him gently, "and I love you too." We lingered there on the cool, hard floor of the room, two souls intertwined in shared sorrow. We poured out our grief, finding solace in the presence of one another. In that profound moment, I realized that while we were distinct from our former selves, the love that bound us transcended the bounds of time. As we drifted into a fitful slumber, our bodies pressed closely together, I understood that we would confront whatever challenges the future held united. We would draw strength from our shared history and from the unbreakable bond that had persisted, unyielding, across the eons. In the stillness of the night, I slipped into the realm of dreams, a realm where memories and echoes of my past life often resided. This time, the dream was different. It was vivid, haunting, and crystal clear. I found myself in the dim, rocky confines of a cave, the air thick with anticipation. My younger self, full of hope and naivety, stood beside Ian, waiting for Caleb to join us. The flickering torchlight cast eerie shadows on the cave walls, painting a surreal tableau of our impending fate. Suddenly, a third figure materialized before us. My heart pounded, but I couldn't see their face, nor hear the timbre of their voice. An inexplicable dread washed over me as they approached, shrouded in an ominous cloak of secrecy. Inexorably, the enigmatic figure drew a gleaming blade from the folds of their robe, and time seemed to slow. I watched in helpless horror as Ian, my dear friend from that bygone life, was impaled by the merciless blade. He crumpled to the unforgiving cave floor, his life extinguished in an instant. As the nightmare unfolded before me, I was paralyzed, unable to intervene or even scream. The cavern seemed to close in on me, and I felt an oppressive weight pressing down upon my chest. The dream ended abruptly, and I awoke with a start, my heart racing and my body slick with cold sweat. The vivid memory of that nightmarish vision clung to me, etching itself into my consciousness like a brand. It was a vision of the past, a fragment of a tragic memory that I could no longer deny. My past life had been intertwined with darkness and danger, and the shadows of that life haunted my dreams, serving as a stark reminder of the trials that lay ahead. As I awoke from the haunting dream, my heart still racing with the echoes of that dreadful vision, I found myself alone in the dimly lit room. The weight of the memories lingered, heavy and unsettling, like a specter refusing to depart. Moments later, the door creaked open, and Caleb entered, his face etched with anger and grief. His eyes, once warm and familiar, now bore the weight of sorrow I couldn't comprehend. Seeing me there seemed to ignite his fury. "What are you doing in here?" he demanded, his voice sharp and unyielding. I swallowed hard, the remnants of the dream still fresh in my mind. I had a nightmare," I stammered, my voice quivering. He scowled, his frustration palpable. "This room is off limits to you. Leave and never enter it again." I nodded, my understanding mixed with a sense of unease. Caleb needed his space to grapple with his own demons, to confront the shadows of our shared past that still haunted him. With a heavy heart, I rose from the floor and quietly exited the room, leaving him to his solitude, hoping that time would heal the wounds that bound us together. The warm water of the bath enveloped me, offering a brief respite from the tumultuous emotions that had been churning within me. As I soaked in the comforting embrace of the tub, my thoughts drifted back to the unsettling dream that had plagued my sleep. I carefully washed away the grime of the day, the cool droplets of water soothing my skin. The memory of the cave, the enigmatic figure, and Ian's tragic fate haunted me. I knew that these dreams held clues to my past, to a life I couldn't remember, but felt so deeply connected to. Wrapping myself in a towel, I stepped out of the bath and decided not to burden Caleb with the details just yet. He had been through so much, his pain still raw and palpable. I needed more information, more clarity about the visions that seemed to be unlocking the secrets of my past. The hours stretched long and quiet as I adhered to Caleb's request, giving him the space he needed to grieve in solitude. It was a day of introspection, an opportunity to reflect on the recent turn of events, and my dreams that felt both revealing and elusive. In an attempt to distract myself, I turned to my writing, a sanctuary I often sought when the world felt heavy. Yet despite my best efforts, the words on the page seemed hollow, lacking the depth and passion that had once flowed effortlessly from my pen. Frustration gnawed at me as I realized that my creative well had run dry, mirroring the emotional turmoil within. With a sigh of defeat, I selected the text I had painstakingly crafted and hit the delete key. The cursor blinked mockingly on the empty screen, a reflection of the emptiness I felt within. It was as if my thoughts were scattered, fragmented, much like the memories that eluded me. As the day drew to a close, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. Caleb's grief weighed heavily on my heart, and I longed for the connection we once shared, even as I grappled with the mysteries of my past that continued to unravel in my dreams. The night was draped in a heavy silence, much like the countless others that had passed since Caleb's return. I lay in my bed, eyes fixed on the dimly lit ceiling, a restless energy coursing through my veins. It was then that a sensation, sharp and unexpected, pierced through my consciousness. Panic. My heart raced, my breath quickened, and I clutched the sheets, struggling to understand the source of this sudden turmoil. But as I focused, I realized that the panic was not mine, it was Caleb's. My instincts overrode any lingering doubts or fears, propelling me out of my room and down the corridor toward Caleb's door. With each step, my heart pounded in time with his, a synchronous rhythm that drew me closer to him. I hesitated only for a moment, my hand hovering over the door handle, before pushing it open gently. The room was shrouded in darkness, save for a sliver of moonlight that sliced through the curtains. There, on the edge of the bed, was Caleb. His form was hunched, shoulders trembling, as if he were battling some invisible foe. His anguish was palpable, and I couldn't stand idly by. "Caleb," I whispered, approaching cautiously. "It's me, Millie." As I drew nearer, he turned toward me, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and despair. Without a word, I reached out and took his hand, feeling the warmth of his skin against mine. "It's all right," I murmured, my voice gentle and reassuring. "I'm here. You're not alone." For a long moment, we simply sat there, our intertwined hands a lifeline in the darkness. The panic that had gripped him began to recede, slowly but surely, replaced by a fragile calm. It was as if our shared presence had the power to soothe the storms that raged within us both. In that quiet room, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, a connection between us, one that had been strained and tested, was reaffirmed. And as we sat there, holding on to each other, it was as though we were beginning to rebuild the bridge that had been severed by the weight of our past and the mysteries that surrounded it. I watched Caleb as he finally succumbed to sleep, his features softened in the gentle embrace of slumber. It was in these quiet moments, when his guard was down, that I could see glimpses of the man I had known before, the one I had come to care for deeply. Our relationship was far from straightforward. It was tangled with threads of history and enigma, woven into a tapestry of emotions both familiar and foreign. The memories of our past lives loomed large, casting long shadows over our present. And yet, despite the complexities and uncertainties that surrounded us, there was an undeniable connection that refused to be severed. As I gazed at him, my thoughts turned to the unresolved mystery of my past life's death. The visions and dreams had offered fragments of a truth that remained just out of reach. The presence of a third figure in the cave haunted my thoughts, an elusive specter that held the key to unlocking the secrets of that fateful night. Justice. The word echoed in my mind like a distant promise. I was determined to uncover the truth, to confront the darkness that had shrouded my past and threatened my present. But I knew that the path to justice would be fraught with challenges and dangers, that it would require unraveling the threads of a millennia-old tapestry. I glanced one more time at Caleb and couldn't help but run my finger over his parted lips. He was just so perfect. A smile appeared on my face as I thought about kissing me right now. The night was still young, and the world outside was cloaked in shadows. No one would know if I did, not even him. Yet, I didn't do it. I would like it more if he was awake, I think. As I made my way into deep slumber, I carried with me the weight of unresolved mysteries and the determination to seek answers, no matter where they might lead. I woke up in Caleb's bed, feeling slightly disoriented. The memories of the previous night slowly trickled back into my consciousness. I had been there to comfort him, to chase away his nightmares, and in doing so, had inadvertently intruded into his personal space. After a quick shower, I decided it was time to find Caleb and apologize for my actions. I needed to make things right, to ensure that our fragile equilibrium was maintained. I couldn't afford any more missteps, not when our relationship was still mired in complexity. I found Caleb in the kitchen, his eyes fixed on a cup of steaming tea. "Caleb," I began tentatively, "I'm sorry for last night. I shouldn't have come into your room like that." He looked up at me, his gaze surprisingly gentle. "Millie, it's not your fault. I'm the one who should apologize. I've been distant, and it's affecting both of us." I nodded, grateful for his understanding. "I just want to make things right between us." Caleb sighed and set his cup down. "Millie, I've been thinking. It might be better if you move into my room. The nightmares have been plaguing me for far too long, and it's not fair to ask you to bear the brunt of it." I blinked in surprise, not expecting such a suggestion. "Are you sure, Caleb? I don't want to impose on you." He smiled, a rare softness in his eyes. "It's not an imposition, Millie. It's a step towards rebuilding what we had, towards finding some semblance of peace in our tangled past." I considered his words for a moment. It was a step, a small one perhaps, but a step nonetheless, and deep down I knew it was a step in the right direction. "All right," I said, determination in my voice. "I'll start packing my things." Caleb's smile grew warmer, and he reached out to squeeze my hand. "Thank you, Millie. We'll figure this out together." As I began the process of moving my belongings into Caleb's room, I couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, we were on the path to unraveling the complexities of our past and forging a future where we could find solace in each other's arms. Caleb's sudden change in behavior had taken me completely by surprise. He had transformed from the stern and hostile guardian into someone who was, dare I say, amicable. The thought of us going out on what I could only describe as a date was something I hadn't fathomed in this peculiar situation. I couldn't deny the flicker of excitement that lit up within me at the prospect of leaving the confines of our home for a while. It had been so long since I had been anywhere beyond those walls, but skepticism lingered beneath the surface. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was all part of some intricate game, one that I didn't fully understand. I found myself dressing up a little, not wanting to disappoint Caleb if this was indeed a date. As I descended the stairs in my slightly more elegant attire, he looked at me and uttered a word that made my heart flutter despite my reservations. "Beautiful." I nodded, a small, hesitant smile forming on my lips. "Thank you." We left the house, and Caleb opened the door of a sleek car waiting in the driveway. His gentleness was baffling, and my caution persisted as I slid into the passenger seat. This was an unexpected twist in our twisted tale. The drive to the restaurant was mostly quiet, with occasional small talk about the town and its history. It was surreal, sitting beside a man I had once considered my captor, now playing the role of my companion for the evening. We arrived at the restaurant, and Caleb held the door open for me with a charming smile. The ambiance was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the tension that often enveloped our home. As we settled into our seats, he looked at me with an earnest expression. "I hope you enjoy this, Millie," he said, his tone surprisingly sincere. I nodded, my skepticism slowly giving way to a desire to embrace this change. "I appreciate it, Caleb. It's really nice here." And as we got seated, I couldn't help but wonder about the man across from me. This new side of Caleb was perplexing. and I couldn't deny the curiosity it sparked within me. Yet, leaving the house felt like a breath of fresh air, a liberation from the confines of our peculiar existence. The tension that had coiled around me in our home like an ever-present specter began to unravel as I stepped outside. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I felt normal, like an ordinary person on an ordinary outing. We enjoyed a pleasant meal at the restaurant, with Caleb's newfound amicability easing my apprehension. It was a strange experience, feeling the weight of his stern gaze replaced by something lighter, something almost resembling camaraderie. His charming manners and the unexpected compliments he'd paid me still lingered in my thoughts, mingling with my skepticism. After we'd finished eating, Caleb led the way outside, and I followed him into the cool evening air. I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief at the prospect of lingering outside a little longer, savoring the rare taste of freedom. When I suggested we delay our return home, a hint of Caleb's coldness returned to his demeanor. His reluctance was palpable, as if the facade of congeniality he had carefully crafted was beginning to crack. But after a brief, tense pause, he agreed to my suggestion, albeit with a hint of impatience in his voice. "Very well, we can take a walk," he said, his tone betraying the inner turmoil he might be experiencing. And so we walked together, side by side, the distance between us, not just measured in steps, but also in the unspoken mysteries that surrounded us. The evening's serenity belied the complexities of our relationship. The park was a haven of tranquility, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere that had lingered at home. As we strolled along the winding paths, I couldn't help but feel a sense of lightness, a lifting of the burdens that had weighed me down for so long. I spotted a set of swings ahead, their rusty chains and creaking seats invoking a sense of nostalgia from my childhood. Eager to capture a moment of pure joy, I turned to Caleb and flashed an inviting smile. "Come on, Caleb. Let's have some fun," I urged, hoping he'd relent. Caleb's brows furrowed in hesitation, but after a brief pause, a glimmer of reluctant amusement flickered in his eyes. He nodded, perhaps intrigued by the prospect of doing something so utterly ordinary. As I swung higher and higher, the wind rushing past me, I couldn't help but steal glances at Caleb. His stoic facade slowly melted away, revealing a man who was more complex than I had ever imagined. He hesitated for a moment before joining me on the swings, and that simple act of surrendering to the childlike thrill of it all was a revelation. Our laughter intertwined with the gentle rustling of leaves, creating a melody that resonated with an unexpected sense of closeness. I watched him, his dark hair ruffled by the breeze, and I noticed something incredible, an actual smile, one that reached his eyes, lighting them up in a way I hadn't seen before. A grin tugged at my own lips, and I made a silent vow to myself. I wanted to see that smile again, and not just once. I wanted to make it my daily goal to coax even the faintest hint of a smile from Caleb, as if I could unravel the layers of complexity that shrouded him and bring a sense of warmth into his life, just as he had done for me. As we walked back from the park, Caleb's demeanor shifted once again. He turned to me and spoke, his voice tinged with a rare gentleness. "Millie, there's something I need to tell you," he began, his eyes locked onto mine. My heart skipped a beat, wondering what could be so important. "What is it?" I asked, my voice a mixture of anticipation and curiosity. Caleb's lips curved into a slight smile, a sight that was becoming more familiar, but no less captivating. "You can leave the house now," he said, "but only if you're accompanied by me, Tony, or Joshua." I blinked in surprise, my heart soaring at the news. It was a step forward, a sign that Caleb was willing to trust me a little more, and that I was gradually regaining my freedom. "Thank you," I said, genuinely grateful. "I appreciate that, Caleb." He nodded, his gaze softening. "Just promise me you'll be careful," he said, concern lacing his words. "I don't want anything to happen to you." I couldn't help but smile at his protectiveness, touched by his genuine worry for my safety. "I promise," I replied, my voice sincere. "I'll be careful, and I'll make the most of this opportunity." With that promise between us, I looked forward to exploring more of my past and perhaps unraveling the mysteries that had long been hidden away. After returning to the house, I couldn't wait to share the day's exciting experiences with Celine. She had become not only a close friend, but also a source of comfort and support in this strange world I found myself in. As we settled into the cozy basement, I began recounting every detail of our outing, from the restaurant to the park, with enthusiasm. "And then," I said, my voice filled with excitement, "Caleb actually pushed me on the swings. Can you believe it?" Celine chuckled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Wow, he must have really changed his tune. That sounds like quite the day." I nodded, a smile stretching across my face. "It was, Celine. I feel like things are starting to look up, like there's hope for the future." My friend gave me an encouraging pat on the back. "I'm so glad to hear that, Millie. You deserve happiness and freedom." We spent the evening chatting about our dreams, hopes, and even shared a few silly stories. It was a welcome escape from the shadows of our pasts, and for the first time in a long while, I felt positive about my relationship with Caleb and the possibilities that lay ahead. Days turned into weeks, and an unsettling silence had settled over the house. Caleb and Tony had left on what they described as a business trip, promising to return soon. Yet as the hours stretched into days, and the days into weeks, their absence became increasingly worrisome. I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease and restlessness as I moved about the empty house, my footsteps echoing through the halls. Every creak of the old wooden floors seemed to magnify the isolation I felt. The quietness weighed on me, like a heavy shroud, and I missed the reassuring presence of Caleb and Tony. Each day, I would look out the window, hoping to see their familiar figures returning up the winding path to the house. I tried to keep myself occupied, reading books and working on my writing, but the worry gnawed at me. What could be taking them so long? Were they in danger? Were they hurt? I spent restless nights lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to find solace in sleep. My thoughts were consumed by the uncertainty of their whereabouts, and I couldn't help but fear the worst. It was a stark reminder of the unpredictable nature of our world and the fragile balance we were trying to maintain. The days dragged on, and my sense of unease deepened into frustration. I couldn't stand the feeling of being trapped within those four walls, waiting for a return that seemed increasingly uncertain. I found myself spending long hours on the balcony, gazing out at the landscape beyond. The once serene view now felt like a prison, as I strained my eyes to catch any sign of their arrival. The wind carried with it the distant sounds of the world outside, a cruel reminder of my isolation. I made countless attempts to reach out to Caleb, my fingers tapping out messages on my phone, each one filled with mounting worry and frustration. I checked my inbox repeatedly, hoping for a response that never came. The silence from his end only intensified my sense of helplessness. I couldn't help but wonder what could be keeping them away for so long. Had something gone terribly wrong? Were they in danger? With each unanswered message, my anxiety grew, and I felt like a caged bird, desperately flapping its wings against the bars, yearning for freedom. A few days later, I watched from the balcony and spotted Caleb and Tony returning home. My heart raced with a mix of relief and frustration. I had spent endless days waiting for their return, feeling abandoned and alone. I ran back downstairs to meet them and found that Celine had seen them coming back as well. We were both at the door by the time it opened to reveal Caleb and Tony. They were both exhausted and in need of a good bath, but to me, it all didn't matter. I was just glad that they were back alive. As they approached, I couldn't help but notice the way Celine ran into Tony's arms, and they shared a passionate kiss. Once they parted, their eyes were filled with affectionate words that needed no utterance. It was as if they were the only people left on Earth, and they didn't even care that Caleb and I were watching them. "I missed you so much, Celine," Tony whispered, running a hand over her hair. Celine smiled softly, sparks in her gaze. "I missed you too, Tony, more than words can express." The jealousy stirred within me as I watched them embrace again. It felt like they had a connection too, a bond that had been forged in the past. It was even stronger than the one between me and Caleb. Speaking of him, I glanced in his direction and longed for that kind of closeness with him, but he was being distant. I had no doubt that he was preoccupied, but still, was a little affection too much to ask for? I swallowed my feelings, trying to hide the hurt that welled up inside me. I guess I had to be patient and understand that Caleb and Tony weren't the same. My mate was unfortunately colder and more difficult to please. Still, the pang of jealousy and neglect lingered, leaving me feeling like an outsider in this house. Caleb and I exchanged no words as we crossed paths, our eyes meeting briefly before we continued on separate ways. I turned away, my eyes fixed on the horizon as tears threatened to fall. No, it would be too easy to just let this pass without reacting. I couldn't contain my frustration any longer. Caleb's sudden disappearance for weeks, the isolation and the uncertainty had taken a toll on me. As he entered our shared bedroom, I finally decided to confront him. "Caleb," I began, my voice trembling with pent-up emotions. "We need to talk about this. You can't just disappear for so long without a word." He turned to me, his expression unreadable, and simply said, "Get ready, we're going out." I sighed, exasperated by his dismissive attitude. "Caleb, please, just talk to me. Where are we going?" He didn't respond to my question. Instead, he grabbed a coat and held it out to me. I looked at the coat, puzzled, then back at him. "What's going on? Why won't you answer me?" I asked, my frustration growing. But Caleb remained stoic, his eyes inscrutable. He stepped closer, holding the coat open as if demanding that I put it on. His actions were forceful, leaving me with no choice but to comply. I reluctantly slipped into the coat, feeling a mixture of confusion and annoyance. As we headed out of our room and into the unknown, my unease deepened. I had so many questions, but it seemed that Caleb was determined to keep me in the dark. It was frustrating and infuriating, but at that moment I had no choice but to follow him, hoping that he would eventually open up and share more with me. As Caleb brought me to the park against my will, my frustration grew. I felt like a child being dragged somewhere against their wishes. He left me alone near the swings and walked away to make some phone calls. I watched him as he distanced himself from me, his actions only fueling my irritation. Why was he doing this? Why couldn't he just talk to me, explain everything that had been happening during his absence? Left to my own devices, I glanced around the park, feeling a mix of emotions. Children played on the swings, their laughter and innocent joy contrasting sharply with my current predicament. I hesitated for a moment, feeling out of place among them. But as I watched the children, I couldn't help myself. Despite my annoyance, I approached the swings and tentatively sat down on one. I pushed myself back and forth, the gentle motion somewhat soothing my nerves. It was a small comfort amidst the confusion that had become my life. All the while, I couldn't help but steal glances in Caleb's direction, wondering what he was so preoccupied with on those phone calls. My patience was wearing thin. Sitting on the swing, a gnawing sense of loneliness and frustration washed over me. Caleb's mysterious behavior had left me feeling isolated and ignored. I swung back and forth mechanically, lost in my thoughts, trying to make sense of it all. But my momentary peace was shattered when a stranger approached me, his intentions dark and sinister. His sudden presence sent a shiver down my spine. Panic gripped my chest as he lunged toward me, his hands reaching out to grab me. In an instant, I found myself locked in a harrowing struggle to free myself from his grasp. Fear coursed through my veins as I fought with every ounce of strength, desperately making enough noise to draw Caleb's attention. Just when it seemed like my world was about to crumble, there was a blur of movement, and suddenly I was released from the stranger's grip. Startled, I stumbled back, trying to regain my composure. As I looked up, I saw Caleb, his features twisted in anger and determination. In a flash, he had used his incredible speed to intervene, throwing the would-be kidnapper aside with a force that left me in shock. The man scrambled to his feet and dashed toward a black sedan that was waiting nearby, quickly disappearing into the distance. Caleb and I were left standing there, our breaths heavy and our hearts pounding with adrenaline. The tension in the air was palpable, and the realization of what had just transpired slowly sank in. We exchanged a wide-eyed glance, both of us stunned by the sudden danger that had befallen us. Back at home, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins, Caleb and I sat down to discuss the alarming implications of the incident at the park. The tension in the air was thick, and our conversation carried a heavy weight. Caleb's brows were furrowed, his expression a mixture of concern and frustration. "This changes things," he said, his voice low and serious. I nodded, my heart still pounding. "He knows about you, Caleb. He saw what you can do. Caleb clenched his jaw, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. We can't ignore this. He might expose us, or worse. Fear gnawed at me as I considered the potential consequences. What do we do now? Caleb met my gaze, his eyes filled with determination. We need to be more cautious, Millie. We can't afford any slip-ups. I nodded, understanding the gravity of our situation. We'll have to be even more careful from now on. As we contemplated the uncertain future that lay ahead, the weight of our secret pressed down on us, reminding us that we were in a precarious position that required unwavering vigilance. I couldn't help but feel uneasy around Joshua. His sudden appearance had disrupted the fragile balance that had formed within our group. I needed to discuss my feelings with Caleb, the one person I trusted completely. One evening, I found an opportunity to talk to Caleb privately. Caleb, I began tentatively, I can't help but feel uneasy about Joshua. Caleb looked at me with understanding in his eyes. I know it's been an adjustment, Millie, but he's here to help. I nodded, though my unease still lingered. I'll try to give him a chance. A few days later, as we gathered in the living room, Caleb brought up the recent attack on our home. I don't think it was random, he said, his voice measured. Joshua, who had been studying a book nearby, looked up. It could have been a passerby who stumbled upon you guys. Caleb shook his head. No, Millie and I were followed to the park. This was deliberate. The gravity of the situation settled over us like a heavy shroud. We knew that we couldn't afford to underestimate the threat that now loomed over us. As the minutes passed, I couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that something was off about Joshua. It wasn't just his sudden appearance at home when no one had called him over, but a subtle shift in his behavior that made me uneasy. I couldn't help but contemplate the possibility that Joshua might actually be Ian, Caleb's supposedly dead twin brother. I'd heard stories about Ian, and though I'd never met him personally in my past life, his reputation was notorious. He was known to be elusive, cunning, and untrustworthy. I couldn't ignore the unease that gnawed at me whenever he was nearby, like a subtle undercurrent of danger. The more I observed Joshua, or Ian if my suspicions were correct, the more I saw glimpses of his past actions in his present behavior. But I kept my thoughts to myself, unsure of how to approach Caleb with such a sensitive topic. The last thing we needed was to sow seeds of doubt among our already fragile group. The tension in the room was palpable as we discussed the recent attack on our home. Caleb, Tony, Celine, and I were all on edge, considering our options to identify the attacker. Caleb had suggested using facial recognition software to track down the man who had tried to kidnap me, while Tony and Celine were eager to find any leads. I offered to help by drawing a description of the attacker, hoping it might aid in identifying him. But it was Joshua's reaction that stood out the most. His disinterest and reluctance to pursue the matter puzzled me. As I began to sketch the face of the man who had threatened me, I noticed Joshua's nonchalant demeanor. He seemed almost dismissive of the entire discussion. Joshua, don't you think it's crucial that we find out who this person was? Caleb pressed, clearly frustrated by his twin's indifference. Joshua glanced at the rough sketch I was working on but didn't respond immediately. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, his expression inscrutable. It could have been a random incident, couldn't it? He finally said, his voice lacking conviction. I couldn't help but exchange a glance with Caleb, a sense of unease growing within me. It was as if Joshua had something to hide or was deliberately trying to divert our attention from the issue at hand. Whatever his motives, it was becoming increasingly clear that there was more to Joshua's presence than met the eye. The decision weighed heavily on our minds as we continued to discuss our next steps in the wake of the recent attack. Tony had suggested that he should go and investigate by asking around the neighborhood, hoping to gather any information about the mysterious attacker. It was a reasonable plan, but Caleb, ever protective, immediately offered to accompany him, not wanting to leave anything to chance. I, on the other hand, felt a gnawing sense of unease at the thought of being left alone at home with Joshua. Despite my lingering suspicions about him, I couldn't deny the tension that seemed to follow in his wake. The idea of being alone with him in the house made me distinctly uncomfortable. I'd like to come with you, I interjected, my voice firm but tinged with apprehension, directing my request towards Tony and Caleb. Caleb hesitated, clearly torn between his instinct to protect me and the necessity of Tony's mission. He glanced at Tony, who seemed equally uncertain. Tony spoke up, understanding my concern. "Millie, you don't have to worry about staying alone with Joshua. We'll be back soon." But my unease persisted, and I insisted, "Please, Caleb, I'd feel much safer if you were here with me." After a tense pause, Caleb finally relented. "All right, Millie, we'll stay here together." His eyes held a mixture of concern and reassurance, and I felt a wave of gratitude wash over me. It was a compromise, one that allowed me to feel safer, even if it meant we couldn't immediately pursue the investigation. After Joshua had left, leaving Caleb and me alone once more, I felt the pressing need to share my growing suspicions with Caleb. It was a burden that had been gnawing at me, and I couldn't keep it to myself any longer. "Caleb," I began, my voice wavering slightly with anxiety, "I can't shake the feeling that Joshua might be Ian. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? His behavior has changed so drastically, and I feel uneasy around him." Caleb, who had been deep in thought, turned his attention to me, his brow furrowing. He considered my words carefully before responding. "Millie, I understand that recent events have been unsettling, and it's natural to be wary. But you must remember, Ian was killed. Joshua is his twin brother, and he's here to help us." His words did little to assuage my concerns, and I persisted. "I know it sounds crazy, but what if he faked his death? We've seen strange things, Caleb, and I can't shake this feeling of dread when he's around." Caleb sighed, a mixture of frustration and understanding in his eyes. He reached out and gently held my hand, his touch offering some comfort. "I promise, Millie, I won't leave you alone with him, if that's what you're worried about. But let's not jump to conclusions just yet. We need more evidence before we accuse him of anything." I nodded, relieved that Caleb had at least acknowledged my concerns. Still, the unease lingered, and I couldn't help but wonder if there was more to Joshua's story than met the eye. As our conversation came to a close, a moment of tenderness unfolded between Caleb and me. His hand gently cupped my cheek, his thumb softly caressing it. It was a gesture that felt surprisingly intimate, given our complicated history. He leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to my forehead, his lips warm and reassuring. I blinked up at him, our eyes meeting, and for a fleeting instant, it felt like the world around us faded away. The touch of his lips lingered on my skin, and his deep, thoughtful gaze held mine. It was a gesture I hadn't experienced from Caleb before, and it left me with a fluttering in my chest. I couldn't help but wonder if there was more to it than simple reassurance. Was he beginning to develop feelings for me, just as I had started to develop feelings for him? It was a question that lingered in the air, unspoken yet palpable, as we remained in that quiet moment of connection. Caleb's POV. The night was draped in shadows as I slipped out of the house, leaving Millie peacefully asleep. My heart carried the weight of concern for her safety, and it fueled my determination to unearth the truth behind the attack. Tony, my loyal friend and confidant, stood waiting for me in the darkness, his eyes reflecting a shared determination. Together, we ventured into the heart of the city, where the neon lights of bars and clubs illuminated the streets. It was a world hidden from the eyes of most, a place where dragons could be themselves, free from the prying gaze of humans. We knew where to look, for dragons like us had our favorite haunts. Hours passed as we traversed from one establishment to another, inquiring about the mysterious attacker. We described the man I had encountered in the park, hoping that someone had seen or heard something that might lead us to answers. The responses were mostly indifferent or vague, the patrons shielding their secrets with practiced indifference. Just when we were about to give up, a decrepit club came into view. The fading neon sign read, "The Midnight Flame," and it seemed to have witnessed decades of debauchery. We pushed open the heavy wooden door, and the scent of stale alcohol and dimly lit ambiance welcomed us. An elderly barmaid with gray hair and sharp eyes stood behind the counter, wiping a glass with a rag as if lost in her own world. I approached cautiously, my voice measured yet determined. "We're looking for a man," I began, describing the assailant. The barmaid's eyes lit up the further I spoke. "His name is Larry," he exclaimed. Tony and I exchanged hopeful looks. The barmaid was convinced of herself, her gaze sharpening as she regarded us. "Larry, you say?" I asked. She leaned in closer, her voice barely a whisper. "Yeah, I might know who you're talking about. He's been stirring up trouble lately, hanging dat with the wrong crowd." Relief washed over me, mingled with a surge of urgency. "Where can we find him?" The barmaid hesitated before finally divulging, "He's been crashing at a place not far from here. It's an old warehouse on Elm Street, abandoned for years, but he might have changed location since then. You can go and look for yourself. Be careful, though. He's a dangerous one." I nodded, gratitude welling up within me. "Thank you for your help." We left the dimly lit club, our path now clear. Larry, the elusive attacker, had a name and a place of residence. It was a lead we couldn't afford to ignore, and as we strode through the night, the echoes of our footsteps resonated with the promise of answers and justice. As Tony and I approached the location the barmaid had mentioned, the abandoned warehouse loomed before us like a relic of a forgotten era. The night air was thick with tension, and we could sense that we were stepping into a dangerous territory. Young gangsters and petty thieves had congregated here, their presence marked by the eerie glow of flickering fires and the echo of raucous laughter. I scanned the area, searching for any sign of Larry, our mysterious assailant. The place was a haven for miscreants, and there was no telling what kind of company he kept. It wasn't long before I noticed the wary glances thrown our way, their eyes filled with suspicion and hostility. We ventured further into the midst of the gathering, and I decided to take a more direct approach. I approached a young man, his face obscured by a tattered hood. "We're looking for someone named Larry," I began, my voice steady. "Have you seen him?" The hooded figure glanced around nervously before snarling, "What's it to you?" Tony and I exchanged a knowing look, our instincts warning us that this wouldn't be an easy conversation. "We have some business with him." Tony replied cautiously, "It's in his best interest to cooperate." The response was not what we had hoped for. The gangsters around us grew more hostile, and the tension in the air thickened. It wasn't long before the situation escalated, and fists were exchanged. We were outnumbered, but experience and skill were on our side, and we held our own in the ensuing brawl. As the confrontation wore on, our assailants began to scatter, fleeing from the scene as they realized they were outmatched. I managed to grab one of them before he could escape, pinning him to the ground. His face was bruised and bloodied, but I needed answers. "Where's Larry?" I demanded, my voice firm but not unkind. The young man trembled beneath my grip, fear evident in his eyes. He stammered, "I don't know where he is now, but I've heard he got hired by some powerful people a few weeks ago. They gave him a big job, something important." The revelation sent a shiver down my spine. Larry hadn't acted alone. He had been hired by someone with considerable influence. It was a lead, albeit a vague one, but it was more than we had before. With a final warning to the trembling informant, I released him, and he scrambled to his feet, fleeing into the night. Tony and I exchanged a somber look, knowing that we were now one step closer to unraveling the mystery behind the attack on our home. But this newfound knowledge came with its own set of questions, and the identity of those powerful people remained a haunting enigma. As I returned home with Tony, a heavy weight of responsibility pressed upon my shoulders. The night's investigation had yielded valuable information, but it had also reinforced the perilous nature of our situation. The safety of our home, and more importantly, Millie's well-being, remained paramount in my mind. I made my way to our shared bedroom, where Millie lay peacefully, her delicate form bathed in the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the curtains. Her presence was a soothing balm to the turmoil that had gripped my heart in recent times. She deserved so much better than the cold, distant demeanor I had subjected her to. As I sat by her sleeping form, I couldn't help but let my gaze linger on her features. The vulnerability she displayed in slumber was a stark contrast to the resilience she had shown since her arrival in our world. My feelings for her had grown, evolved into something beyond mere obligation. Regret gnawed at me for not treating her with the warmth and kindness she deserved. A determination welled up within me, a newfound resolve to protect her, not just as the potential stonekeeper, but as Millie, the person who had captured my heart. I knew I couldn't erase the past, but I could change the course of our future together. Leaning in, I pressed a gentle, chaste kiss to her lips, a symbol of my acceptance, a promise to be patient, and to allow her the time she needed to feel comfortable around me. The sensation of her soft breath against my skin, even in her sleep, brought a sense of contentment and longing. I whispered softly, though she couldn't hear me, "I'll wait for you, Millie, for as long as it takes." With that, I settled into a watchful silence, my commitment unwavering, as I patiently awaited the day when she would fully embrace the connection between us, and we could face the challenges ahead together. I sat at the breakfast table with Caleb, a sense of unease lingering in the air. Recent events had left me suspicious, particularly when it came to Joshua. There was something about his presence that didn't sit right with me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he might be connected to the attack. I took a sip of my tea, trying to find the right words to express my concerns. "Caleb," I began cautiously, "I can't help but wonder about Joshua's involvement in what happened recently. There's something about him that just doesn't feel right." Caleb raised an eyebrow, his expression guarded. "Millie, you're letting your imagination run wild. Joshua's been a close friend for a long time. He wouldn't betray us." I couldn't help but worry, and I voiced my concerns. "I understand that, but what if his loyalty is divided? What if he's involved with those who attacked us?" Caleb's jaw tightened, and I sensed his frustration. "Millie, you're overthinking this. Joshua is not your enemy. He's here to help us." The tension in the room was palpable, and I knew that we were at an impasse. Despite Caleb's reassurances, my gut told me that I needed to be cautious, especially for my own safety. Loyalties could be complicated, and I couldn't ignore the doubts that had taken root in my mind. Caleb's eyes held a mixture of concern and determination as he spoke, his voice low and reassuring. "Millie, I promise to protect you. Don't worry, all right? I won't let anything happen to you." His words brought a sense of relief, and I nodded in agreement. "I trust you, Caleb. We'll watch out for each other." A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he continued, "And speaking of watching out, we're going to start going out daily. It's important that we don't draw too much attention." The prospect of leaving the house excited me, and I practically beamed as I replied, "That sounds wonderful, Caleb. I've been cooped up for too long." As we both began to eat our breakfast, I couldn't help but think about Caleb's upcoming birthday. It was a perfect opportunity to show my appreciation for him, and an idea began to form in my mind. "Caleb, I think I want to get you a birthday gift," I said with enthusiasm. He looked genuinely surprised, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "You don't have to do that, Millie." But I shook my head, determined. "No, I want to. It's the least I can do to show my gratitude for everything you've done for me." Caleb's eyes softened, and he reached across the table to place his hand over mine. "Thank you, Millie. Your presence is already the greatest gift I could ask for." I smiled back at him, feeling a warmth in my heart. There was still much to uncover about our past, but in that moment, I knew that our bond was growing stronger with each passing day. Suddenly, our breakfast moment was interrupted. As Tony and Celine entered the room, their expressions held a sense of urgency. I glanced over at Caleb, who was listening intently to what they had to say. The news they brought was unsettling. "The council wants to meet with you, Caleb," Tony explained, his voice laced with concern. "They say it's urgent." Caleb's brows furrowed in response. He turned to me, regret in his eyes. "Millie, I'm afraid our plans will have to be postponed," he said, his voice apologetic. I nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. It was essential for him to attend this meeting. "I know, Caleb, you have to go." He sighed, clearly torn between his duty and leaving me behind. "I'm sorry for this, Millie. Celine will stay with you while I'm gone. And please, take this," he said, handing me a credit card. "Use it for anything you need, but remember to stay safe." I took the card and nodded, my heart heavy with the prospect of being separated from him once again. "I will, Caleb. Please come back soon." He gave me a reassuring smile, his hand gently cupping my cheek. "I promise, it won't be long. I'll return in a day or two at the most." With a final glance, Caleb left the room, leaving me in the care of Celine. As they departed, I couldn't help but hope that whatever awaited Caleb at the council would not pose any danger to him or our fragile relationship. The day was bright and sunny as Celine and I prepared to go shopping for Caleb's upcoming birthday. I had a specific gift in mind, something that would express my feelings for him. As we discussed our plans, I managed to convince Celine that a trip out of town to a larger mall would be ideal. Driving down the winding roads, I felt a sense of freedom and excitement. It had been a while since I'd been out of the house, and I was looking forward to selecting the perfect gift for Caleb. The thought of seeing him smile on his special day filled me with joy. However, our pleasant outing took a dark turn when a black truck suddenly appeared in our rearview mirror. It was tailing us, getting closer with each passing second. Panic surged within me as I realized we were being chased. I quickly grabbed my phone and sent a frantic message to Caleb, hoping he would receive it in time. The situation grew increasingly dire as the black truck continued its relentless pursuit. The road became narrower and more treacherous, making it difficult to shake our pursuers. I could feel my heart pounding, and I urged Celine to keep driving as fast as she could. But it was too late. The black truck rammed into our car, causing it to swerve off the road and down a steep hill. Everything happened in a blur as our vehicle rolled uncontrollably, and I struggled to hold on. Pain shot through my body as the car finally came to a stop. As I tried to regain my senses, I saw Joshua approaching us, his expression unreadable. The world around me began to fade, and darkness overtook my vision as I slipped into unconsciousness, leaving me with a sense of impending danger and uncertainty. Caleb's POV. The moment my phone chimed with an urgent message from Millie, dread settled in the pit of my stomach. I quickly read her frantic words, realizing that something had gone terribly wrong. Without wasting a second, I sprang into action, sharing the distressing news with Tony. Our mission was abruptly abandoned as we raced back home, fear gnawing at me with every passing second. The familiar landscape outside the car window blurred into a haze as my thoughts raced, trying to anticipate the danger that had befallen Millie and Celine. I clenched the steering wheel, my knuckles white with tension, my mind consumed with worry for Millie's safety. Whatever had happened, I knew I had to get to her as quickly as possible. We didn't need to reach home. On the way, Tony and I came upon a scene out of a horror movie. An accident had happened on the main road, and the car fuming a few meters away on the side was Celine's. The sight of Celine's overturned car and her unconscious form was a jarring shock. I rushed to her side, my heart pounding in my chest. Kneeling beside her, I checked for vital signs. She was alive, but in need of urgent medical attention. "We have to get her help," I said, my voice tense with worry. Tony was already reaching for his phone to call for an ambulance. As I focused on Celine, my heightened senses caught something amiss in the air. A strange scent, faint yet distinct, lingered nearby. I scanned the surroundings, my eyes darting around the wreckage and the ground, searching for clues. Signs of a struggle were evident, and the lingering odor of masking spray sent alarm bells ringing in my mind. Tony's voice was filled with concern as he asked, "What do you think happened here?" I continued to survey the scene, my senses on high alert. Someone was here, Tony, someone who knew what they were doing, and they took Millie. Dread washed over me, and Tony's eyes widened in alarm. "We have to find her, and quickly." I nodded, my jaw set with determination. "I'll follow this trail. You call the authorities and get Celine to safety. I won't rest until Millie is back with us." Suddenly, Celine began stirring in Tony's arms. He was about to call 911, but hung up the phone, staring hopefully at his lover's face. Tony and I huddled around her, our faces etched with worry and determination. She was slowly regaining consciousness, her eyelids fluttering as she groggily blinked. "Celine, can you hear me?" I asked, my voice laced with urgency. She nodded weakly, and a tremor of pain flickered across her features. "What happened?" she mumbled. "We need to know everything, Celine," Tony urged. "Tell us what you remember." Celine's brow furrowed as she struggled to recall the events leading up to the accident. Her words came out in fragments, her voice strained with discomfort. "We, the black truck, they chased us, forced us off the road." My heart sank at her words. It was as I feared, a deliberate attack. "Do you remember anything about the people in the black truck?" I pressed. She shook her head slowly, wincing as she did so. "I didn't get a good look. They were too fast, and then everything went dark." Tony and I exchanged concerned glances. We needed more information, but it seemed Celine's memory was as fragmented as the scene of the accident. "Rest now, Celine," I said gently, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We'll take care of things from here. You've been through a lot." As Tony called for medical assistance, I couldn't shake the unease settling over me. The black truck, the scent-masking spray, and now Celine's account. All signs pointed to a deliberate and calculated abduction. Millie was in danger, and time was running out. We had to find her, no matter the cost. As I knelt beside Celine, trying to piece together the events of the accident, a sudden, agonizing pain pierced through me. It was as if someone had ripped out a part of my soul, leaving behind a raw and gaping void. I gasped, clutching my chest as the sensation washed over me. Tony, who had been on the phone with emergency services, turned to me with alarm. "Caleb, are you all right?" he asked. I couldn't find words to respond. My mind was in turmoil, the pain too intense to bear. It was the unmistakable sensation of our mate bond being severed, a bond that had connected Millie and me, heart and soul. Tears welled up in my eyes as the truth hit me like a tidal wave. Millie was gone, and our connection had been violently torn apart. I struggled to breathe, my hands trembling, as a profound sense of loss and despair washed over me. Tony rushed to my side, his expression mirroring my grief. "Caleb, we need to find her," he urged, his voice filled with determination. "We can't lose her." With great effort, I nodded, my resolve hardening. Millie was out there, in danger, and I would stop at nothing to bring her back, to repair the shattered bond that connected us. The pain in my chest was a constant reminder of what I had lost, but it also fueled my determination to reunite with my mate, no matter the challenges that lay ahead. I dialed Joshua's number with a growing sense of urgency, my fingers trembling as I brought the phone to my ear. Each passing moment without Millie felt like an eternity, and I couldn't afford to waste any more time. "Joshua," I said as soon as he picked up, "we need your help. Millie's gone, and we think she's been taken." There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before Joshua responded, his voice filled with concern. "Caleb, I'll be there as soon as I can. Where should we meet?" I quickly relayed our location to Joshua, and he assured me he would arrive as swiftly as possible. It was a relief to know he would be joining us. His tracking skills were unparalleled, and we needed every advantage we could get. As I hung up the phone, a gnawing suspicion began to creep into my mind. Could Joshua truly be trusted in this situation? I had known him for so long, but recent events had cast a shadow of doubt over his actions. The possibility that he might be involved in Millie's disappearance sent a chill down my spine. Nevertheless, I couldn't afford to let paranoia cloud my judgment. Millie's safety was my top priority, and if Joshua could help us find her, I had to put aside my doubts for now. Tony and I waited anxiously for Joshua's arrival, our thoughts consumed by the mystery of Millie's disappearance and the urgency of bringing her back to safety. As Joshua joined us, I tried to hide my unease behind a facade of determination. We needed all the help we could get to find Millie, and I couldn't let my doubts about Joshua distract us from the task at hand. With a sense of urgency, I announced my intention to search for Millie from above in my dragon form. I saw the worry in Tony and Joshua's eyes, but they nodded in agreement. I knew they were concerned about my well-being, but finding Millie was paramount. With a powerful surge of energy, I transformed into my dragon form and soared into the sky. The wind rushed past me as I scanned the landscape below, desperately searching for any sign of Millie. But as I gained altitude, I made a difficult decision. I couldn't let Joshua in on my plan. It was a dangerous gamble, but it was the only way to uncover the truth. Instead of heading in the direction I had indicated, I veered off in the opposite one. I knew it was risky, but I had to be sure of Joshua's intentions. If he was involved in Millie's disappearance, I needed to uncover his motives and protect her at all costs. As I flew, my thoughts were consumed by Millie. I couldn't deny the depth of my feelings for her any longer. The fear of losing her had awakened emotions I had long buried, and I realized that I would do anything to ensure her safety. I couldn't bear the thought of losing her again, and the mere idea of her being in danger sent shivers down my spine. My dragon form began to regain its strength as determination coursed through me. I would find Millie, no matter the cost. I couldn't let her down. Not now. Not ever. In the dark depths of my restless slumber, the nightmare played out once again, like an unending loop of torment. I found myself trapped in the chilling memories of my death, reliving the nightmarish events that had haunted me for so long. I stood in that dreaded cave, the very same one where I had lost my life. Beside me, Ian, his presence a comforting yet haunting reminder of what we had once been. But our solace was short-lived, for an ominous figure approached, shrouded in darkness, with their face obscured by an impenetrable veil. I strained to see, to pierce through the shadows and uncover the identity of the killer. Desperation coursed through me as I reached out, trying to grasp any clue that might reveal the truth. But every time, the murderer's face remained an enigmatic blur, slipping away from my grasp like smoke through my fingers. In the dream, I couldn't help but feel the overwhelming frustration of my own helplessness. Each time, the faceless assailant would strike, and the vision would end with Ian's lifeless body at my feet, leaving me with a sense of profound loss and guilt that echoed through my waking hours. Night after night, the nightmare persisted, a relentless tormentor of my fragile peace. I yearned to unravel the mystery, to uncover the face hidden behind the darkness, but it remained an elusive secret, locked away in the depths of my subconscious. The question of who had taken everything from me remained an agonizing riddle, one that I couldn't solve, even in the realm of dreams. In the dream, as the faceless murderer approached with a chilling determination, the air grew heavy with his ominous intentions. His voice, cold and menacing, sliced through the silence. "I will become a king," he declared, his words dripping with malevolence, "and I shall acquire the stone you carry, the key to my ascendancy." Fear and fury surged within me, a potent cocktail of emotions that ignited a fire in my soul. I couldn't let this malevolent force take the stone that was inexplicably tied to my fate. With newfound resolve, I fought back against the encroaching darkness. Summoning every ounce of strength within me, I lashed out at my assailant. Our struggle was fierce, an intense battle between my determination to protect the stone and his sinister desire to claim it. In the midst of our struggle, a surge of energy coursed through my veins, and my hand connected with the murderer's chest. A searing pain shot through him, and a handprint, imprinted with my essence, burned onto his flesh. My defiance had left a mark, a tangible reminder that I would not yield to his malevolent ambitions. Though the murderer writhed in pain, he did not relent, his thirst for power unabated. As Millie slowly regained consciousness, she found herself in the midst of an unforgiving desert. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly, intensifying the throbbing pain that pulsed through her body. Her senses gradually returned, and she became acutely aware of the searing heat, the grains of sand sticking to her sweat-soaked skin, and the dry, arid air that parched her throat. Struggling to sit up, Millie felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. She clutched her head, attempting to piece together the fragmented memories of her recent past. The last thing she could recall was the nightmarish struggle within her dream, where a malevolent force sought to take something precious from her, the stone. As her vision cleared, Millie's heart sank. Her dragon mark, the mystical symbol that had been a part of her for as long as she could remember, was gone. Panic surged through her veins as she frantically searched for the source of her distress. Her fingers brushed against a crumpled note, the words etched upon it cold and unforgiving. "The stone and your mark are now in my possession. You are nothing but a mere human," the note declared with chilling finality. Millie's world shattered in that moment, as the weight of her newfound humanity crashed down upon her. The stone, the dragon mark, they were an intrinsic part of her identity, her connection to a destiny she was only beginning to understand. Their absence left her feeling vulnerable and lost in the unforgiving desert expanse. Millie's determination to survive pushed her forward, even as the relentless desert sun bore down upon her. Her parched throat begged for a sip of water, and her weakened body protested every step she took. Each footfall sent tiny plumes of sand into the air, a testament to her struggle against the unforgiving terrain. With each agonizing step, Millie scanned the horizon, her eyes squinting against the blinding sunlight. She knew that her only chance of survival lay in finding a source of water. The memory of her dragon mark, which had once offered protection and guidance, was a cruel taunt in her mind. Hours passed like a cruel eternity as she trudged onward, her lips cracked and her skin burnt by the unrelenting sun. She stumbled upon patches of sparse vegetation and scoured the arid landscape for any sign of life. Her hopes soared when she spotted the telltale silhouette of a distant sand dune. Could it conceal an oasis, a hidden reservoir of salvation? Summoning the last reserves of her strength, Millie pressed on towards the dune. With each step, it seemed to grow larger, looming like a beacon of hope in the desolation. But as she reached its crest, her heart sank once more. There was no oasis, no life-giving water to be found. Defeated but not broken, Millie continued her arduous journey, driven by a fierce determination to survive. She knew that the desert was an unforgiving adversary, and every moment spent under its scorching sun brought her closer to the brink of exhaustion. Yet, she clung to the glimmer of hope that she might stumble upon a water source or encounter someone who could help her on this perilous path. Millie's resolve was unyielding. She was determined to defy the harshness of the desert, for her life had taken an unexpected turn, and the quest to reclaim her identity had become an even greater challenge than she could have ever imagined. As Millie followed the tiny fennec fox through the desolate landscape of the North African desert, her hope flickered like a fragile flame in the face of overwhelming odds. The fox's nimble footsteps on the scorching sand seemed almost surreal in the searing heat, and Millie's parched lips yearned for a taste of the life-giving water she so desperately sought. The fennec fox, with its large ears and inquisitive eyes, darted here and there as if sensing the urgency of Millie's plight. It led her through a maze of towering sand dunes and across stretches of barren land, its small form serving as a beacon of hope against the vast, unforgiving desert. But as the merciless sun bore down on her, draining every ounce of strength from her already weakened body, Millie's vision blurred, and the world around her seemed to swim in and out of focus. The desert's relentless assault on her senses pushed her to the brink of exhaustion. Inevitably, the cruel desert claimed its toll, and Millie's legs gave way beneath her. She collapsed onto the scorching sand, her body trembling with exhaustion, her lips cracked and parched. The fennec fox, as if realizing the urgency of the situation, circled back to her, its amber eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and concern. With a final surge of determination, Millie reached out to touch the fox's soft fur. It was a gesture of silent gratitude for leading her as far as it had, a connection forged in the most desperate of circumstances. As fatigue overcame her, she closed her eyes, succumbing to the overpowering need for rest. In that barren expanse of sand and solitude, Millie surrendered to the embrace of sleep, hoping against hope that when she awoke, the fennec fox would have guided her to the water she so desperately needed to survive. As Millie stirred from her fitful slumber, the harsh reality of her situation bore down on her with relentless cruelty. The relentless sun bore down on her, and her throat ached with a thirst that seemed insurmountable. She opened her eyes, and the first thing that met her gaze were the ominous vultures, their dark silhouettes casting eerie shadows on the desert sands. Their circling presence was a grim omen, a stark reminder of the peril she faced in this unforgiving wasteland. Dehydrated and weakened, she knew that her chances of survival were rapidly dwindling. Her throat was as dry as the arid sands beneath her, and every movement was a struggle against the oppressive heat. Yet despite the dire circumstances and the vulture's ominous dance above her, Millie clung to a flicker of hope. It was the thought of Caleb, her steadfast protector, and the love that had bloomed between them. She believed, with an unwavering faith, that he would come for her, that he would defy the odds and track her down, just as she had tracked her memories through the corridors of time. The hope in her heart burned brighter than the relentless sun overhead. It was the beacon that kept her going, despite the odds stacked against her. Millie whispered a silent promise to herself, vowing that she would hold on, that she would endure the unforgiving desert, and that she would reunite with Caleb once more. With that determination, she mustered the strength to rise, staggering forward into the endless expanse of sand, chasing the glimmer of hope on the horizon, and believing, against all odds, that love would find a way to conquer the desolation of the desert. Caleb's POV. Caleb tracked down the Dragonstone and found out that it had been stolen by a man named Darren. The two of them used to be friends when they were much younger, but time had gotten between them. The night was draped in a shroud of secrecy as Caleb made his way to the private party where he believed Darren, the thief who had stolen the Dragonstone, would be. The pulsating bass of music throbbed through the air, and the atmosphere was charged with an electric energy. People danced and reveled, oblivious to the storm that was about to descend upon them. With every step closer to the party, Caleb's heart quickened. He remembered Darren from a time long ago when they had been friends, before the passage of time had driven a wedge between them. But now, this friendship was buried beneath the weight of betrayal. As he pushed through the crowd, Caleb's gaze narrowed on the man he sought. Darren was surrounded by a throng of people, and the glint of the stolen Dragonstone hung conspicuously around his neck. Caleb's jaw clenched, his resolve hardening. It was time to confront his former friend and reclaim what was rightfully his. Without warning, Caleb confronted Darren, seizing him by surprise. "Darren," he growled, his voice cutting through the thumping music like a blade. Darren's eyes widened in shock as he met Caleb's furious gaze. "Caleb, what the hell are you doing here?" A terrible fight ensued between them, their fists colliding with a furious intensity that matched the roiling emotions that had festered between them for years. The dance floor transformed into a battleground, and their conflict was a spectacle that drew the attention of the partygoers. Caleb's determination burned hot within him. He fought with the ferocity of a dragon defending its territory, refusing to let Darren keep the Dragonstone. Blow after blow, the battle raged on, until finally, Caleb's sheer strength and skill prevailed. He wrested the precious artifact from Darren's grip. Bloodied and beaten, Darren lay on the floor, defeated. Panting heavily, Caleb leaned over him, his voice dripping with a cold resolve. "Tell me where she is, Darren." Darren, struggling to catch his breath, finally relented. "She's in North Africa, the Sahara Desert." Caleb's grip on the Dragonstone tightened, and his eyes bore into Darren's. "You've made a grave mistake, Darren." With those ominous words, Caleb made a decision he had hoped to avoid. He ended Darren's life, the darkness of their shared history culminating in this grim moment. The deed was done, and the Dragonstone was back where it belonged. Now, with the stolen artifact in his possession and the knowledge of Millie's location, Caleb's determination was unwavering. He would find her, no matter the cost, and bring her back from the depths of the unforgiving desert. Caleb knew he had to act swiftly to cover his tracks and ensure there were no loose ends. After dealing with Darren's lifeless body, he reached out to a small, discreet dragon clan that specialized in handling such situations. They were experts in disposing of evidence and making sure no trace of his involvement remained. Once the cleanup was arranged, Caleb focused on the most pressing matter at hand, Millie's safety. He grabbed his phone and dialed Tony's number. The phone rang, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, Tony answered, his voice tense. "Caleb, what's going on?" "Listen carefully," Caleb began, his words measured and filled with urgency. "I found the Dragonstone. It was stolen by a man named Darren, and I had to take care of him. Millie's location has been revealed. She's in the Sahara Desert in North Africa. We need to find her, Tony." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line as Tony absorbed the gravity of the situation. "I'll gather our resources and we'll leave immediately," he replied, determination in his voice. "Good. We don't have much time," Caleb said, his mind already racing with plans to rescue Millie from the perilous desert. In a surprising decision, Caleb also decided to trust Joshua. Despite their complicated history and the recent suspicions surrounding him, Caleb couldn't afford to dismiss any potential help in locating Millie. He reached out to Joshua, hoping he could help. Caleb and Joshua, guided by Millie's last known location, ventured deep into the unforgiving expanse of the Sahara Desert. The harsh sun blazed overhead, casting shimmering waves of heat upon the endless dunes. They pressed forward, driven by the urgency of the situation, the weight of uncertainty and hope bearing down on them. Finally, amidst the desolation, they spotted a figure, hunched and frail, lying on the scorching sand. It was Millie, her condition even worse than they had feared. Dehydrated and weakened, She had barely enough strength to raise her head as Caleb and Joshua approached. "Millie!" Caleb exclaimed, rushing to her side, his heart aching at the sight of her fragile form. He carefully cradled her in his arms, offering her the precious water they had brought. Tears welled up in Millie's eyes as she sipped the water, her voice a mere whisper. "Caleb, I thought you'd never find me." "You're safe now," Caleb assured her, his eyes filled with relief. "We won't leave your side." As her strength slowly returned, Millie revealed the shocking truth that had haunted her nightmares. "Caleb, it was Joshua, in the cave. He was the one who died, not Ian. I marked him as my killer." Caleb's gaze turned to Joshua, a storm of emotions raging within him. The truth, once uncovered, weighed heavily on their shoulders, but there was no time for resentment or blame, only the urgent need to get Millie to safety and ensure her recovery. Caleb held Millie close, vowing to protect her from any further harm and to uncover the full story behind the twisted events that had separated them for so long. Caleb's eyes blazed with a mixture of fury and determination as he confronted Joshua, the truth about his identity finally unveiled. With a surge of power, he shifted into his formidable half-dragon form, his wings unfurling and his scales glistening in the desert sun. Ian, realizing the grave danger he was in, fled from Caleb's imposing presence, his heart filled with fear and regret. He knew he couldn't face Caleb in his current state, not with the terrible secret he had harbored for so long. "Caleb, wait!" Millie's weak voice called out, her hand reaching for him, her eyes pleading with him to stop. She didn't want more bloodshed, even if it meant confronting the painful truth. Caleb hesitated for a moment, torn between his desire for vengeance and his love for Millie. But ultimately, he couldn't bear to see her hurt or distressed any longer. He lowered his formidable form and turned to her, a promise in his eyes. "I'll take care of you, Millie," he vowed, his voice filled with unwavering determination. "No matter what happens, you'll be safe with me." Meanwhile, Tony raced after Ian, determined to bring him to justice and uncover the full extent of the deception that had plagued their lives. The desert sands bore witness to a tumultuous chase, with the fate of everyone involved hanging in the balance. I lay in the sterile hospital room, my fingers idly toying with the crisp white sheets that felt too rough against my skin. Caleb, my ever-protective mate, sat beside me, his eyes mirroring the anxiety that churned within me. We were both anxious, waiting for the results of a procedure that would determine the course of our future. The surgery to reinsert the mystical stone into my body had been a risky endeavor. It offered the promise of awakening my dormant powers, but it also carried the looming threat of rejection. My heart raced with uncertainty as I pondered the stakes involved. Caleb's reassuring grip on my hand brought a flicker of solace. It was a silent pledge of his unwavering support and a reminder that we were in this together. Love shone in his eyes, and it fortified me. A physician entered the room, bearing a small, ornate box. Within it rested the mystical stone, purified and prepared for its reintegration into my body. I took a deep breath, my anxiety palpable, and signaled my readiness to the physician. The procedure was swift and delicate, and as the stone settled back into my being, I felt a surge of energy ripple through me. Time seemed to slow as Caleb and I anxiously waited for any signs of rejection or discomfort. Every second felt like an eternity, and we held our collective breath, praying for a positive outcome. I could hardly believe the transformation in Caleb's behavior. Once distant and aloof, he had now become a constant presence by my side, his concern for my well-being palpable in every gesture and word. From the moment I woke up until I fell asleep, Caleb was there, ensuring I took my medications on time and following every dietary restriction to the letter. He anticipated my needs before I could voice them, fetching water when my throat felt dry or adjusting the room's temperature when I shivered. But his care extended far beyond the physical aspects of my recovery. Caleb offered unwavering emotional support. He listened patiently to my fears and anxieties, holding me when tears threatened to overwhelm me. His calming presence was my anchor in the storm of uncertainty. Our bond had deepened during these trying times, and Caleb's love and concern were now more evident than ever. He had become my rock, my protector, my confidant. I couldn't help but feel profoundly grateful for his newfound devotion. and I knew I couldn't have faced this challenging journey without him by my side. As I lay there, recovering, I couldn't help but ponder the profound connection that had developed between Caleb and me. His constant care and unwavering support had given me hope that he might have developed feelings for me beyond the bonds of duty and guilt. Yet, a lingering doubt gnawed at the edges of my heart. I couldn't shake the fear that Caleb's kindness might be driven by a sense of guilt from our shared past, rather than a genuine affection that mirrored my own. I longed for his love, his desire, but I hesitated to voice these feelings aloud, afraid that my vulnerability might push him away. Every stolen glance, every tender touch, and every reassuring word he offered fueled my hopes. I yearned to believe that what we shared was more than just a sense of obligation, that there was a spark of something deeper between us. Still, I couldn't be sure, and the uncertainty gnawed at my soul, leaving me torn between my longing for him and my fear of pushing him away. I sat up on the bed, trying to ease my pain a little, when Caleb approached me with a sincere look in his eyes. My heart pounded in my chest as he began to speak. "Millie," he started, his voice steady and earnest, "I need you to know something. These feelings I have for you, they're not just because of our shared past. I've come to love the person you are now, the strength and resilience you've shown. I love you, not just for what was, but for who you are today." I blinked, taken aback by his admission. For so long, I had hoped to hear those words, but I couldn't help but feel a sense of skepticism. "Caleb, are you sure?" I asked cautiously. "I mean, you've been so distant, and I didn't know if—" He cut me off gently, reaching out to hold my hand. "I understand your doubts, Millie, and I'm sorry for how I've been. I promise you, my feelings are genuine. I want to treat you better, to show you the care and love you deserve." His words began to melt away my reservations. The sincerity in his eyes was undeniable, and I felt a warmth spreading through my chest. Tears welled up as I finally allowed myself to believe. "I love you too, Caleb," I confessed, my voice trembling with emotion. And as our lips met in a passionate kiss, I knew that our shared past had indeed led us to this beautiful moment of love and acceptance. As Caleb and I shared that heartfelt moment, the world seemed to fade away, and it was just the two of us. However, our bliss was abruptly interrupted by Celine's voice, who had chosen an inconvenient time for her entrance. "Well, look who we have here," Celine chimed in teasingly, raising an eyebrow as she leaned against the doorway. "Caught you two in a rather intimate moment, didn't I?" My cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and I instinctively pulled away from Caleb, my heart racing. Caleb, though, appeared unamused and protective, his eyes fixed on Celine. "Celine," he said firmly, "we'd appreciate some privacy." Celine waved her hand dismissively, but couldn't hide the hint of amusement in her eyes. "Oh, come on, big brother, don't be such a spoil sport." Caleb sighed and shook his head, clearly not in the mood for Celine's playful teasing. "Just go," he said firmly. With a theatrical sigh and a wink in my direction, Celine finally left the room, leaving us in peace. However, my embarrassment lingered, and I needed a moment to collect myself. I excused myself and headed to the bathroom, closing the door behind me. As I stood in front of the mirror, I couldn't help but replay Caleb's confession in my mind. It filled me with joy and warmth, but I also couldn't ignore the subtle changes in our connection, since the stone had been reinserted into my body. It was as if a veil had been drawn over some of our shared memories and emotions, leaving me with a sense of unease. Despite these worries, I decided to focus on the happiness that Caleb's confession had brought me. I couldn't let doubts cloud this precious moment. So I took a deep breath, splashed some cold water on my face, and resolved to enjoy this newfound closeness. When I returned to the room, I was surprised to find it empty. Caleb had left without a word, and I couldn't help but wonder where he had gone and whether something bad had happened again. I quietly made my way to the garden, my curiosity piqued by the hushed voices of Caleb and Celine. Hidden behind a trellis, I listened to their conversation, feeling a pang of guilt for eavesdropping, but the urgency of their words compelled me to stay. The council's decision. Caleb's voice was laced with frustration and anxiety. Celine's voice, softer in contrast, replied, "But why, Caleb? You've done everything in your power to protect the Dragonstone and Millie. You've been a great leader." Caleb let out a heavy sigh, his footsteps echoing on the garden path. It's not that simple, Celine. The council is pushing for a new Dragon King. They believe that I've failed to keep the stones safe. My heart sank as I absorbed his words. They were talking about stripping Caleb of his authority as Dragon King. I couldn't imagine how much this decision must have weighed on him. But you've been doing everything you can, Celine protested. And Millie, she's your mate. They can't just take her away from you. Caleb's voice was tinged with helplessness. I've tried to explain, Celine. Without concrete proof of Ian's deceit, the council won't listen. They're convinced I'm hiding something. As I heard Caleb's words, I realized the gravity of the situation. The council's actions could tear us apart, and I couldn't bear the thought of losing Caleb, especially now that our relationship had taken such a positive turn. I took a deep breath, deciding it was time to reveal myself and join the conversation. But before I could step out from my hiding place, I heard Celine's voice again, her tone filled with determination. We won't let them do this, Caleb. We'll find a way to prove your innocence. You can't lose your position, and Millie can't be taken from you. Their voices faded as they continued talking, planning their next steps. I remained hidden, my heart heavy with worry for Caleb, but also touched by the loyalty and determination of those who cared for us. We were facing a daunting challenge, but together we would find a way to protect our future. I couldn't stand idly by any longer, my presence concealed in the shadows of the garden. Stepping out into the moonlight, I made my presence known, joining Caleb and Celine in their intense discussion. Maybe, I began, my voice trembling slightly, we could use the marking I left on Ian as proof. It's unique, and I doubt anyone else could have done it. Caleb turned his gaze towards me, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Millie, I appreciate your willingness to help, but how do we prove that you were the one who marked him? There's no way to confirm it. I felt a twinge of frustration, understanding the difficulty of the situation. Proving my involvement without concrete evidence was a challenge we couldn't easily overcome. Celine, ever the optimist, chimed in. What if we investigate further, interview those who knew Ian? Maybe someone noticed the marking after your encounter. Caleb nodded, his expression pensive. It's worth a try, but we have to be cautious. We can't afford to make any mistakes. The council will be watching closely. I nodded in agreement, my determination fueled by the urgency of our mission. We might not have all the answers now, but we had each other, and together we would face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the weight of our uncertain future settled upon us, Caleb and I huddled closer, our hearts heavy with the impending threat. The moon cast a silvery glow on the garden, a stark contrast to the darkness of our worries. Caleb's voice was resolute as he spoke, his fingers intertwined with mine. Millie, if it comes to that, if I'm dethroned and our safety is compromised, we'll go on the run. We can't risk losing you. Celine, always resourceful, chimed in. I'll prepare for that scenario. I'll pack essentials, find us an untraceable car, and make sure we're ready to disappear if needed. I swallowed hard, the reality of our situation sinking in. But Caleb, what about your position, your people? Caleb's eyes bore into mine, his love and determination unwavering. My love, you are my priority. I won't let anyone take you away from me. Our bond is stronger than any title or duty. I nodded, my trust in him absolute. Together, we would face whatever challenges lay ahead, for our love was a force that could not be easily broken. Caleb's voice held a tinge of frustration as he explained the grim situation to me. Millie, if the council strips me of my authority, they'll likely lock me up to prevent any potential revolt. They won't want me rallying our kind against their decisions. I bit my lower lip, anxiety gnawing at me. The thought of Caleb imprisoned was unbearable, but we had to find a way to prevent it. Is there no other way, Caleb? Can't we prove Ian's deceit somehow? Caleb's brows furrowed in thought as he considered the options. I've been racking my brain, love, but without concrete evidence, it's my word against his. The council won't be easily swayed, especially with so much at stake. Celine, who had been listening intently, added, We need a plan, something that'll expose Ian's true intentions without a doubt. Otherwise, they'll proceed with their decision. As the weight of our predicament pressed upon us, we knew that time was running out, and the council's judgment loomed like a dark cloud on our horizon. I woke up to the sight of Caleb, moving with purpose around our temporary sanctuary. His face was etched with determination, and I knew he had been up for hours, planning our next steps. "Morning," I mumbled, my voice still laced with sleep. Caleb turned to me, a faint smile touching his lips. "Morning, love. I've been giving things some thought, and I believe we should be prepared to leave, even if I manage to convince the council." The weight of his words hung in the air, and I nodded in agreement. We had to stay ahead of Ian's schemes, whatever they may be. After a brief journey, we arrived at the council's imposing location. We were instructed to wait outside until the meeting began. Caleb took out his phone, intending to contact a council member for a pre-meeting discussion. However, his expression turned grim as he hung up. "What happened?" I asked, sensing the unease in his posture. "That council member I was supposed to talk to?" Caleb said, frustration clear in his voice. "He's no longer on the council. It seems things are even messier than I anticipated." As we stood there waiting and on edge, I suddenly noticed a figure at the council table that made my heart skip a beat. It was Ian, unmistakably him. His presence sent a shiver down my spine, and I could feel Caleb tensing up beside me. Our confrontation with Ian was imminent, and the air grew thick with tension as we waited for the meeting to begin. It was clear that whatever happened next would have far-reaching consequences for all of us. Caleb's POV. As we entered the council chamber, I could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on me. Ian sat at the council table, a sly grin playing on his lips. I knew he was trying to provoke me, and I had to control my emotions, no matter how convinced I was of his foul betrayal. I needed proof, concrete evidence that he had manipulated the council against me. Tony joined us, his presence offering some reassurance in this tense situation. We exchanged knowing glances, all suspecting that Ian had played a significant role in undermining my leadership. The council members looked at me with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. I could sense the tension in the room, and I knew that I had to choose my words carefully. "Members of the council," I began, my voice steady despite the turmoil within me. "I stand before you today to address the allegations against me. It is true that I have guarded the Dragonstone and Millie with utmost dedication, but I assure you, it was for the safety of our kind." Ian couldn't resist interjecting, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Safety, Caleb? Or perhaps you were just keeping them for yourself, as your personal treasures?" I clenched my fists beneath the table, refusing to rise to his bait. "I have always acted in the best interests of our clan. However, if you have evidence to the contrary, I welcome it. Let us investigate this matter thoroughly and fairly." The council members exchanged glances, and I knew that their decision hung in the balance. This was a battle not just for my leadership, but for Millie's safety and the future of our clan. As I stood before them, their accusations weighing heavily on my shoulders, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. The council believed that my feelings for Millie were clouding my judgment, and they were ready to strip me of my title as Dragon King. But I couldn't let that happen, not when Millie's safety was at stake. One of the council members, a stern-faced elder, spoke up, his voice laced with authority. "Caleb, you have failed in your duty to protect the Dragonstone. It is currently within Millie, and your attachment to her is compromising your judgment." I took a deep breath, knowing that this was the moment to defend not only my position, but Millie's life. "Council members, I understand your concerns, but I must emphasize that the Dragonstone can only be safeguarded through the mate bond I share with Millie. Removing the stone from her could have fatal consequences." There was a murmur of dissent among the council members. They exchanged uncertain glances, torn between their duty and the potential consequences of their decision. Another council member, a woman known for her wisdom, spoke up. "Caleb, we do not take this decision lightly. We fear for the safety of our clan, but we also understand the importance of the Dragonstone. Can you assure us that your bond with Millie will not cloud your judgment in crucial matters?" I nodded firmly. "I give you my word that I will do everything in my power to protect our clan and the Dragonstone. My bond with Millie is unwavering, but it will not compromise our safety." The council members exchanged glances once more, deliberating the gravity of their decision. The fate of Millie, the Dragonstone, and my leadership hung in the balance, and I could only hope that reason and wisdom would guide their final choice. The council's decision hit me like a physical blow, a fierce surge of anger and frustration coursing through my veins. Ian, the traitor who had caused so much chaos, was to become the next Dragon King. It was an injustice I couldn't bear. But there was no time for outrage. I knew we had to act swiftly to protect Millie and ourselves. As the council members moved to enforce their decision, Tony stepped forward, a determined look in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a thick mist that enveloped us, shrouding our escape. I took Millie's hand, my grip firm and reassuring, and nodded to Tony in gratitude. We moved quickly through the swirling mist, Tony leading the way with his uncanny ability to navigate within it. The council's shouts and demands faded into the distance as we made our escape. Outside, the cool night air hit me like a welcome embrace. We were free for the moment, at least. My anger still burned, but it was tempered by the relief of having Millie by my side, safe and sound. We couldn't stay here. We needed a plan, a strategy to confront Ian and the council's decision. As we disappeared into the darkness, I couldn't help but wonder how we would reclaim what was rightfully ours and ensure a future where Millie was protected and justice prevailed. We had managed to put some distance between us and the council, but the uncertainty of our future weighed heavily on both of us. As we checked into a cozy bed and breakfast in a small town in Kansas, I could see the distress in Millie's eyes. She had been thrust into a world of dragons, politics, and danger, and it was overwhelming. Sitting in our room, I took Millie's trembling hands in mine, my touch gentle and reassuring. "We're safe for now," I said softly, trying to ease her anxiety. "I promise you, we'll seek help from trusted allies and my uncle. We won't let Ian and the council take what's rightfully ours." Millie nodded, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and determination. "I trust you, Caleb, but it's all so much to take in." I moved closer, wrapping my arms around her, holding her close. "I know, my love," I whispered, "but we'll face this together, just like we always have. And we'll find a way to prove the truth and protect the Dragonstone." She buried her face in my chest, seeking comfort in my embrace. We were far from our home and the life we had known, but as long as we had each other, we had hope. As Millie drifted into a much-needed sleep, the rest of us gathered in a hushed conversation. My uncle's voice was a lifeline in these uncertain times, and I knew I could trust his counsel. I dialed his number, and after a few rings, he answered. The relief in his voice was palpable as he assured me of Ian's betrayal. We discussed our predicament, and he recommended that we lay low for a while, giving us a chance to regroup and plan our next move. "Mexico," he suggested, his voice low and confidential. "It's where I'm hiding, and it should provide you with some safety. But be cautious, Caleb." I glanced at Tony, who nodded in agreement. Mexico seemed like a reasonable choice, a place where we could regather our strength and devise a plan to clear my name and protect Millie. My uncle's advice was clear, though, and it struck a chord. "Before we go," he said, "get Millie checked by a doctor. Make sure she's not rejecting the Dragonstone." I swallowed hard, the worry for Millie never far from my thoughts. "We'll do that," I promised. With our plan in motion, Tony and I agreed to leave for Mexico the following day. We knew the road ahead was treacherous, but we were determined to navigate it and secure Millie's safety. The days blurred together as we raced towards Mexico, the distance between us and our pursuers growing with each mile we put behind us. The urgency of our journey was painfully evident in my deteriorating health. A persistent fever had gripped me since our hurried departure from Kansas, and I couldn't shake the gnawing fear that my body might be rejecting the Dragonstone. Every ache, every shiver, and every bead of sweat seemed like ominous signs, yet I couldn't bring myself to voice my fears to Caleb. He was already burdened with so much, the weight of his position and the betrayal of his brother Ian, weighing heavily on his shoulders. I couldn't bear to add my worries to the mix. So I endured in silence, determined not to slow our progress, even as my body protested with every passing hour. The landscape outside our speeding car changed as we crossed state lines, but my internal turmoil remained constant. Caleb's steadfast determination was a beacon of hope, but my secret doubts gnawed at the edges of my resolve. As we crossed the border into Mexico, the tension in the car reached a peak. The uncertainty of our situation weighed heavily on us all. We had crossed into this foreign land illegally, leaving behind everything we knew, and we were far from safe. Tony's resourcefulness came to our aid once again as he helped a few Mexican families escape, providing a small glimmer of hope in our otherwise dire circumstances. Finally, we arrived at a highly guarded villa where Caleb's uncle, Charles, resided. The imposing walls and security measures were a stark reminder of the danger that loomed over us. But within those walls, we hoped to find sanctuary and a chance to regroup. Charles greeted us with a mixture of relief and concern, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. As we settled into our new, albeit temporary, home, we knew that our journey was far from over, and the challenges that lay ahead were uncertain and daunting. As we settled into the guarded villa, Charles wasted no time in ensuring that Millie received the medical attention she desperately needed. He had invited a doctor named Edmund, whom I recognized from my travels in China. His presence brought a flicker of comfort amidst our turmoil. Edmund, a man of wisdom and experience, approached Millie with a thoughtful expression. His voice carried both concern and curiosity as he examined her. "Millie," he began gently, "I have seen many things in my life, but your condition is unlike anything I've encountered before." Millie nodded, her worry etched across her face. "I've been feeling weaker and sicker since we left Kansas," she admitted. "I suspect that my body might be rejecting the Dragonstone and the Dragon Mark." Edmund's brows furrowed in deep thought. "This is a rare and troubling development," he said. "The bond between a dragon and their stone is usually unbreakable. We must find a way to stabilize it." Millie glanced at Caleb, her love and concern for him evident in her eyes. "We can't let this situation worsen," she implored. "We have to find a solution, for both our sakes." Caleb placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We will," he said firmly. "We'll do whatever it takes to protect you and our bond." As the weight of uncertainty settled upon us once more, we knew that our journey had just become even more perilous, but we were determined to get through it no matter what. After all, we didn't have another option. As Edmund continued his examination, running tests and analyzing my condition, a heavy silence enveloped the room. I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of anxiety, clinging to the hope that his findings might shed some light on my deteriorating state. Finally, Edmund spoke, and his words left me utterly astounded and apprehensive. "Millie," he began cautiously, "it seems that while your body is rejecting the Dragonstone and Mark, it's also undergoing a unique transformation. You're developing new cells that are distinctly non-human." My eyes widened with disbelief, and my voice trembled as I asked, "Non-human? What does that mean?" Edmund's response weighed heavily in the room. "Millie, there's a possibility that your body is changing, becoming something akin to a dragon." Caleb and I exchanged a glance filled with a mix of hope and concern. "Is that even possible?" Caleb questioned, his disbelief evident in his tone. Edmund nodded gravely. "In all my years studying dragons and their bonds, I've never come across such a case, but your condition strongly suggests that it might be occurring." I tried to process this shocking revelation. "What does this mean for us?" I asked, my voice quivering. Edmund's gaze held a compassionate understanding as he replied, "It means that your connection with Caleb and the Dragonstone is evolving in ways we can't predict, but it also comes with risks and uncertainties. We'll need to proceed with extreme caution." As I grappled with the implications of this revelation, I knew that our journey had just taken a startling and unpredictable turn. My transformation held both promise and peril. As Edmund laid out the perplexing possibilities of my transformation, his words weighed heavily on all of us. I couldn't help but feel a profound sense of uncertainty about what lay ahead. It was as though I was on the cusp of an entirely new chapter in my life, one filled with uncharted territory and unknown risks. Sensing the tension in the room, Edmund spoke reassuringly to Caleb. "Millie's transformation might take a few days, but I would strongly advise you to stay by her side during this time. Your presence may provide her with comfort and stability as her body undergoes these changes." Caleb nodded, determination etched across his features. "I won't leave her side," he affirmed, his voice steady and resolute. Edmund continued, "There's another consideration. We might need to mix your blood with Millie's to facilitate the transformation process. It could help her body adapt to the changes more smoothly." Caleb's commitment to my well-being was unwavering as he replied, "Whatever it takes to help her, I'm willing to do it." After the doctor and the rest of our group left the room, Caleb settled in beside me, his warmth and presence a comforting anchor in this storm of uncertainty. Together, we faced the unknown, determined to navigate this uncharted path and emerge stronger on the other side. As I closed my eyes, I found solace in his embrace, grateful that he was there to share this challenging journey with me. After 3 days of rest and recovery, I could feel the effects of the Dragonstone slowly subsiding within me. Caleb had been a steadfast presence, tending to my needs and offering unwavering support during this crucial period. As I began to regain my strength, a newfound determination bubbled within me. I was eager to leave the confines of the hospital room and resume my daily life. With Caleb by my side, we discussed my progress with Dr. Ed. Dr. Ed, his expression thoughtful, addressed me kindly. "Millie, you've made remarkable progress, and I can see that you're eager to get back to your routine. While you're on the road to recovery, I must emphasize that you're not entirely out of danger just yet. The Dragonstone's presence in your body is a unique situation, and we need to monitor it closely." I nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Thank you, Dr. Ed. I'll be cautious and follow your guidance." Caleb chimed in, his concern evident. "We'll make sure to take all necessary precautions." With Dr. Ed's approval, I prepared to step back into the world outside the hospital room. While the journey ahead was uncertain, I was grateful for Caleb's unwavering support and the guidance of our trusted doctor. With the weight of the recent trials gradually lifting, Caleb and I shared a joyful and romantic moment. The relief of my recovery, coupled with our newfound hope, made our connection stronger than ever. We cherished these precious moments together, knowing that our love was a beacon of light in the midst of uncertainty. Caleb's eyes sparkled with a mix of happiness and determination as he gently caressed my hand. "Millie," he began, his voice filled with hope, "I believe we may have found evidence that could prove Ian's guilt." My heart skipped a beat at his words. It seemed that our persistence and resilience might finally yield the answers we'd been seeking. We had faced countless challenges together, and the prospect of vindication filled me with renewed determination. "Tell me everything," I urged, leaning in closer to him. "Well," he said, his voice filled with a newfound determination, "a friend of mine has heard rumors of a video capturing the night you died." I couldn't hide my skepticism, but I also couldn't deny the spark of hope that ignited within me. A video? Evidence of that fateful night? It seemed almost too good to be true. "Rumors?" I asked cautiously, not wanting to get my hopes up too high. Caleb nodded. "Yes, rumors. But these rumors have led us to a person who claims to have seen the video." I thought for a moment. The prospect of uncovering the truth was tempting, even if it seemed unlikely. "All right," I finally said, determination in my voice. "Once I start feeling better, I'll meet with this person. We need to explore every lead." Caleb smiled, and we sealed our agreement with a tender kiss, reminding each other that our bond was unbreakable, no matter what challenges lay ahead. In the days that followed, our group huddled together, planning our next steps carefully. The threat of Ian ascending to power weighed heavily on our minds, and we knew we had to act swiftly. We decided to keep moving, staying one step ahead of our enemies. Caleb, Tony, and Charles reached out to their network of dragon allies, sharing our story and the evidence we had gathered. To our relief, many dragons were willing to offer their support, both in terms of resources and information. As we made contact with other dragons, some of them began to suspect Ian's true identity. The whispers of betrayal and deceit spread among the dragon community, and it seemed that our cause was gaining momentum. Though uncertainty still hung in the air, we had one another, a network of loyal allies, and a glimmer of hope that justice might prevail. The day of our meeting with the person in possession of the video had arrived, and a sense of unease gnawed at me from within. I couldn't help but share my concerns with Caleb, my ever-present protector. "Are you sure about this, Caleb?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. I can't shake this feeling of dread. Caleb turned to me, his eyes filled with determination and a touch of tenderness. Millie, I promise you, we won't let anything happen to you. Tony and I are here to keep you safe. Tony chimed in, offering further reassurance. That's right, Millie. We've got local allied dragons watching our backs too. You can trust us. I took a deep breath, allowing their words to wash over me like a comforting wave. Despite my worries, I knew I had to trust in their ability to protect me. With a grateful smile, I prepared myself for the journey ahead, leaning against Caleb's strong presence as we set off together. As we arrived at the rundown building to meet a man named Mike, a sense of unease washed over me. The place was far from inviting, with its dilapidated appearance and an air that just didn't sit right. Despite the unsettling atmosphere, we pressed on, determined to get the answers we sought. I couldn't help but voice my concerns to Caleb, my voice barely above a whisper. This place, Caleb, it gives me a bad feeling. Caleb shot me a reassuring look, his gaze unwavering. We'll be careful, Millie. Stay close, and remember, we're here together. Tony, who had been scanning the surroundings, added, and we've got backup dragons waiting nearby, just in case. Taking a deep breath, I nodded, finding strength in their unwavering support. We proceeded into the grimy building, determined to uncover the truth, no matter how unsettling the journey might be. As we stepped further into the grimy building, we were met by a man named Mike, whose intimidating presence was accentuated by his heavily tattooed skin. His demeanor was far from welcoming, and I couldn't help but feel a shiver run down my spine. Caleb, always composed and determined, wasted no time. We're here for the video, he said firmly, cutting straight to the point. Mike, however, didn't seem eager to cooperate. He stalled, his eyes shifting as if weighing his options. The tension in the room was palpable as we awaited his response, hoping that this encounter would bring us closer to unraveling the mysteries of our past. A gnawing sense of unease had settled deep within me as Mike continued to stall. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, and I whispered urgently to Caleb, "We should leave now." Caleb, ever vigilant, agreed, and we turned to make our way back. But just as we moved towards the exit, the atmosphere in the rundown building grew even tenser. My heart raced as I realized that our enemy, Ian, had arrived, flanked by a group of guards who blocked our escape route. Dread washed over me, and I clung to Caleb's side, ready to face whatever came next. "Oh, my friends, we finally meet again," Ian said, a nasty smile on his face. I knew it. I should be trusting my gut feelings more from now on. He pointed a finger toward me, his eyes growing more sinister and turning crimson red. "I've come for you, darling, and your boyfriend won't be able to protect you any longer." Ian's voice dripped with malevolence as he taunted us, relishing every moment of his perceived advantage. His words hung in the air like a dark omen, promising imminent danger and leaving me with a sense of impending doom. He singled me out, making it clear that he had come for me, his intentions sinister and chilling. "Don't you dare talk to her," Caleb roared. Caleb, his eyes blazing with anger and determination, couldn't stand idle in the face of Ian's threats. With a fierce battle cry, he launched himself at our enemy, and Tony wasted no time in joining the fray. The room erupted into chaos as Caleb and Tony fought valiantly, every move calculated to protect me. The sound of clashing metal and grunts of effort filled the air as the fight raged on. Caleb and Tony moved with the precision of seasoned warriors, their every strike designed to dismantle the wall of guards surrounding Ian. Despite their skill and determination, Ian's defenses held firm. His guards, clad in menacing armor, formed an impenetrable barrier around their leader. As the battle unfolded, the tension in the room grew palpable. Ian's wicked grin remained firmly in place, his confidence unwavering. It was a deadly dance of blades and fists, and we were trapped in the middle, fighting desperately for our lives. Celine and I snuggled against one another, trying to keep away from it all. As Caleb and Tony valiantly battled Ian's guards, their determination began to pay off. With a series of fierce and precise strikes, they managed to take down enough of the menacing figures that Millie and Celine could finally make their escape. The two dragons shifted into their formidable forms, their scales glistening with power and their wings unfurled in all their majesty. With a powerful surge of strength, they cleared a path for Millie and Celine, allowing them to break free from the chaos. Gasping for breath and hearts pounding with adrenaline, Millie and Celine rushed toward their waiting car. As they sped away from the scene, the echoes of battle still reverberating in the distance, Millie couldn't shake the feeling of Ian's malevolent presence. She stole a glance back at the chaos they'd left behind, and in that moment, she saw Ian silently mouth a chilling promise that sent shivers down her spine. A promise that they would meet again. "I'll see you soon, darling." The car raced through the winding streets as Millie, her mind racing even faster, contemplated her plan to outsmart Ian. She turned to her companions, her voice filled with determination. "Let's head to the docks," she suggested, causing a hint of surprise to flicker across their faces. "The docks?" Caleb questioned, casting a curious glance in her direction. Millie nodded, her gaze unwavering. "Trust me on this. It's the only way we can gain an advantage over Ian." Tony, always ready to support her, chimed in. "All right, we'll follow your lead, Millie." Celine, though uncertain, nodded her agreement, and the car sped toward their destination, the uncertain future looming before them like an uncharted sea. Millie. When we arrived at the island a few days later, everyone was in good spirits. To be able to relax and enjoy life for a change was exactly what we all needed. We knew we still had a long road ahead of us, but it did the soul good to take a step back. Before arriving, I explained what my plan was. Everyone didn't see any issue with it, other than Caleb. When I told him about the people I met at the village in China, he immediately tensed. Tony didn't know why Caleb didn't want to go, nor did Celine. I have tried to ask Caleb multiple times, but he wouldn't tell me. He had been on edge, and I wondered if the people I met didn't have a good relationship with Caleb. "We aren't going anywhere until you tell me what is wrong." I placed my hands on my hips while digging my feet into the sand. If there was an issue, we all needed to be aware. While I didn't have a bad feeling about it, I knew that if we weren't all on the same page, things could get dangerous. Standing my ground, I had no intention of moving from my spot until he explained himself. Caleb didn't seem happy about it, but with a sigh, his shoulders slumped, and he began talking. "Okay, the thing is, they are rogues. They have been for thousands of years, well before my time. They wouldn't abide by the laws of our kind. One of them even had their dragon forced into dormancy. It isn't that they cause trouble, but they continuously think they are better than the rest of us." I stared at him with my jaw slack. When I met them, they seemed like good people, honest people even. They helped nearby villages without asking for anything in return. They had even given a complete stranger a place to stay and showed hospitality that was rare in this day and age. Was it so wrong that they didn't want to conform to dragon society? Even I think some of the standards are ridiculous. If anything, I believed they were the very ones that could help us. They would be ones that would more than likely be ready to go against the rules. I think that is all the more reason for us to go. I nodded my head once before turning to Tony. "Ready?" Tony had a smirk on his face as he brought his hand to his forehead in a salute. "Yes, ma'am." Rolling my eyes, I watched as he marched away as if he were a soldier. Caleb followed after him and smacked him upside the back of the head. Shaking my head, I wondered how I managed to spend thousands of years around the two of them without going crazy. "I have to say, I like this side of you." Celine nudged me. "What do you mean?" "In the past, you never really stood up to anyone like you do now. I expected Caleb to argue with you or something because he looked as if his eyes were going to pop out of his head. Seeing him accept something so easily is something I never thought I would see. There has never been anyone that has had any authority over him other than maybe his father." Shaking my head, I thought that they were being a little excessive. I hadn't tried to show Caleb any authority. I just didn't think he was being reasonable. Linking my arm through Celine's, I began pulling her along to follow the boys. "Come on, try to get there before the sun starts coming up." We met up with the guys, which Tony had already shifted into a large green dragon, but while he was magnificent, it wasn't nearly as impressive as Caleb's dragon. Once we were all settled on Tony's dragon, luggage and all, Tony spread his gigantic wings and flapped them a few times before taking off into the night sky. The experience wasn't bad, but I was looking forward to being able to one day ride on Caleb's dragon again. The last time it hadn't gone over as well. Caleb was sitting behind me, with his arms wrapped around my waist, so I leaned back and let the wind flow around us. At some point, I must have fallen asleep because I woke again as Tony was touching down on the ground. A little groggy, it took me a few seconds to catch my bearings and remember what we were doing. Caleb helped me down and then proceeded to unstrap the luggage from Tony's dragon. Looking around, I let out a yawn and stretched my limbs. With my arms in the air, I paused when I saw a group of people staring at us. They didn't seem to be surprised to see a dragon, but they didn't seem very welcoming either. Slowly lowering my arms, I shut my mouth and wondered how long they had been standing there. Scanning the small crowd, I recognized a few of them. They were the ones I had hoped would help us. Stepping forward, I smiled as I walked toward them without any fear. "Sorry to drop by unannounced. Millie, you are more than welcome, but what are they doing here?" The leader of the village, known as Trenton, stepped forward as his gaze narrowed on Caleb and Tony. "I don't think we properly introduced ourselves the last time I was here. My name is Millie Chasm. I am mated to Caleb Chasm and the keeper of the Dragonstone. They are here because we need your help." All eyes moved from Tony in his dragon form and Caleb as they landed on me with surprise. Feeling awkward, I shifted from one foot to the other, while also feeling as if I was experiencing every high schooler's nightmare, standing in front of class naked. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised. There was something familiar about you when you were here last." Trenton stepped forward, giving me a friendly smile and holding his hand out toward me. Extending my arm, I shook his hand and returned his smile. "You'll have to forgive me if we have met in the past. Some undesirable circumstances happened, and I am only now slowly regaining my memory. I am more than willing to explain, but first, is there any way that you would be willing to help us? Just tell me what you need." At his words, my smile widened, and I quickly explained the situation. He listened intently, without interrupting. His expression became stoic, without giving me any idea of whether he was going to help or not. While I spoke, Tony had returned to his human form, and he and Caleb came to stand next to me. Caleb was practically pressed against my side, as if he had this need to protect me. While I understood his need to make sure I was safe, I knew he didn't have to worry about Trenton. That is a lot to take in. Trenton sighed after I finished talking. "So is it possible that you can help us?" I looked expectantly at him, hoping there was something he could do. Trenton didn't answer for a while, as he looked behind him at those that were still gathered around. They looked between each other, a few nodding their heads at one another, before nodding to Trenton. When he gave me his attention again, he nodded his head a few times. "Actually, we can do more than just help. We can help you regain your memories and find the proof you need to reveal the truth about Ian." Now it was my turn to be a little skeptical. He made it sound too easy. Chewing on my bottom lip, I wondered if there was any reason to doubt their motives. My instincts weren't sounding off any alarm, but that didn't mean that there weren't any. Usually, when something sounds too good to be true, it usually is. "How could you help with that?" His eyes traveled to Caleb as he responded. "When your father was the king, he thought we were a threat. Our abilities are more advanced than others. The reason we have become rogue is because we were being used and treated like slaves. Only after we worked together were we able to protect ourselves against everyone else and accept our fate as rogues. The council has deemed us dangerous because they want to control us again." My eyes moved between the two men, who were now staring each other down. Why hadn't Caleb mentioned this to me before? Curiosity was getting the better of me, but I kept my mouth closed as I waited for further explanation. My father wouldn't do that. Caleb glared at Trenton as if he could kill him with his eyes alone. But he did. "You see, I have the ability to turn back time. Another has the ability to see the future. Amongst us, there are those that can do a lot more than just that. There is even one of us that can release your dragon. With our abilities combined, we can put an end to the council, but we don't because as much as everyone hates us, we still honor the dragon code." My eyes bulged at Trenton, and for the first time in a long time, I felt as if there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Even if Caleb hadn't liked it when I went on my 3-month hiatus, I was glad I had. Because of that, I was able to meet the very ones who could put an end to all of this. Caleb seemed to be at a loss for words, which I didn't blame him. "Can you really turn back time?" I asked, still stuck on that piece of information. "Yes, I will even prove it." Trenton stepped closer and placed his hand on my shoulder, while also placing his other on Caleb. Slowly, the world around us began to spin in a slow circle, while none of us moved. Only Cryan, Trenton, and I were stuck inside the swirling vortex. Suddenly, the world began to spin faster, as everything became nothing more than a blur. When it started to stop again, I recognized the scene in front of us. It was the very day I met Caleb for the first time in this lifetime. He had just opened the gate, and we were staring at each other. If Trenton would have shown anything else to us that I hadn't witnessed firsthand in the flesh, I would have thought it was some sort of trick. Since I never told him the details of Caleb and I meeting again, I knew that he wouldn't have known unless he really could turn back time. The scene played out until I started running away, right before I was captured and taken hostage. Trenton turned toward us again and placed his hands on us before the world started spinning again. When it stopped, we were back where we started, except now I felt dizzy. Swaying slightly, I was relieved when Caleb wrapped his steady arm around me. "Do you need more proof?" Trenton asked, taking a few steps back. "Okay, I see your point. While I don't believe my father would have done that, I will take your word for it. Since you can turn back time, I will want you to show me what really happened back then, but later." Caleb answered Trenton, as I held my breath to keep myself from throwing up. "First, let's get rid of that black dragon mark." Trenton waved his hand, and a female, about my age, stepped forward. She looked tiny, and I couldn't imagine that she was able to contain a dragon within her. I knew there were female dragons, but this was the first time I had seen one. Even the memories I did recall, I couldn't remember ever meeting a female dragon. Watching her closely, I felt a tinge of jealousy when she touched Caleb's left bicep, placing her hand over the mark. A moment later, she closed her eyes and began chanting something that I couldn't understand. I recognized the language as the tongue that dragons could communicate in, which was different from any other language. I have heard Caleb speak it a few times, but I have never been able to understand what was being said. When she finished speaking in the dragon tongue, she stepped back without another word. Cryan twisted his arm in front of him, and I could see that his mark returned to what it had been. Smiling, I looked up at Caleb to see mixed emotions on his face. "I don't understand why the council would try to suppress this. With what you can do, and what I am sure the others could do, we could end up taking our kind to a new era. We might even be able to let the world know we exist and stop hiding." Caleb relaxed his arm and focused on Trenton again. "Millie, why don't I show you where you will be staying, and we can discuss things further? Ava, our seer, will join us, so we will understand what is at stake." Trenton waved at another female dragon to join us, while the others dispersed. Following Trenton to the 2-bedroom cabin I had stayed in the last time I was here, I couldn't help but wonder if Cryan and Tony had watched over me while I was here. Glancing at Caleb, I got my answer by the look of recognition in his eyes. "If you knew I was around dragons, why didn't you force me to leave before?" I asked quietly, although I knew everyone else could hear me. "Because you weren't in any real danger. I had thought about it, but everyone seemed to like you and treated you well, so I stayed back. I had planned to step in if I thought you were in danger. Since you didn't stay in any place for too long, I didn't see the harm in letting you just enjoy your time." Smiling, I realized that even then, he had cared. If he had really been as much of a monster as I had thought he was before, he wouldn't have watched me to make sure I was safe and allow me to enjoy my time. When he stepped in when I was in danger, while in New York, that was when he decided to step in. I thought about asking more questions, but I figured we still had a lifetime together. Stepping into the cabin behind Trenton, Ava, Tony, and Celine, I lingered by the front door beside Caleb. It wasn't anything special, but it held a rustic atmosphere that always made me feel as if I was breathing in fresh pine. smiling at how nothing had changed since the last time I was here, other than that it had been kept clean. I walked in and trailed my fingers over the antique table beside the front door. It reminded me of home, but not the home that I grew up in this lifetime. Images of past life with my birth mother from thousands of years ago surfaced. The cabin wasn't that old, but the rustic feel was still the same. That was part of the reason I had enjoyed being here. I hadn't remembered my past when I was here last, but now that I could remember some, I understood why I had felt at ease in this cabin. "What are you thinking?" Caleb nudged me, and I realized I had spaced out a bit. "Do you remember the house I grew up in my past life?" "A little. It was about the size of this place, except it wasn't as well made as this place. I remember that when we gathered your things, I was happy to get you out of a place that looked as if it would fall over at any given moment." Caleb frowned, but it didn't linger long. "It wasn't all that bad. I remember my mom always had a warm smile for me every time I returned home. There was a lot of love in that house, and I can sort of remember wishing I could have gone back there. When I was growing up in this lifetime, I kept getting images of a woman smiling at me wherever I lived, and I always wondered who it was. After I regained some of my memories, I realized it had been my birth mother. You and your mother were close. After the first month of us being mated, we moved her in with us where she lived for the rest of her life. Your mother was a good woman, and I wished I could have found a way to have her live longer, so you would always have her around." Tears began to blur my vision, but they were happy tears. Every memory I have had about my past, I had always been just looking in from an outside perspective. Only when I remembered my mother was I able to remember everything, down to every emotion. In this lifetime, I never had the warmth of a mother's love, so I was grateful that I could experience it from my memories. It filled a void in my heart that I had growing up without someone who could love me in a way only a mother could. Caleb moved to stand in front of me, placing his hands on either side of my face. "When we settle down, I will take you to where her tomb is at. I have made sure it was kept in good shape, that way you will always be able to return. Even after you died, I made sure to keep up with it, in the hopes that even if you didn't come to find me, you might seek her out." A stray tear fell from the corner of my eyes and landed on Caleb's thumb just before he brushed it away. He bent down to place a kiss on my forehead, which he held for a long moment. I was grateful for everything Caleb had done for me, even in my past. The love he has shown me in the past, as well as what he has shown me now, was more than I could have ever hoped for. Pushing away every last shred of doubt that I might have had toward Caleb, I smiled at him when he pulled his head back. Although I wished we could just live a life of ease and only worry about how much we loved each other, I was grateful that even through hardship, we could stand against the tide together. As sweet as that looks, could we get started? I need to get to work. Ava pulled my attention from Caleb, and I realized that everyone was looking at us. Heat rose up my face, not just stopping at my cheeks. Even my forehead felt warm from embarrassment. Stepping away from Caleb, I heard a low groan coming from him, which I figured was from being interrupted. Now that things had improved between us, it was like he didn't want to part from me. "Sorry," I muttered and walked over to join everyone on the wraparound couch in the living room. "I get it. Things haven't been the greatest for either of you these last few years. I saw the events of your death, but there wasn't anything I could have done to stop it. I tried going to you to warn you, but I was too late. Luckily, things didn't happen as my vision suggested." Ava patted the cushion on either side of her, indicating that she wanted Caleb and I to sit beside her. Sitting on her left, Caleb took his place on the right of her. The moment we sat down, she took one of our hands in each of hers. Her eyes closed, and I thought she was going to start chanting like that other girl did. "I must warn you that sometimes my visions aren't accurate. When I envisioned you dying in the past, I had thought an apocalypse was going to happen. Thankfully, that hadn't happened, although the vision I had wasn't at all what I expected. I don't recall you dying in a cave." Ava spoke, with her eyes still closed. "But you hadn't been wrong. I still died. The details weren't that important." I smiled at her, even if she couldn't see it. "Also, I can't pinpoint the exact time unless something in my vision shows the date and time, Ava said as her grip tightened on my hand. It looked as if she were in a trance, so I kept my mouth shut. I didn't want to interrupt her. I wasn't sure how much this was going to help, but I was willing to try anything at this point. A few minutes passed before she spoke again. This time her eyes opened, but they were completely white. "That is strange," she murmured. "What is it?" I asked, sitting on the edge of my seat while turning to peer into her stark white eyes. "I see the same vision I had in the past. The only difference is I'm getting more details. Could it be that you didn't see my death from 40 years ago, since I had been reborn, but instead you saw what was going to happen as of now?" If that feels right. I wish I could put it into better words, but it feels different from when I saw it before. Now it feels as if it is going to happen soon. Ava's voice was low, and she spoke each word slowly. "Is there a way to change the outcome?" I leaned forward to see that Caleb's forehead was creased with worry. "It will depend on the course of action that is taken. There are two paths. One is Ian kills you, again, but this time you die for good. Following your death, dragons will start dying randomly. It won't happen at once, but rather every few days a handful all around the world will start dying. Other dragons will begin to panic and wreak havoc on the world." Ava paused, and I thought she was done talking until she started again. "Chaos will not only bring death to the humans, but to all supernatural alike. Everyone will start becoming crazy, as the supernatural will try to defend themselves, and humans will become desperate to survive. After weeks of this, the gods will descend and try to control it, but it will only get worse until the entire world is up in flames." "And the other?" I urged, not wanting that to become the fate of the world, not just for dragons. "The other is that the two of you defeat the Council and Ian, bringing about the natural order of things. Caleb will go down in history as the best dragon king to ever rule, as he will change the fate of our kind and all other supernatural beings. With you, he will be able to show the world that it is possible to live in harmony with humans and supernaturals." Ava didn't elaborate, but I was okay with that. Letting out a long breath, I relaxed. Knowing that it was possible, the only thing we needed to do was figure out a way to defeat Ian. With the possibility of dragons no longer needing to hide as well, I was looking forward to seeing what the world would be like with dragons being able to live amongst humans. "Thank you, Ava." Trenton spoke, and Ava suddenly blinked a few times until her irises returned to a natural olive green. "Sorry, I can't help any more than that. I can only tell you what the outcome will be. If I could, I would tell you what you need to do to get a better ending. At least you both know what is at stake. I wish you all the best and will pray that your choices will put you on the right path." Ava released our hands and stood. "Thank you." Both Caleb and I said simultaneously. Watching her leave, Caleb and I exchanged looks, without saying anything. We both knew that we couldn't let the first outcome happen. No matter what we had to do, or how hard it was going to be, we needed to defeat Ian. I wasn't sure how much of Ava's vision I could rely on, but my instincts were telling me she was telling us the truth. Once Ava was out the door, softly closing it behind her, turned to Trenton. A deep frown marred his expression, as if he were deep in thought. "What now?" I asked, hoping he had an idea of what we could do next. "Now we take you on a visit through your past, so you can learn everything you can. Hopefully, we will be able to find something in your memories that can help. Since Ian was targeting you, there may be some clue in your memories." "When do we start?" Caleb asked before I had the chance. "It doesn't work like that. I will need to take her alone. If I take you, then we will only be able to see the events that the two of you played in. By taking only her, we will be able to see everything she would have been privy to. Even just being near someone talking, even if she hadn't heard it clearly, I would be able to amplify it." Trenton looked apologetically at Caleb. "Then we will figure out a different way. I don't want her to have to go everything alone." Cryan slid over to me on the couch, taking both of my hands in his. "It will be okay. I have been doing this for a while now. If there's a way to help us right now, then I have to do whatever I can. I am not the kind of girl that needs you to hold her hand when things get hard. Just knowing that I have your support is more than enough." I took one of my hands out from between his and placed it above his hand. It is different now. Before I just needed you to remember, but now I don't care if you remember. The idea of you being hurt by whatever you encounter in the past isn't something I want you to go through alone. I won't be alone. I will be with Trenton, and then I will return to you. Please let me do this. This is the only thing I can do that might help. For a long time, Caleb didn't say anything. Everyone looked expectantly at him, waiting for him to agree or disagree. We all knew what was at stake now, so we couldn't let feelings get in the way when there was something we could do to change everything. Fine, but the moment something becomes too hard for you to handle, you return to me. Millie, I promise, I assured Caleb. I didn't want him to worry, but I also didn't want to tell him he wouldn't be needed. I could handle a lot more than he thought I could. Squeezing his hand, I tried not to get wrapped up in the look he was giving me, as if he had just lost his dog. It pained me to see him like this, since I was used to the coldness in his eyes. Now that I saw warmth and love and so much more, I didn't want to be the one that would cause him to show any sign of being upset. As much as I didn't want to, I pulled my hands from his and turned toward Trenton. I am ready, I told Trenton as we both stood up at once. Take a deep breath. I'm going to take you back further than last time. I can't guarantee that you won't feel a little dizzy after we stop. Trenton placed his hands on my shoulders. Doing as he suggested, I took a deep breath and exhaled quickly before taking an additional deep breath and then exhaling slowly. Once I felt ready, I nodded my head once at Trenton. Without saying anything else, the world around us started to spin slowly. I will be here when you get back. Caleb's voice sounded as if it was being wrapped into the vortex, fading in and out. I wanted to respond, but when I focused on anything but Trenton, my stomach felt as if it were spinning too. Like a whoosh of air, the scene around us spun around faster until it was nothing more than a colorful blur. When I didn't think I could take another second of it, we suddenly stopped. I stumbled back a step, feeling as if the ground beneath me was swaying. Luckily, Trenton still had a grip on my shoulders, or I would have fallen. When I felt steadier, after taking a few deep breaths, I smiled at Trenton to let him know I was fine. He released his hold on me, and I looked around as we stood in a bedroom of the small cabin I recalled from my memories. Eager to see my mother, I realized that I wasn't connected to my previous body like I had been in the past. All the emotions I had felt being around my mother weren't there, only my current emotion of wanting to see her. Before we go in there, I want you to understand that we are starting from the beginning. Everything you see and hear won't be something that you would have experienced fully in the past. As I said before, I can amplify everything, including memories that you wouldn't have been able to remember, starting with your birth. Trenton dropped his hands from my shoulders. Why start here? Is there something that I need to learn regarding Ian? I raised my brows at him. No, but I figured that it might help you if you experience everything from your past. Be prepared for everything to move quickly, since we have a lot to cover in a brief time. When it is necessary, I will slow things down. Important aspects I will let the scene unravel at a normal pace, or when I need to talk to you about something. If you want to slow it down, simply say stop. If you need me to go back a little, just let me know. I have complete control over this, but you are more than welcome to decide what you want to see and don't see. Having this kind of power was impressive. I wondered why the council and Caleb's father tried to suppress him to the point that he was now a rogue. Since meeting him, he has been nothing but nice toward me. Even now, he was helping all of us, and I was sure that time travel was taxing on him. No ability is without its limits. Nodding my head, I agreed to his terms. The sound of someone screaming drew my attention, and I turned to face the room my birth mother had lived in. Knowing that she was giving birth to me, I was looking forward to seeing the first time she held me. Taking a step toward her room, I was stopped when Trenton wrapped his fingers around my wrist. One more thing. We need to keep a firm hold on each other. If we let go at any point while the past plays out, you could be lost in time. The only time I don't need to touch you is when we are in real time during the past. But that doesn't mean you can wander off either. Stepping outside of my range could cause you to fall through time and space, and there will be no way for me to find you." My eyes widened at Trenton's warning. "Now you tell me?" Pulling my wrist from his hand, I quickly grabbed his hand with mine. "This should have been a warning the first time you took me to the past." "Sorry, but I didn't have time to explain since Caleb needed proof, and I was a little annoyed at his bravado." I had to hold back a laugh as I watched him squirm like a child being caught doing something that they shouldn't have done. Seeing how innocent and yet forthcoming he was, I didn't understand why anyone would have a problem with him. There wasn't anything about his personality that seemed hardened, even after apparently being tortured. He can be a little intense at times. Don't worry, he is for the most part harmless. I teased, but at least it made Trenton relax. "Towards you, but I am sure he would have no problem gutting me if something happened to you. So I can't stress enough to not let go of me. It is more for my safety at this point." Trenton's playful tone was enough to let me know he was joking. Well, not entirely, but I am sure that he cared just as much as Caleb did if something happened to me under his care. Just as I was sure that if something did happen, he would do whatever it took to find me, so I wasn't lost in time. Smiling at him, I squeezed his hand firmly to let him know I wasn't going to let go. He jerked his head toward the door where my mother was screaming, indicating that I could continue. Pulling him along with me, I made my way to the door and was able to pass through the door as if I were a ghost. Just as I entered my mother's room, I heard a baby crying for the first time, and when my eyes landed on the small infant, I knew that I was looking at myself. "How could a baby look that cute?" I crooned as I stepped further into the room to get a closer look. I sounded a little conceited since I was referencing myself, but I didn't care. This was the first time I have seen myself as a baby. Thousands of years ago, there weren't pictures like there were in today's time. At most, there were painted pictures, but it was nothing like how far the paintings have improved over time. I watched as the midwife handed the infant version of myself to my mother. Tears formed in my eyes as I saw the loving way that my mother held me in her arms. The sound of someone snapping their fingers caused me to jump, and when I glanced at Trenton, he was putting his arm down. "Sorry. I should also tell you that there is no privacy here, including your thoughts. There are some things I can do in the past, like capture moments and have them sent to my phone. So when we get back, I will have pictures of your past that I can give you. I won't take a picture of everything, because there are thousands of years to cover, but I have no problem taking a few here and there, so you have something you can hold on to." While I have never been a fan of having my inner thoughts exposed, like when Tony did it, right now I don't care. While I didn't know how it was possible, the idea of being able to have a picture of my mother holding me for the first time was the best gift anyone could give me. The tears that gathered in my eyes fell, and I quickly swiped them away as I smiled at him. "Thank you," I whispered before turning my sights on my mother again. I watched the moment for a while before I thought it was time to speed things along. I would love to be able to experience everything in real time, but I knew we were on a time limit. Just as the thought appeared in my mind, the scene began moving at a faster pace. Even though everything was moving quickly now, I could still focus on everything as if I were seeing it in real time. I couldn't hear the conversations, since their voices moved too quickly for me to understand, but at least I was getting to see everything. Each day that passed by happened in only a few short minutes for me, but I was able to watch myself grow up with my mother. I wished that I could experience the emotions, but at the same time, I was glad that I wasn't. I would be overwhelmed with how quickly the emotions came and went. I watched myself grow up with the guidance of my mother and realized that it was a good thing that I didn't have that kind of experience in my current life. If I had, I wouldn't have cherished this as much as I did. If anything, I might have even compared the two, and I would only feel guilty. As my former self aged, we moved in and out of the house, following wherever my former self was. When I was still young, years before I met Caleb, I saw myself playing with Joshua. I knew I had known him well before I met Caleb, but it was nice to be able to see how our childhood friendship became what it turned out to be later in life. It appeared as if Caleb and I were predestined to meet, even if I hadn't turned out to be his mate. By being Joshua's friend, we would have eventually crossed paths. On occasions, Trenton would snap his fingers, and the scene would pause briefly, which I gathered was him taking a picture. It didn't happen very often, but the moments he paused on were ones I was happy to be able to get a physical memento of. When a scene played out from when I was in my late teens, I cringed at what I saw. It was the memory of when I had been attacked before I met Caleb for the first time. I thought that I saw Joshua in the background as others attacked me, but I saw someone running toward us a minute later and realized that it was Joshua. When I looked back toward where I initially thought I saw Joshua, I watched as he turned around and fled. Realizing it was Ian, I understood that he had been trying to harm me since the beginning. The scene slowed to real time as I watched Joshua lift my bloody form into his arms and hold me as he cried out. It tore at me to see the grief on Joshua's face, so I had to take my eyes away from the scene and turn toward Trenton. He also had a painful expression on his face. I must tell you that Ava was the cause of this. Ian had tracked her down and forced her to reveal who the next Dragon Keeper would be. This was also the day she and I met, and we were held captive together. When you showed up last year, I admit that I already knew who you were. Our lives have been intertwined for a long time. Ava was the one who recognized you first, because she had a vision that you would come, but you were in such a fragile state, so we couldn't reveal who we were. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I asked. I wanted to, but I didn't want you to think that we intentionally lied to you. Back then, we only wanted you to feel at ease. Ava mentioned that you were trying to escape from dragons. We also knew Caleb was your mate and that he was nearby watching over you. We felt that we needed to give you time to accept who you were. If you knew who I was and that I was mated to Caleb, why were you surprised when I arrived with him? Because of what his father did. I wasn't sure what purpose you had by returning with them, so instinctively I became defensive. Trenton looked regretful, but I forced a smile to let him know it was okay. Carefully, I chose my next thoughts, since I knew he could hear what I was thinking. It wasn't that I didn't understand why they did what they did, but I hated that everyone felt the need to lie to me. I wasn't a fragile human that needed information to be filtered. I don't blame you if you hate me or Ava, but it was time for you to know. Because you will come across us a few times throughout your previous life. You are the reason we have all formed an alliance with each other. Soon after you mated with Caleb, you came across us and helped us escape. Because of your connection to Caleb, you kept the secret of what his father did, because his father was gone, and you didn't want to taint Caleb's image of his father. Trenton said, obviously overhearing my thoughts. I had no room to talk about keeping secrets since I had kept the biggest secret of them all. Ridden with guilt, I turned to face my past again, as the scene began to speed up again. What would Caleb think of me when he learns what his father did, and I had known about it? I would never do something like that now, but what kind of person had I been in the past? To keep something that big from Caleb was part of the reason that things ended up as they are. If I had revealed the truth, then maybe we could have seen Ian for what he was, Millie. Watching more time pass by, I saw that it wasn't long after that I met Caleb for the first time. He was warm and inviting. After the attack, my former self had been fragile. Every little sound spooked her, and Caleb would comfort her as if she had been in real danger. It was sweet that he had taken her trauma seriously, but I wonder if that might have been the reason we were so different. I had been attacked the first day I met Caleb in this lifetime, and yes, I had a fear of the dark, but not like this. Anymore, the dark doesn't bother me as it once did. True to Trenton's words, though, I watched as my former self found a dungeon where Trenton and the others had been caged. It looked as if they had been left for dead. I didn't need Trenton to slow things down, because even without hearing what was being said, I understood what was going on. Trenton and the others had been afraid at first, but my former self showed the first ounce of bravery that I have seen of her as of yet. She hadn't released them immediately, but approached them all daily with food and water until Trenton moved toward the cage to talk. A short conversation later, she opened the cage and released them. Instead of leaving as if nothing was amiss, my former self snuck them out and took them as far away as possible. They set up camp there for a while, and I had apparently gone to visit at least once a week until it turned to every other week and then once a month. Relocating them once again, after finding a safe place for them to build a life, I stopped visiting as frequently. The scene played out more, but it was now focused on my new life with Caleb and my friendship with Joshua. Most of it was basic things, nothing too eventful, and most I had already seen when I was able to remember it on my own. I was lost in my thoughts, and I started to question the type of person that I used to be. You were kind and thoughtful. Although it might seem like it was a tad selfish, you had Caleb's best interest at heart when you kept it from him. I admit that things might have turned out differently, but none of us could have known that a domino effect would take place. Trenton spoke, causing me to jerk slightly because I had forgotten for a moment that my thoughts weren't private. His hand on mine tightened, and I realized that I had almost pulled my hand from his. Making sure I had a firm hold on him, I focused on the scene in front of me. I could have responded to Trenton, but I didn't think it was necessary. Watching as my bond with both Caleb and Joshua strengthened, I wondered when I would meet Tony and Ian officially. Just as I thought the words, a familiar Tony walked into Caleb's office, supporting that silly smile I was used to. Caleb gave us a proper introduction, and immediately I liked him, both in the past and present. Smiling at the way I had warmed up to him so easily in both lifetimes, I made a mental note to treat him more like a friend. His personality was like the sun, bright and warm. It was rare, especially considering he has held that same demeanor from day one, thousands of years ago. Thinking this was a lot like a movie, I wished that I had popcorn. Trenton chuckled, and I guessed he had heard my wish. Letting go of the idea of popcorn, I continued to watch my past play out. The friendship between me, Caleb, Joshua, and Tony was certainly worth watching. We spent years hanging out, enjoying life, having fun, and just enjoying each other's company. The more I watched, the less I felt that I was that different than I had been in the past. At most in the past, I had been simple and sweet, without the slightest backbone. Unlike how I was today, I was stubborn and not afraid to speak my mind if I thought it would do me any good. I still considered myself simple and sweet, but that depended on the person and who was being asked. I don't know, maybe the person I am today is because I hadn't grown up in the same conditions that I had in my previous life. In fact, I found it a little boring. By this point, years had passed by and nothing had happened. It seemed ordinary and nothing like what I have experienced in my life. Of course, the moment I thought about it, the situation changed. The moment Ian stepped into view, Trenton slowed the scene so I could see and hear everything. "Welcome home, brother," Joshua greeted Ian as if they were the best of friends. Rolling my eyes, I wondered if everyone had been blinded by Ian's act. Caleb stepped forward to greet Ian as well, while my past self stayed behind, way too shy for my interest. After Caleb gave Ian a brotherly hug, he stepped aside and introduced his mate to his brother. Ian feigned surprise as if he had no idea, but I saw the hint of recognition in his eyes. I also saw the utter disgust that contorted his features for the slightest of seconds. To me, it was as clear as day, but no one else noticed, not even the Millie from that time. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard so much about you." Past Millie stepped forward, her eyes failing to meet Ian as if she were a small, submissive child. Okay, no way was I anything like this version of me. The moment I met Ian in this life, I intuitively knew there was something wrong with him. I might have tried ignoring it, but that was because I knew nothing of anything at the time. Sighing, I just let it go as it was already in the past. If I had known that the Dragon Keeper had already been located and was now mated to my brother, I would have returned sooner to introduce myself. A half grin flashed on his face, and I wanted to gag. "It is okay. I heard you were busy dealing with some issues up north. I am only glad that I finally got the chance to meet you. I hope you don't have any plans to leave soon. It would be nice if we could all sit down as a family and get to know each other." Could I have been any more naive? I was feeling sick to my stomach, seeing how easily fooled I had been in the past. It wasn't as bad as Caleb, Tony, and Joshua, but I could clearly see the malicious glint in Ian's eyes. I had to hand it to him, though. His acting skills were above par. Knowing Ian's true identity, I had to admit even I had been fooled briefly when he introduced himself as Joshua. I guess after spending thousands of years as twins, it wouldn't be difficult to know how to get everyone to believe that he was his twin brother. I think I will stick around for a while. His voice was practically dripping with honey. How did no one realize that Ian was wicked? Do they not notice that he had a darkness within him that was dangerous? I asked Trenton, without taking my eyes off Ian. When you love someone and have a deep bond with them, it is hard to see past what you want to see. Even if they noticed the red flags, they would have ignored them and brushed it off. You can see things differently now because you had no connection with any of them when you met again. Not like you did in the past. It sometimes takes an outside perceptive to see things clearly. After Trenton explained, he sped the scenes along until there was another encounter with Ian. This time it was just Ian and my former self home alone, as Caleb and Tony were on a mission. I wasn't sure where Joshua was, but he hadn't shown up in at least a few days. "Good morning, sister-in-law," Ian greeted my past self. "Oh, good morning, Ian." She jumped from being startled as she had been in the process of cooking and humming a tune that was slightly familiar, but I couldn't place it. "Your mom hummed that same tune while you were a small child." Trenton answered my thoughts. "Do you have to do that every time I question something in my head?" I sighed playfully, but I was happy with the answer. "Not really, but it isn't like I can block it out either. Figured you would want to know." Trenton shrugged once, or possibly twice, but I only caught sight of him doing it once. "Why don't we go for a walk? I have some friends that I think you should meet." Ian spoke as I returned my attention to the scene. "Maybe some other time. I still have a lot to do today." The sound in my former self's voice indicated that she was weary of Ian now. Perhaps it was because they were alone, but at least she wasn't entirely stupid. I wasn't sure who he wanted her to meet, but from the flash of anger in his expression, I had a feeling it wouldn't have been good. Thankfully, at that moment, Joshua returned, but Ian didn't stay to chat. Before Joshua entered the kitchen, Ian left the room quickly. When she glanced up and saw Joshua, she still had a look of caution on her face, but it quickly dropped when Joshua smiled at her. The smile alone was enough to identify Joshua. Even I had noticed a difference in my memories, compared to the Ian who had pretended to be Joshua. "What smells so good?" Joshua asked, shortly before he leaned over the small wooden counter to inhale deeply through his nose. "I was making a pie since Caleb and Tony should be back tomorrow." She smiled sweetly, completely at ease now. "I still think that I should have stolen you away from my brother before you two met. Then you would be making pies for me and not him." Joshua teased, and I couldn't help but smile at him. I wish that I had a chance to get to know him in my current life. Seeing how he was in the past made me feel a little jealous of my former self. "You know that I wouldn't have been allowed to date, at least not without knowing if I was the future Dragonstone keeper. You girls have a hard life. Oh well, it is my loss. Please tell me that I will at least be able to have a piece of the pie." Joshua moved around the counter and folded his hands together as he begged with his eyes. "Better yet, I already made you a pie. It is on the window ledge cooling off as we speak." Joshua's eyes brightened as he looked over at the window on the far side of the kitchen. "I guess just being able to have you as my sister makes me the luckiest guy in the world. You are the best." Joshua placed a quick peck on her cheek before rushing toward the steaming pie. The scene sped up again, but I was grateful that I had experienced that moment. For the rest of the time, it was practically the same situation, but Ian tried different ways to try to get me to leave the house with him. Thankfully, none of it panned out. It was obvious that even in the past I had been aware that Ian wasn't at all what he seemed. I had misjudged my previous self. He never directly tried anything, but each time he was shut down, his anger was palpable. Even Caleb began to notice that Ian was becoming more irritable around his mate. Joshua had been completely oblivious. Tony, on the other hand, had picked up on it a lot sooner. Trenton had even slowed things down so I could overhear Tony talking to Caleb about it, but Caleb just said that Ian was likely bored. After a few months, Caleb sent Ian on another mission, and he would be gone for a year. He would return for a few months, and the cycle repeated, for the first 1,000 years. It seemed as if Ian was becoming impatient, though, because he began to be more hostile toward my former self. When Trenton slowed it down again, I nearly released his hand so I could get closer to the scene that was now playing out in front of me. Thankfully, Trenton was quick to react and tightened his grip. Millie, Ian, are you sure you want to do this? Ian and the members from the council, except for Charles, were sitting together in the living room of the house Caleb and I lived in. I didn't see my former self, so I thought we were looking at the present. Trenton tapped on my shoulder before extending his arm to point toward the back door. Standing on the other side of the glass double doors was me, or rather me from some time before I had died. Seeing that we were in the house that Caleb built, I knew that this event was leading up to my death. She was standing with her back toward us as she painted the scenery of the backyard. She had headphones in, so I wasn't sure how this was from my memories. Just as the thought occurred, Trenton let out a small chuckle. This mind-remind reading was a little annoying, yet useful, especially now. I told you, as long as you were present, I can travel to the time. While technically you couldn't hear anything inside, that doesn't change anything. Trenton reminded me about what he explained before. Duh. I breathed, feeling a little silly. Time must have paused, or Ian hadn't spoken for a bit. As soon as I returned my attention to the group in the living room, I saw Ian lean back as his eyes landed on the other Millie. He let out a sigh moments before he began speaking. I can't seem to get to her without making my intentions clear. Even if it is my doing, I can't have my brothers knowing about it. I will have to face Caleb for the rest of my life, even after I become king. If he thinks I was behind it, he won't let me go free. This is the best option. But he is your twin brother. One of the council members stressed while leaning forward on the couch, and worry lines formed on his forehead. Don't get me wrong, I love Joshua, and we share a bond that is unlike what Caleb and I have. With that said, it is the perfect opportunity. After I convince him to take her to the caves, I will personally put an end to her life and take the stone. Knowing Caleb, he won't think much about it if Joshua is the one to survive and become king. Pretending to be Joshua won't be difficult. We must have arrived during the middle of the conversation, but I understood what was going on. This must be when Ian planned to kill me and Joshua and then take over Joshua's identity. I had to hand it to him. He had an impressive imagination to plot something that grand. He just missed two variables in everything, one being the eclipse and the other being that I had seen through him. Now that I have most of my memories again, I understand that even in the past I had seen through his act. With him using Joshua to convince me to go to the cave, of course, I wouldn't have thought anything about it. I had trusted Joshua with my life. Is killing your brother necessary to get the stone? We all agree the stone needs to be in our possession, but killing another of our kind is something we frown upon. It was funny that they worried about dragons, but they were trying to end all dragons by killing me and taking the stone. They got lucky once, but by my return, did they truly believe they could get away with it? I wondered who had originally convinced them that the legend behind the dragon stone wasn't real. I can try to convince Joshua to send Millie on her own, but I know her and my brother well enough to know that he will go with her. That is why I formulated this plan. If Joshua doesn't go, then I won't need to kill him. All I need from you guys is if Joshua does die, make it seem like he is out of the country and that I'm the one who was killed in the cave. Frowning, I looked around at all the council members and realized that even if we tried to prove Ian was behind this, it wouldn't matter. They are just as guilty as he is. It felt as if my soul left my body. Feeling utterly defeated, I looked at Trenton and saw he had the same look of defeat on his face. Unlike mine, his didn't last long. He started to look conflicted, as if he were thinking about something. It would be useful if I could hear what he was thinking. That was the only downfall to this. He could hear my thoughts and formulate an idea of his own, but I had to wait until he said something. If I could hear his thought process, it might struck an idea for me. "If I could, I would," he muttered. Sighing, I diverted my attention until he was done processing things. The council members were looking from one to another as if they were considering Ian's plan. I didn't need to know what they would decide, since it's already happened. At least now I knew that my death and what has happened lately was all part of their scheme. They dragged it out for a few more minutes until finally they agreed to Ian's request. Shaking my head, I tried to figure out if there was another way to put an end to this without my life and the lives of the dragons ending. "How long do you need to put your plan in motion?" one of the members asked Ian, his voice sounding a bit bored. "By this time next month. Caleb is supposed to be here any minute now, and he is supposed to go on another mission. If it weren't for the fact that Joshua isn't here, I would have already done it. I love my brother, but he isn't the brightest. Tony already suspects me, so I need Joshua to pull this off. If I tell Millie myself, she won't go." "Ain't that the truth?" I scoffed. "We can make that work. Why don't you leave on a fake mission to get things in order? And while Caleb is on his next mission, we can inform him that we are sending Joshua on a mission. Don't worry about our end. We will make it happen." The council members got up to leave, and just as they were headed to the front door, my former self entered the house. She had paint splattered all over her, mostly on her face, making her seem more adorable than I have ever looked. "Leaving already? I was just coming in to get cleaned up and make lunch for everyone." Her politeness seemed fake, and I wished that I could remember what I had been thinking at the time. "Oh, don't worry about us. We didn't come to interrupt your painting. We just had a little business to discuss." The council member who seemed the nicest spoke, and his politeness at least seemed genuine. They left, and then it was just Ian and my past self starting at each other. I wondered why Ian didn't just do something when he was alone with her. It wouldn't have dragged on for so long if he had. "I don't know what you are up to, but you won't get away with it." Past Millie glared at Ian. "I don't know what you're talking about. Even if I was up to something, though, no one can stop me." Ian sneered just before walking out the door. It would be helpful to know what she had been thinking. It looked as if she knew something, but at the same time she couldn't figure it out. Thinking we were done with the scene, I looked over at Trenton, who still hadn't spoken his mind. "Trenton? Sorry, I was just thinking that there had to be another way. I know that soon you leave to come find me, but you never mentioned Ian and his behavior. I feel like maybe I should know something, but we don't have time to sort through my past." Trenton sounded as if something was bothering him, but even he didn't know what it was. "Unless there is more to see here, why don't we move forward? There has to be something we can use against Ian now." Trenton nodded his head as he stepped closer to me. An instant later the scene sped up, and not long after Caleb and the others returned, I had left to go on a small vacation, alone. Maybe Ian wasn't the smartest, because I noticed I had traveled alone a lot in my past. Any of those times, Ian could have tried something. Unless, of course, he hadn't known when I left until I was long gone. After a week of enjoying myself in the past, in China, I went to find Trenton, just as he had mentioned. The scene wasn't slowed down for a while, as it just seemed like I had been there for a friendly visit. When time did slow down, I was confused as to why, since it didn't look like anything important was happening. This next part might be useful. I remember we had discussed something important and had made a plan to initiate it, but you never showed up. It wasn't until after that I learned about your death. Trenton explained. "What was it about?" I asked, although I could have waited for it to play out. That is part of the reason I slowed it down. All I can remember was it was something important and was supposed to deal with a future plan of working with Caleb. If it's something useful, we might be able to use it now. Nodding my head once, I turned to watch the past unfold. Trenton and my former self were walking side by side around the small village. Neither of them was saying anything, but I tried to remain patient. We have known each other for a long time. In all of these years, none of you have done anything that would classify you as rogues. You do more for humans and dragons than anyone else. Why haven't you tried to reclaim your freedom and rejoin the community? Past Millie was the first to break the silence. It isn't that I hadn't thought about it, but after so many years, we have lived a peaceful life. Why disturb everyone's life for the sake of trying to claim a position in the dragon community? Even if I wanted to, I would worry that we would get locked up again. Past Trenton sighed as he spread his arms out. We have enjoyed our lives here, and I don't want to put everyone in a dangerous situation. I get that, but I know Caleb isn't like that. If the two of you can talk it out, I believe he will make sure nothing happens. She kicked up a rock as they continued to walk around aimlessly. Maybe, but why disrupt everything with only the idea of hoping for more? You don't know what it was like for us. You only saw the aftermath of what happened. We can do more by doing nothing. By doing nothing, how can you call that living? With the abilities you all possess, we can all work together to pave a better future for your kind. They were both silent for a while until Past Trenton suddenly stopped, as did Past Millie. Do you really think he will listen? Of course I do. Caleb is nothing like what I have heard about his father. I am sure that if you talk to him, the two of you can work something out to work together. He is an honorable man and wants to bring all dragons into a new era. If you could explain things and show him what you can do, I know he will work with you instead of controlling you and the others. Past Trenton seemed to consider it for a long time before he finally spoke. All right, how about this? Have him meet with me after he returns from his next mission. We will meet in Japan. I would rather not involve the others until after I know he won't try to lock everyone up and use us like his father had. A wide smile spread across Past Millie's face as she reached out to take his hands in hers. You won't regret this. She let out a squeal of delight before she let go of his hands and started skipping away. This was the first time I had seen her act so carefree and a little like me. Usually, she seemed serious and like there was a heavy weight on her shoulders. Past Trenton shook his head a few times as he watched her skip away. It didn't take long for him to follow her, minus the skipping. When the scene paused, I turned to the present Trenton. Back then, I remembered thinking you were like a ray of light that might be able to change our fates. It wasn't until meeting you again last year that this version of you was the true ray of sunshine. I think that your initial plan to get Caleb and me on the same page will work. If we combine our efforts, we might be able to deal with the Council and Ian. Trenton had a soft smile on his face, just as his former self had. How will we be able to do that? For the first time since this time travel adventure began, I was starting to feel a little hopeful. So far, my memories didn't have anything we could use to fix our current situation. Well, except for this. It would be better to discuss it with the others. Right now, we need to focus on the rest. We are almost done, and after you remember everything, we can get a better idea. Let's not jump the gun just yet. After Trenton spoke, the scene began moving quickly again. I tried to focus, but my mind was racing with half-baked ideas. Asura. The scene didn't slow down again until the day of my death. I knew it was the day of my death because I remember the outfit I had been wearing from the last time I had witnessed my death. Instead of being inside the cave, I was sitting down at the table with Joshua, eating lunch together with a board game in the center of the table. Checkmate! Joshua yelled out as he moved his play piece to corner my king on the chessboard. Must you yell? Past Millie winced as she covered her ears, but in a playful manner. I think everyone in town heard you. Oh, come on. This is the first time I have beat you in this game. I am ready to go to the top of the mountain to let the whole world know that for the first time in thousands of years, I, Joshua Chasm, have overpowered the Dragon Queen. I snorted at that comment. This was the first time I was referenced as a queen. While it was technically true, the idea of being queen sounded weird. I was anything but regal. I didn't even know how to curtsy. When I even attempted, it looked more like I was pushing my butt out with wobbly legs. Let's just say I never went to reform school. You are such a weirdo. My past self let out an all too familiar laugh as she began to pick up the game to put it up, between munching on grapes. Speaking of mountains, I have some insider news for you. I was told that Caleb is returning sooner than planned and he wants to surprise you. I'm not supposed to tell you that he is returning or has a surprise, but you know me and secrets." Joshua shrugged a little dramatically. "Yeah, you don't mix." Past Millie rolled her eyes. I loved how easygoing they were. It would be nice to be able to have such a friend in this life. Even if Joshua was planning to take me to my death, at least I could smile at the banter they had. The worst part is that in the end, I had survived, but he hadn't. I am like an open book. Everyone knows by now that telling me anything they want to keep a secret should never be exposed to me unless they want the world to know. I mean, when have I ever not exposed a surprise to someone if I knew about it beforehand? Joshua had a smug look on his face as if he was saying he was like a genius or something. Both my former self and me laughed. "Now get to the point where you tell me Caleb is coming home and wanting to surprise me. Not sure how it correlates with mountains." "Oh yeah, so back to what I was saying. I was told that there is supposed to be a surprise for you up in the cave on the mountain. I wasn't told the details, so I guess they were careful not to tell me everything. I was just told that you should head up there and Caleb would be waiting." No, he wouldn't, and I wish Joshua had seen through Ian, as I knew he had told Joshua what to do. Just me? My past self seemed weary, and she should be, but not enough to think if she went alone she would be in danger. Granted, she would, but Joshua wasn't going to be able to help in this situation. Wish I could tell her what would happen, so at the very least, Joshua didn't pay the ultimate price. Pain racked my stomach as I watched in horror with the knowledge of what was going to happen. "I was told just to send you. If I went, I would likely ruin the surprise." Joshua shrugged nonchalantly, but I could see he was just as eager to see what the surprise was. "We can skip this if you want," Trenton whispered from beside me. Shaking my head, I knew it had to be strong. "I need to see everything. There might be something that can help." "Oh, come on. Just go with me. You can watch from the entrance. I just have a feeling that if I go alone, something bad might happen." Past Millie pleaded with Joshua. "No, by going at all, something back will happen." I tried to tamper my annoyance, but it was difficult. Biting my lower lip, I welcomed the sting of pain to distract me from the burning sensation behind my eyes, from tears that threatened to appear. "I don't know, I was told to only send you and to stay home. If I go with, it might ruin Caleb's plan." Fighting the urge to yell out that it was Ian's plan, I released my bottom lip and clenched my teeth until my jaw ached. Although they wouldn't hear me, I didn't want to make a fool of myself in front of Trenton. Then again, he could hear it in my head anyway. "Please?" She jutted out her bottom lip and gave him the most pitiful look I've ever seen. "Don't need to ask me 3 times. Joshua grinned, and it seemed as if he had been hoping for her to ask him to join her, but didn't want to impose. Reality hit me just then, and I realized I was the reason he died. If I hadn't asked him to go, he would still be alive. No matter how I look at it, his death wasn't Ian's fault, it was mine. Ian gave him an out, and if I hadn't pleaded with Joshua, he never would have went. I considered not watching the rest, but I knew I had to. Even through blurry vision with tears streaming, I watched the rest of the scene with more clarity than before. This time the true killer was clear, and I didn't see a blurred-out face. When Ian entered the cave, I felt nothing but hatred for him. How could Joshua's twin be Ian? Joshua was kind, sweet, funny, full of light, and so much more. Ian was the exact opposite. To put it simply, he was a monster. I doubted there was anything good about him, other than he looked exactly like Joshua. Then again, that only caused me to hate him more. Seeing the face of someone that I had cared about do the things that Ian did made me want to rip his face off. Anger burned through me like a slowly burning fire, and then fuel being poured over the flames until it roared vigorously. "Calm down," Trenton urged. "If you give in to the anger, you might end up doing something irrational in here, and I might not be able to save you." Even with Trenton's words, I couldn't bring myself to heed his warning. His hand tightened around mine, like he understood that I wasn't going to calm down, and he was making sure that my hand didn't slip from his. That was probably for the best, since I nearly lurched forward when Ian approached Joshua and killed him for the 3rd time in front of me. A scream pierced through the cave, bouncing off the walls and echoing. It sounded throaty and desperate, like the one screaming had shattered every ounce of willpower the possessed. It wasn't until Ian killed my former self that I realized that I was screaming. Seeing my death didn't do much, but it tipped the scales enough to turn me into a sobbing disaster. Loud and obnoxious cries came from me, but I didn't care. The knowledge of how I played a part in Joshua's death was more than I could handle. I would never be able to face Caleb again. If he knew the truth, nothing would be the same. He would look at me with the same disgust that he had when he had hated me. Now I understood why he felt as he had. Sharing the same face of someone he loved and being nothing like them was something I now comprehended. Perhaps it would be better to be lost in time. It wasn't like I would die. The dragon stone would remain with me, and this entire war over the stone would come to an end. If they couldn't find it, they couldn't take it. No, Trenton yelled before I could rip my hand from his. This will not fix anything. He turned toward me and gripped my other hand when I tried to push his hand away. Trenton was much stronger than I was and wasn't above breaking my bones. His hold on me tightened to a painful degree. Just let me go. It will be better for everyone. I sobbed uncontrollably while I attempted to pull away. No, it won't. You need to get a hold of yourself. Caleb will fall apart without you. He will be better off without me. Once he learns what I did, he will hate me. I know I hate myself. You aren't the same. You have done nothing wrong. Don't punish yourself because of what happened in the past. You are not her. I didn't listen to him because it didn't matter anymore. I have made up my mind. I've spent the better part of this past year staying true to myself and believing that I was different from my past. After reliving my past with Trenton, I knew that while different, I was still her. My cries continued to increase as I tried to get Trenton to release me. My wrists hurt from straining, but I ignored it. I wasn't opposed to ripping of my arms at this point. Not going go happen. Trenton spoke through gritted teeth. An instant later, it felt as if we were falling through time at an accelerated rate. I tried to resist, but it was like my energy was being depleted. I realized it was taking longer than before to return to the present time. Stop fighting it, or we will both be stuck in an accelerated limbo, Trenton hollered. I was too emotional to listen or care. Caleb. Something was wrong. I could feel it deep down in my core. They have been gone a long time. I knew that there was a lot of time to cover, but for the last few hours, it felt as if something was seriously wrong. Pacing back and forth, I wondered if anyone would know how to get them back. I have met a lot of dragons in my time, but none of them have had any talent like Trenton's. Thankfully, I didn't need to wait longer or try to figure it out. Just as I turned around to walk across the room again, Trenton and Millie returned. Trenton looked as if he had taken a dip in a pool, soaked from head to toe. He was holding on to Millie, but the moment I stepped forward, he released her and took 2 steps back. "She nearly killed us?" he yelled. Moving toward Millie, who looked as if she had gone through hell, I wondered what had happened to them. Millie looked terrible, but Trenton looked worse. I was about to ask what happened, but just as I reached my mate, her legs came out from under her and she passed out. Anger filled me as I caught her from hitting the floor. I had given Trenton one task, to take care of her, but he had failed. Lifting her into my arms, I carried her to the couch and laid her down. "Is she okay?" Trenton sounded concerned as he moved closer to us. When I turned to face him, he was only 2 feet away from me. Gritting my teeth, I balled my right hand into a fist, seconds before throwing as much weight behind a right hook as I could. The only reason I didn't put everything I had into the hit was because I knew Millie liked this place. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have cared about putting everything into hitting Trenton, even if it caused him to blast through the side of the house. Then again, the thought would probably have made me feel better. Seeing him just be knocked onto his rear didn't give me the satisfaction that I wanted. Stalking toward him, I had half a mind to just put an end to him. He might be a dragon, and a valuable one at that, but my mate was currently unconscious, and I only had him to blame. Crouching down next to him, I watched as he rubbed his jaw and even spit up a little blood. Grabbing his shirt in my hand, I hauled him forward until he was inches from my face. A deep growl moved through me before reverberating around the room. I wanted to do something to him, so he would understand that I was serious about telling him to take care of Millie. What happened? I told you to take care of her. I didn't care that Celine and Tony would be woken up by me. It isn't what you think. She found out that Joshua had gone to the caves because of her, so she blamed herself. She tried to let go while we were back there, and if she had, she would have been lost in time. I went through hell getting her back here. Trenton rushed out in a hurry while shoving my hand away from his shirt. I released him and looked over at Millie, who looked as if she was deeply troubled. No longer angered with Trenton, I felt deflated, as I should have protected her better. If anyone was to blame, it was me. I should have seen the truth long ago. If I had seen Ian for who he really was, I could have dealt with him before it got out of hand. Now this was my mistake, and I needed to clean it up. I will accept the first hit because I should have controlled the situation better, but I won't allow you to hit me again, Trenton stated. Be lucky that he only did that. If it had been Celine that returned in that state, I would have done a lot worse. Tony let out a yawn as he and Celine came out of the room they had been staying in. Figuring the best thing for Millie was to sleep, I turned away from her and moved to the chair on the far side of the room. I wanted to keep an eye on her, but I also wanted to know what happened. After sitting down, I realized that if the others wanted to sit, one of them would sit by her head. Getting up, I moved over to sit where I could place her head on my lap. Stroking her hair out of her face, I hoped she wasn't reliving the events in her dreams. While she looked troubled, there was also a softness to her that made me believe she wasn't having a nightmare. Tell us what happened. Is there anything we can use against Ian to prove he was responsible for everything? I lifted my gaze to Trenton, but I kept one hand on Millie's head to continue brushing back her hair. About that. Trenton trailed off as he sat in the chair I had moved from. Don't tell me they are involved. Kellen scoffed as he and Celine sat on the other side of me, so only I was sitting next to Millie. How did you know? Trenton looked baffled. We thought about it while you guys were gone. Charles has been on the council since my grandfather was king. For him to be removed and Ian placed in his seat, there had to be someone on the inside that could influence the council. I explained. Well, you are right. The only one who hadn't been involved was Charles. Council members have been working with your brother and father since the beginning. They helped Ian plan it so he could pretend to be Joshua. He planned everything out, and if it hadn't been for Millie's intuition, he likely would have killed her a long time ago. Trenton stood up, and not a second later, a soft knock on the door had everyone's attention. I saw your return and that you were soaked, so I brought you some dry clothes. She smiled sweetly at Trenton as he accepted the clothes. Thank you. He didn't say anything else as he shut the door, and I wondered if Ava had feelings for Trenton. Oh, great, now I was thinking like a female and noticing things like that. Feeling disgusted, I shook my head to clear it as I turned forward again. After I change my clothes, I will tell you guys everything, Trenton said as he closed himself in the bathroom. While we waited, no one said anything. I focused on Millie. It wasn't until a few minutes passed that Celine stood from the couch and excused herself. She went to the kitchen to cook something for everyone and make some coffee. Tony simply stretched out and waited. When Trenton emerged from the bathroom, he wore clean, dry clothes. Sorry about that. It wasn't easy getting back. We were moving too quickly through limbo, and when we did manage to go to a time frame, it wasn't either of ours, so it wasn't safe, and it was difficult to leave. The only reason we got back is because she stopped resisting. As Trenton explained, I realized how close I came to losing her. Thankful for Trenton now, I made a mental note to make up for how I attacked him earlier. That wasn't important right now, though. We needed to know what was going on so we could create a plan. Trenton joined us again and started explaining what happened. As he spoke, my gaze kept moving from him and back to Millie. I felt guilty with each word Trenton told me. If I had just seen what was in front of me all this time, it wouldn't have gotten this bad. I just hope it isn't too late to fix everything now. Millie, my head felt as if it were pounding. Every molecule in my body felt heavy, as if I had been drinking heavily the night before. Pressing my hands to my head, I heard myself groan. I didn't open my eyes, but when I felt a soft touch against my forehead, I sighed contently. "How are you feeling?" The sound of Caleb's voice jarred me, and I quickly opened my eyes and sat up. "Fine," I blurted, although I was far from fine. He moved toward me, with one arm sliding across the back of the couch. Scooting away, I pulled my feet onto the couch while wrapping my arms around my legs. I still remembered what happened, so I believed that Caleb was better off not having me around. Not that I was going to kill myself or anything, but I needed to think of a way to keep myself safe while staying as far away from him as possible. Tony scoffed, and I immediately knew he was invading my thoughts. Glaring at him, he held up his hands in defense. "We made a promise, but I had to at least make sure you had no plans to end your precious life. We all heard what happened, and you look as if you did something wrong, but you didn't. I won't do it anymore." Rolling my eyes, I continued to glare at him until Caleb made another move in my direction. "Azzy, listen to me. If anyone is to blame, it is me. You did nothing wrong, and besides, that is all in the past. I should be the one feeling guilty for not seeing his true colors sooner." This was the first time he had used a nickname with me. I couldn't remember him calling me that in the past. It felt special because he never called the past Millie that. Because of that name, though, my defenses dropped, allowing him a chance to get closer to me without my noticing. His arms came around me, and he pulled my legs over his lap, laying them across his thighs. I tensed now that I was in his arms, like a scared dog ready to bolt at any opportunity. It didn't faze him, as his arms tightened around me and continued to hold me. "If I could take away the pain in your heart, I would. I never wanted you to experience this, especially without me being beside you. I was told everything, but even without knowing, there is one thing in which I am sure of. You did absolutely nothing wrong, not in this lifetime or the last." Caleb tried to coax me, and honestly, it was working. "I had known about his character and never told you. I also knew about Trenton and what your father had been responsible for and never told you." My voice was low as I spoke, and it felt as if I had a lump lodged in my throat. "While I hope that in the future you always come to me when there is an issue, I understand why you didn't in the past. You were protecting me and trying to protect the thoughts I had about my father. My entire life I had a good relationship with him. It wasn't the best, but he was my father. I never would have suspected he was capable of such a thing." Tears blurred my vision, but I kept my tears at bay as I tilted my head slightly to look at him. There was so much softness in the way he looked at me, and I could see the love he had for me in his eyes. I had thought he would have looked at me differently after learning what happened, but it looked as if he only had love for me in his heart. "I don't agree with the way it was handled in the past. If I could change things, I would have told you. You had every right to know." To my ears, I was barely audible, but he seemed to hear me just fine. "I agree that communication wasn't our strongest suit in the past. I always thought that perhaps you couldn't hold a candle to your past, but you are so much more than her. There are things that we still need to work on, but one thing I am sure of is that for the next 4,000 years, I also need to do better by you. I had known that you were weary around Ian, but I hadn't allowed you to feel secure enough to tell me when there was a problem." Caleb tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, and I leaned into the palm of his hand. "Then why don't we promise to do better in this life?" I asked, feeling more at ease. He didn't utter a word, but he did nod his head as he pulled my head toward his chest. Relaxing in his arms, the tension in my body disappeared all at once. There were things we still needed to work on, especially due to past events, but I had to remind myself that I wasn't like that anymore. One thing I noticed was that we had better communication now than we have ever had. We both sat in silence for a while, no one saying a word. Caleb held me as I curled against him. It wasn't until Trenton cleared his throat that I realized we still had things to discuss. "How long was I out for?" I asked, lifting my head, although Caleb resisted at first. "A few hours. I just filled everyone in about what happened with the council. We were discussing what to do. I was about to take Caleb into the past to see what we could find out about his father, the council, and Ian. First, I'm going to take Tony, though, just in case there might be something in his memories. Trenton answered. We don't expect to be gone long. I don't remember being around the council very much. At most, we will go back to the times I have dealt with either them or Ian. I doubt we will learn anything new, but we figured it would be quick compared to Caleb's past. Tony added, I don't think that is necessary. We learned that Ian and the council are behind my death and have planned it for a long time, but we don't know why. I think it would be better to just have Caleb go back. I believe that it all stems from when his father was alive. I wish we could go back further to learn why his father was like this. Since we can't, we need to start with when Caleb was around his father. Sending Tony would be a waste of time. They looked at me as if I had grown a second head. When I glanced at Caleb, I saw pride in his eyes. What? I asked when no one uttered a word. Have I ever told you how much I adore you? Caleb tightened his hold on me briefly as if he were giving me a quick hug. I wouldn't mind hearing it again. I giggled. We need to start listening to her. She seems to have a voice of reason inside her head that the rest of us seem to lack. Tony asserted as Trenton nodded his head in agreement. Then it is settled. I will go back with Caleb so we can learn something new. We might be gone for a bit, but it shouldn't be as long as Millie and I had been gone. Trenton stood as he started toward the kitchen. Before we leave, I need to get some food in my system. After he left, I turned toward Caleb. How long were we gone for? Nearly 38 hours. My eyes widened and I turned toward Tony and Celine, who simply nodded their heads. I hadn't realized Celine was sitting in the room until just now. She has been quiet. Maybe we should let Trenton sleep for a few hours, I suggested, and then dipped my head when I remembered what I had done that made the return hard on him. I kind of put him through the ringer on the way back, so I know he is likely exhausted. Well, we do need to learn as much as we can, as quickly as we can, but a few hours rest shouldn't be bad. Caleb's forehead wrinkled, and then as if it completely threw him off guard, he let out a strangled yawn. You should rest too. You have been burning a hole in the floor with your pacing since they left. Tony chuckled. I think we all need a little sleep. If we exhaust ourselves, we won't be able to get the same results that we need. Celine spoke for the first time. Just then, Trenton entered the room with 2 sandwiches in his hand and 2 bottles of water. He handed 1 water and sandwich to me before sitting on the chair again. With food in front of me, I felt embarrassed when my stomach made a gargling noise. A little sleep would be great. First, Millie and I need to get something in our stomachs before we get sick. Time travel isn't easy on the body. After I eat this, I will head home to get a little rest and check in with everyone. It is midnight now, so I will return at 6 in the morning to take Caleb on a trip to his past. Well, then I am taking my mate back to our room to get a little more rest. Tony spoke, but I could hear the hidden meaning behind his words that caused my cheeks to suddenly feel hot. Before Celine could say anything, Tony hauled her up in his arms and then carried her bridal style to their room. Eating my sandwich in silence, I noticed that Caleb was watching me. Focusing on my food, I tried not to think about how nice it would be to sleep next to Caleb. I wouldn't mind doing more than that, but for now, I would just like him to hold me as we slept. It would be nice to just slow down for a minute. It feels as if we have been going from 0 to 60 since we made our relationship official. Some days I wish we could go back to when we didn't agree completely with each other, because at least then we could just live our lives without all the chaos. Then again, we had only been lying to ourselves during that time. Now that we have admitted our feelings, while we were dealing with a lot, I was still happy with how far we had come. All right, I will see everyone bright and early, Trenton said after he finished his sandwich. Once it was just Caleb and me in the room, I suddenly felt shy. Eating my sandwich, I thought about making an excuse to get more food or anything that would keep Caleb and me out of the room for a little longer. Why had I become shy now? It wasn't like we hadn't slept together before. Come on, let's get you to bed. Caleb removed my legs from his and stood. Opening my water bottle and taking a long drink, I stalled as long as I could. It didn't faze him, though, as if he had all the time in the world. When I couldn't stall any longer, after finishing my water, he took the empty bottle from me and set it on the coffee table. Not wanting him to see that I was nervous, I stood from the couch and made my way toward the room, with him following behind. Once we were in the room, I quickly removed my jeans. Leaving my shirt on, I rushed to the bed and flipped back the covers before crawling into bed. I don't know what I expected, but when Caleb got into bed, he wrapped his arms around me and curled up behind me. It seemed as if all he wanted to do was just hold me and sleep. Letting out a slow breath, relaxed in his arms. He chuckled as he reached down to pull the blankets over us. As much as I want to do more, I know that you aren't ready. There's a lot going on right now, so after we settle everything, we can approach that subject then. For now, just get some rest. We have a long road ahead of us and plenty of time. At his words, all I could think of was that I hoped that we had time. None of us knew what was going to happen yet. Settling down to get some rest, I hugged his arms to me as I closed my eyes. Surprisingly, I fell asleep instantly.